Thank you to everybody for tuning in. This is our panel of atheists who, and sometimes we have a deist joins us. He uses the Kurt Russell icon, but normally he's not here right now. Maybe he'll pop in later. But and we're very glad that everybody has joined us. Sorry about the background noise there. We are going to be taking people from the audience to try to convince us that a god or a goddess exists. And we're very happy that everybody is here. There are a number of people who've been in the audience already for some time, waiting while we've been getting things set up. We're going to start with Jarl, because I believe Jarl has had the first instance of raising his hand, indicating that he or she would like to speak with us. Just a moment while I get Jarl logged in here. Hello, Jarl. Are you there? You can join us. Hello, Jarl. Welcome. And what do you have for us to convince us that a god or a goddess exists?
Like, I know that people are usually pretty set in their religious beliefs once they have them. So the chances of me actually convincing you are pretty low, but I do have a question. So, let's just say that there is no god or goddess out there. Yeah, there's no gods. What happens when a person dies? Where does their soul go? What happens to that consciousness?
Could be lots of things. Like there could be an afterlife without a god just fine. So anything that could happen with a god could happen without a god. And the most plausible explanation is that nothing happens. You go exactly the same place you were before you were born, which is nowhereness. And that's about it.
Yeah, but saying that there's an afterlife, wouldn't that also still be kind of like, that would still be kind of religion?
No.
That's still not really that atheistic.
Well, there can be. So, like, there are many different possibilities. God has no evidence, and anything that can happen if a God existed could happen without a God, like a naturalistic pantheism. So, you can have an afterlife with just a field or a dharma or whatever. So, you can have heaven without God just fine. And so, there's no evidence that actually indicates God does anything. And you can have all of the benefits without the God just by believing in spiritual atheism, because many atheists do believe in spiritualism. Without the God. So there's no benefit of the God whatsoever. You can get all of it without the God, but the most plausible explanation is that you just disappear.
Yeah, but there's also no real evidence for like an afterlife either, because no one can come back from death and say what they saw.
Right.
Unless you're the Queen of England, because then you can do that.
Right. So there's no evidence of an afterlife. I agree.
So yeah, that's all I really had to say. I just wanted to ask like what comes after death. That's all.
Yeah, I guess
I'll let the next guy stand up.
Oh, I was just going to say, I guess that would depend on whether the afterlife is dependent on this deity, which T-Jump already highlighted. So thank you very much for coming on. We appreciate it.
Okay, you're welcome. Also, it's pronounced Jarl, not Jarl.
Jarl, thank you for correcting me.
Hey, actually, it's pronounced Jarl.
Okay, goodbye.
I'm Jarl of Winterfell. Da.
So next on our list is a name I'm having a little trouble pronouncing, Sjruruchunchun. I hope I've got that right. Please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. Welcome to our panel, and we're curious on whether you're going to provide us to convince us of a god or a goddess existing. Thank you for joining us.
Sure. Yeah, it's just Chun. You can just call me Chun. So thank you. So what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try and show that it's epistemologically impossible to be an atheist or to be into atheism. There's no way to actually get towards that position. And if I can
just to interrupt, what do you mean by epistemologically impossible? What does that combination of words mean?
It means that whatever atheism claims to be, that you can't actually get towards that position. You can't actually understand it. It could be true. It very much could be true, but it means that we as humans can't necessarily, we cannot go towards it, or we can't hold that position. And we could think we do if we sacrifice it and say it's not anti-theism, or it's not theism, if it's not related to theism, because theism is really fundamental. But if you say it's just a social construct, like a video game company or something like that, then yeah, you could be an atheist. Yeah, certainly. But that's just a social construct. In terms of it being atheist, in terms of what theism is, the universal ontology, the ethics, et cetera, the things which are more fundamental and which are supposed to inform the material aspects, the metaphysics itself. If you're trying to refer to it as that, you can't get to that. So it's epistemologically impossible.
So atheism means that it's somebody who doesn't believe in any deities. Now, there are some atheists who also hold the position that there are no deities. I'm not one of those. I just don't believe. And others here on the panel can speak for themselves on this, but you did leave the definition of atheism wide open on this. So, yeah, you're going to have to be a little more clear on this to make a cogent argument, I think.
Sure. Yeah. So I suppose one thing that I'd like to specifically say about that, whether you believe it or not, isn't really super interesting. Like to us, it's not super. It doesn't bring anything to a conversation. Like
it doesn't matter whether it's interesting to you. It is a characteristic of who I am, and that's a fact. So
no, that's true.
This is a non sequitur.
No. This is. Go ahead.
Can I give my two cents? So I live in a country that's predominantly atheist or non-believers. My position is that atheism is the default position. It's what you have until someone convinces you that a God exists.
Let me try.
There's no way to get to atheism as long as you're not convinced that a God exists. You're an atheist.
Sure. So I wouldn't be. I wouldn't assert that at all. I just want to be very clear when we're talking about atheism, we're specifically talking about the ontological claims that there's no God that exists, or that they're gods. We have to separate the ontological claims from the epistemological. Because epistemological,
that's a straw man. So no, you don't get to define other people's position. When they define themselves as atheists, they get to tell you what they mean, not the other way around. I'm happy to take the position God does not exist, and I can justify that just fine.
Sure. Well, I might end up, just to skip over everything, I'm not interested. I'm not telling them what their definitions should be or anything like that. I'm just saying what the ontological claim is. I don't like, you can have 99% belief, agnostic, Gnostic. You can have all these different, whether it makes you hungry or whatever epistemological aspects that are instantiated off that object for you. I'm not super interested in that, and I don't think that's something that we should talk about. Whether you believe it or not, wow, cool, you believe it. Whether somebody, that's not going to be something. Wow, that's not even what the topic
is.
Is
like an argument? Are you just arguing that we can't have certainty God doesn't exist? Is that like everything you're saying? Something like that?
No. Well, the topic is does a god or goddess exist? I'm saying I'm trying to make the point that you cannot get to the opposite position of that. So that's what the thing is. Now, if you believe it or whatever, that's perfectly fine. I believe this or I don't believe this. You can be agnostic or Gnostic.
I have a justified belief God does not exist because all ideas start as imaginary until demonstrated otherwise. No evidence has been presented for a God. Therefore, it's rational to conclude it's just imaginary thing made up like humans, like in all the other stupid ideas humans have come up with. Therefore, I'm justified in believing it's nothing but a silly imaginary idea made up by humans.
Sure, but you understand.
Also, the topic is convince us a God exists. The other one is a subtopic. So why not go with that?
Well, okay, so I can do that. So I can convince you a God exists by showing you that you can't have the opposite position, and then show what the corollary for that is. I think we'll just go into that. I think that's
Chun, if I may ask, what is like, how do you define like belief? Because like a logical contradiction, like, you know that logical contradictions can't exist, like a one-sided, like a one-ended stick or a married bachelor. So if the entity that you're speaking of, or the God that you're speaking of, is defined in a logically contradictory way, and therefore it can't exist, can you still believe that the thing can't exist if you know it can't exist?
I don't think you can believe something that you don't know. Belief is in. I know people.
If you know it can't exist, can you still believe that it
I don't
is?
think you can. No, not
Okay.
unless. Not
Okay.
unless
So if the Christian God, just for example, just throwing it out as an example, if the Christian God is defined in such a way that makes it logically contradictory, logical contradictions can exist, then you know that it can exist, and you can't believe in it. And atheism is a lack, or is a disbelief in gods or God, in a god or gods. So therefore, you are an atheist.
no. Okay. One second. You're like jumping like 500 steps and taking too much things. And it's my position to convince that it's a god or goddess exists. So in this sense, how would you say? I'm trying to say that you can't get to the atheist position. And
I just explained how you could.
I'm trying to explain that that's not how it is.
Okay,
Let me try to get the position.
Just present your argument. Present an argument.
Okay. Okay. So, anyways, okay. So if you have like physics, y'all would argue that's a propositional statement in a sense. It's propositional. It says that everything fundamentally, the material world is fundamentally measurable and understandable in matter or energy. That's a propositional. How would y'all define that?
I want an argument. Like, what is your argument?
Sure. Okay. So fine. So you have that, and then you have like quantum mechanics or something like that. You have quantum mechanics, classical mechanics, etc.
Argument. What is the argument?
I have to explain it. You have to say the axioms. Okay. So you have to get the axiom. Axiom 1. That's what that is. And then you have things that are like quantum mechanics, which are constructions of, or classical mechanics, or general relativity, etc. So if you try to contradict one of those or try to show they're wrong in any case, then you're never going to actually get towards the position that not all physics exists. You're only going to get to the position that quantum mechanics doesn't exist. Now, this is not the same. There's no symmetry inside this position. So this is where the negative, this is me saying how you can't get to that position. If you say quantum mechanics does exist, and then mechanics, which is a synonym for physics in the sense, quantum physics, etc., then you're asserting necessarily that physics exists. So there's necessarily, whenever you assert something, you necessarily lean towards it, but there's nothing that can get you to the opposite. There's no variable or anything like that which can get you to the position that physics itself does not exist.
Sure there is.
Now,
you can say we're like in the Matrix or supernatural or idealism is true, then all physics would be wrong.
Well, no, physics would still exist under it, or a conception of physics.
No.
Well, there'd have to be physics inside there, period, even if you don't understand the base. Yes, that's how it is. Like
idealism is literally,
there's no physics in Matrix.
Stop. Idealism is the position consciousness is fundamental. So you can get rid of all of physics, say it's just a product of the mind, and that there's something else more fundamental than physics. Nothing you're saying is an argument. What is your argument?
Okay. So physics, you can't. Physics would still be inside it. There'd be a conception of physics.
Oh, I already proved that wrong. Idealism says.
Stop, dude. Stop. Just let me speak. Just let me speak. Just let me speak.
You've been
just let me
speaking
speak.
for 10 minutes.
I haven't been. You've interrupted me the whole time. Let me speak. Just let me speak. Just let me speak. Let me speak, chump. Let me speak, chump. Let me speak, chump.
Next guy. Get rid of this guy.
No, because I've got to speak. I've got to be able to speak.
He said nothing for like 10 minutes.
Okay.
He also didn't address the logical contradiction there. I wanted, because he just was like, no, you're jumping way ahead. I was like, no, that's the conclusion.
I was going to ask if that actually that convinced him of Christianity, or if he's already convinced of Christianity or whatever his God is, and these are just arguments that he uses to bolster his faith that's already there.
Yeah, it seemed to me that he was trying to lay out the battlefield, so to speak, beforehand. And, it's great to come and define some terms and what you mean when you're going to argue something. But Tom Jump is right. It's important to get to the argument. And this is where, we've already went through what different meanings of atheism are, and then he got into physics and quantum physics a little bit. We just did not get to the argument, unfortunately. But we're going to move on to our next guest. Epic is the next one in queue waiting. So welcome, Epic, to our panel. And what do you have to present for us to convince us that a god or goddess exists? Welcome.
Oh, hey, thanks. And as an agnostic, I think if I can convince you there's a God, then maybe I would believe. I have a
you're agnostic, so you have something else to bring to the table. What have you got for us?
Yeah, I do. I think I might. All right, so I would say that if there was a God, let's see if I can convince you. God is what is. If there's a God, God would just be is what is. And like, let's think of the Earth, for example. It has life on it. The whole entire surface of the Earth is covered with life, just about everywhere. Even in geysers and things, they find life, and in ice, they find life, in the atmosphere. Life's everywhere. Okay, and so like the cheeseburgers we ate last week became us, and then later, the cheeseburgers leave us, let's say, and well, that used to be us. Whatever comes out, and so we're moving through our environment, this surface of the Earth, and the environment is moving through us, and basically, it just is what it is. And like everything that is God. And without the sun, for example, there would be no life here on Earth. I think that we know there could be, but as far as I know, there wouldn't be any life on Earth without the sun. So we could even call the sun God, but I would just say simply that God is what is, and that's all. And we don't know anything else than that.
Why would you say that? Like, I define God as a non-physical mind that created the universe. So I'd say nothing is God.
I wouldn't say that at all. Yeah, I would be more like just agnostic about it and just say God is what is. Just, if you want to call something God, just don't capitalize it and just go
God that way.
Yeah, I know that the theists don't like that.
Why do you define it that way? Because if I said God is a potato, that seems like equally as coherent as you just saying God is everything.
Because I think that God's a concept anyway. We might as well make it accurate. And if somebody wants to say God, we can at least let them be coherent.
Normally, we want to use words that are convey meaning to the conversation. So you want to use words the same way everyone else does so that what you're saying actually makes sense. Just changing the definition of God to be the universe doesn't accomplish anything. It just makes the conversation more muddled and confusing. So when Christians mean God, and what most people mean by God, we say does not exist. And just changing the definition for God to mean potato or rock or something doesn't progress the conversation, just makes them confused and makes you look silly.
Oh, well, there's a guy named Robert Ingersoll, and he said that we should and could, why would there be a problem to just call it God?
Epic, I'm just going to read something that's from Google when I look up the definition of God, and it says, in a superhuman being or spirit worshipped as having power over nature or human fortunes, a deity. So the way you're defining it, it sounds kind of more like something Deepak Chopra might say, where God is everything and everything is God. That sounds kind of more like from there. That's not really helping us. Like, what's understood as God or even a goddess would be kind of more in line with what T-Jump just said and what I just defined, I think. And that's kind of what we're looking for.
I think we're really actually close, and I'll leave. But I would simplify it like Einstein says, if you can't simplify it, you don't understand it well enough. Einstein, I would say God is what is, and it does exist. Existence exists. And so there you go. And if you call it God, boom.
So when you say God is what is, well, okay, God is a deity. Okay, that I can go along with. That doesn't mean that I'm convinced that it's real. So it's like saying...
Oh, I didn't say a deity. I just said, literally just call existence God.
Okay, it's just like it would be like saying Gandalf is a wizard. Okay, I agree with that. I don't believe Gandalf is real, though. Okay,
let's pretend. Let's do this, because I've done this for years, and I'm just thinking this. Okay, it just came to mind. What if there was a God, just hypothetically, there was a God, and nobody knew, even including that God, didn't know where it came from? It's still, God is what is. I mean, trumps that. See, there'd be a problem of the infinite regression with all these religions. And I'm just saying, if you're honest and stay agnostic about it and realize that we're here, and that's all we know is we're here and we exist, and if we call that God, then great. It's the only real God.
Why do you think there can only be one?
Well, there could only be one God, as far as I'm concerned, because there's no evidence of anything else. There's no evidence of... Nobody's ever shown it to be the case that any religion has ever been verified and validated and real, or else they'd win the Nobel Prize.
I agree with that. I'm just curious why you would prefer one deity over a group of multiple deities in this case.
I don't. I'm just trying to see if I could convince you, and then if you were convinced, then maybe I would, because I'm just agnostic. So.
Okay, so the
It
problem.
seems like he's using the word God just to mean reality. That seems like what he's
Yeah.
doing. He doesn't mean God at all. So it seems to me just a confusion of the language. Like you're not making progress when you do that.
Yeah.
You're just wasting people's time. Like
No, I
that's
wasn't
not
wasting.
what-
I was quoting Ingersoll, the great agnostic.
He was wasting people's time too. Like changing the definition of God accomplishes nothing in conversations. Like if I change the definition of potato to something not potato, all I have to do is all it accomplishes is me wasting more time trying to explain to people what this new word means. It doesn't accomplish anything in the conversation.
Yeah, I do agree that pretending that some unproven thing made everything by guessing it and using leaps of faith in things is wrong. So yeah, and incorrect. So,
I'd go one step further. I'd say you using the term God to mean reality is incorrect. It is wrong to do that. It is wrong to use a word that has a very common usage, which most people understand, for something completely different. When people do that, it's called obfuscation and just ambiguity. It's not a good thing. It's a bad thing, and you shouldn't do that.
Okay, now one last question, and genuinely, I'm not trolling. Okay, when I go walk along the beach and then I go through a field and I find an apple and I'm moving through my environment and the apple moves through me, the environment moves through me, and I see myself in this environment here, and I call this, I'm living in this environment. I call everything God because it's greater than me. Could that be a definition of a god, or is it known as, like, would that be witchcraft or paganism or something like that? Or
You're focusing on one particular characteristic of the god, because most deities, most goddesses or gods are defined as having characteristics such as omniscience, knowing everything, omnipotence, having all capabilities and all power to do anything they want to do, and they're omnichronological. It means they permeate all of time. They're omnipresent. They're absolutely everywhere, even where we don't expect it. So there's all these kinds of characteristics. You're focusing on one of those. Those characteristics could be argued as all being greater than human beings, but so what? That doesn't actually provide any demonstrable justification for it, I think.
okay, the closest thing I can come to omnipresent and invisible thing is the space between the subatomic particles of atoms, but that's as far as then I quit.
That's called the space between the subatomic particles.
Okay, I think I've wasted enough time. But it was fun. Thank you.
And thanks for bringing up Ingersoll Rand. It was a delight talking with you. Thank you for joining us.
Have a good one.
Okay, the next person in the queue here is L1LTH360. I suspect that's a clever way of spelling Lilith 360. Thank you for joining us, and welcome.
Hi. Okay. So first, I'd like to say that I'm not a normally a normal Western theist. First, I'd like to state I hold no faith, only conviction. Second...
Okay, can I just stop you right there? We don't consider theists to be abnormal, no matter what the religion or what the beliefs are, as far as this stuff goes. So please don't call yourself not normal, because we're going to object to that.
I heard what you said earlier, and you said that atheism is the standard position, which I disagree with, because I think the existence of a god is a priori. But for me, I believe in a goddess.
How?
How? Okay. Well,
because I made that statement, so maybe I should address it.
Yes. Okay. So, God is a priori, or the existence of a higher power. Say it is a priori knowledge, because babies see things that are designed, and they immediately assume a creator. All right, that's what a creation must have a creator, because that's basic knowledge. But
how do you know that a baby makes that determination? You're talking a newborn baby, I assume.
But first of all, if you have to prove it, it's not a priori anymore. It's it's empirical. But
well, it's a positive claim. I mean, Randolph's correct. It's a positive claim, and I'm kind of curious as to where you got that information, or how you came up with that.
I can give an example of things. There's monkeys are found to worship something. There's always the thing is, within all of history doesn't matter what religion, there is always the existence of a unseen force, and the only people that deviate from that is the creation of Christianity. And yes, even old Jews believed in a unseen force. So the creation of Christianity was the only thing that rejected this.
So that would be evident in adults, right? That would be evident in cultures that were established by populations. But it doesn't speak to like the a priori knowledge of infants.
Okay, well, yeah. So no, if you look at something that is created, you assume a creator. So if you look at the Earth, you would assume a creator. That's how religions popped up in the first place, because people.
The idea of the unseen force as being believed in, gravity to me is an unseen force. Normal in its normal state, and I believe
by unseen,
that, but I guess I'm taking things too literally. I think earlier you were trying to get to saying that you believe in a goddess, if I heard you correctly. So
yeah, I do. Yes.
Okay, so feel free to tell us about this if you like.
There's a couple of reasons. I'm not gonna really get into why I think the deity is feminine, but necessarily because this is about convincing you that one exists at all.
Sure, but I'm happy to talk about. We're all happy to talk with you about a goddess. This sounds really interesting because most of the people that we speak to are talking about a god. So
also, this is very funny that this popped up because yesterday I went to one of the biggest Christian Apologetics conference in America. So,
were there a lot of people there, and how did that go?
There were tons of people there. There was this guy who played in the movie God's Not Dead 2. He also popped up in like almost every single episode of Dateline NBC. He wrote the books Cold Case Apologetics and Person of Interest. There were tons of breakout rooms and panels. It was
J. Warner Wallace.
Yes, J. Warner Wallace.
So before you said that the evidence of God is the fact that babies see design in things, like why do you think that's evidence of God and not evidence of type 1 and type 2 errors caused by evolution?
No, it's okay. So
can I also interject that not all babies apparently see that, because I've never had the concept of a creator. I grew up as an atheist. I've never thought of the world as something that was created by something.
It's the same situation for me, by the way. Yeah.
Someone added me in that Heathen Hangout. Hold on.
So just to clarify,
if I find something that seems created, it is harder to argue that it came about on its own than someone created it.
But how do you in that statement you make the assumption it was created? So when you're talking about
it is okay.
So like T-Jump said, T-Jump's question was salient right there. It was, how do you know that it was not a type 1 or type 2 error?
What is a type 1 or type 2 error?
So type 1 and type 2 errors are if you hear a rustle in the bushes back in the, like when we were evolving tens of thousands of years ago, if someone thought it was a lion, they would run away and survive. If someone thought it was just the wind and didn't run away, they would get eaten. And so because of that, humans, predecessors that survived are the ones that always thought anything they didn't know about, any sound they made, anything they couldn't explain, they always thought it was an agency, a mind of some kind, because it ended up keeping them alive longer just to run away if they thought it was a lion. Therefore, we have these hyperactive agency detection systems where we see design in all kinds of things that have no design, like when we see lightning created by Thor, or volcanoes created by gods, or echo created by echoes.
Ancient,
or where does the wind come from?
Ancient paganism is there.
Pareidolia.
Ancient paganism is there because it was stories made to describe things that had a lot of deeper scientific meaning to children, and that's why it was why those stories and stuff was created.
I'm talking about before paganism. I'm talking about literally as we evolved. People always see agency in everything because of these fallacies. So this is before paganism existed.
Maybe that's not an error. Maybe that's correct. Because here's the thing, though. What is it helping you survive to believe in a god? How is that helping you survive?
Well, again, if you hear a rustle in the bushes and you think it's a god or a leprechaun or anything that could cause you harm and you don't understand, you run away from it. If you think there's agency in something, you run away. Whereas if you think it's just the wind, you don't run away. So if you think agency is in things, then you're more likely to run away from it. And if it's unknown, you're more likely to survive, because unknown things used to kill us a lot.
I'm not arguing it's an agency. I'm arguing that it's a priori. We have it. It is.
I'm saying that what you say is a priori isn't. It's not a priori. It's a posteriori. It's a thing that comes about through evolution because people who thought things had agency survived more. It's called a type 1 and type 2
wait,
errors.
that okay, but that doesn't apply
type 1
to
and type 2
everything.
errors are a technical term. I didn't name them. It was named in psychology. It's the actual technical name of these things. So this phenomenon has a name in the field of psychology and philosophy. It's called type 1, type 2 errors. And we know it's the case in evolution for pretty much all design inferences.
Okay, but that doesn't apply to everything. And like let me say that here's a better way to prove the existence of not exactly a god in the sense of I heard you guys giving a definition earlier, didn't you? Not exactly in the sense of that. Think of it like the Tao. I'm sure you've know about the Tao, right?
I am familiar with Taoism, and Taoism, just in case people are wondering, it is a polytheistic religion. But perhaps, why don't you go ahead and
modern
make
Taoism, kind of. It's
modern
without
modern-
the like mixing of like Chinese mythology.
Modern Taoism is basically just another way of saying that you're interested in the Taoist philosophy without all the religious aspects. But yeah.
Okay, no. What I'm trying to get at is it's more like just the Tao and Brahman, like that kind of feel. If you see where I'm going with that.
Well, why don't you lay it out for us? Because we would like to hear the argument. I know a lot of us have interjected. We'll just give you some time to kind of lay out your argument. Maybe would a minute be enough time for you, do you think?
Yeah, sure.
Go ahead. Let's all just listen and hear what your argument is, and you can explain to us.
So, so let's say, all right, let's take a hypothetical here. If there is a planet that is just a bunch of rocks, right, and it's dry, nothing there, and a couple of aliens fly by and they see it's just a bunch of rocks, that's nothing, so they go away. If they come back 50 million years later, and they see life flourishing there, would say it's intelligent. This planet, it has intelligence. So what that means is I believe there is an innate intelligence behind every single cell and organism. And this intelligence, this collective intelligence, is where we all get our it's how we live. It's how anything happens. It's how cells know how to multiply. It's how things know what to do. It's how life knows to flow. And this kind of this collective intelligence comes from somewhere. How would an intelligence come from purely just atoms? How would the atoms know what to do? How would the quarks know what to do in the beginning, if not them having intelligence beforehand? So this collective intelligence has to come from somewhere, and this is why I don't necessarily believe in a. I'm not sure what kind of goddess it is. I know it is a feminine force. I don't know if it's the Western sense of a literal entity, if it's like more like Brahman, the Tao, or anything like that. I know it is a feminine force that started the universe, and that we can gain, not only connection but become one with. Because I'm a mystic, but
okay, it seems like you're saying that there needs to be some intelligence for life to be able to form. Well, I'd say no. The reason life formed was because of just determined physical forces, and RNA was formed on clay, which built the first original DNA, which then reproduced to make cells. It didn't know anything. It was just determined by physical forces that we know.
How would it know to do that? How would it know what to happen? How would that force there has to be a no.
It doesn't know. It's physics and chemistry.
Like magnets don't
Does not
know anything.
anything.
They just attract. Objects, physical shapes can bind together. Like in chemistry, the reason certain chemicals bind to other chemicals is because their shapes fit together, because they have magnetic resonance or an electrochemical bond. It has nothing to do with knowledge. They're physical forces of their properties causing them to bind.
It's an intelligence because things like, and then make cells.
Why are you calling it an intelligence? Is magnetism intelligence?
Sure,
Maybe
yeah,
I
in a
can
way,
help.
I guess you could.
Do you think that Lego bricks are intelligent because they fit into each other?
No.
And that is exactly how chemistry works.
One of the other things that I have trouble with reconciling this is that there are people who are born with varying degrees of intelligence, and there are people who this intelligence wanes throughout their lives as we get older. It's a well-known and well-documented fact that people's IQs decline ever so slightly in most cases, and then once we're dead, all this intelligence seems to be gone. By your reasoning, are you saying that once we're dead and we've decomposed, that intelligence remains?
Yeah, I think what I think happens is we it's kind of like, because I'm not sure either. There's two different ways that this happens. Either our intelligence stays, which I call the intelligence, it's an energy, it's a ki, chakra, whatever you want to call it, stays here and it goes back to the earth. Either that, or it's our intelligence, our collective consciousness joins with the goddess. We could become one with her.
So how do you draw the line between that being true and just being an explanation for things that we don't understand?
It's not, because these kinds of things aren't. It's not necessarily it's not a scientific thing, because there is a.
Well, that's what I'm asking. So there's two options there. That what you believe is the way things are, or what you believe is actually ancient explanations that human beings came up with hundreds of thousands of years ago in order to explain things they didn't currently understand. It's like phenomena that they witness is like, oh, why does this happen? And then coming up with reasons as to why, because they don't understand what's actually going on. So it's one of the two. So the question then is, like, how do you,
we still don't understand that?
Well, the question is, how do you? But these things that we do understand them. Now, there are some questions that haven't been answered. Yes, of course, and we may answer them in the future. We may never answer them, but that's neither here nor there. The whole point.
And that's because I think it's because I think science. It's not necessarily science. You can't use science to be able to understand. Because I follow this. I don't know what to call it, school of study, whatever called occultism, and it is the study of the unseen. It is the study of forces that are not necessarily scientific, and by using that way of studying things, you are able to understand these forces, and we do understand.
Yes, but Lilith, the point is that there's obviously something that convinces you that it's true. Okay, It's not as though you can just walk up to the top of a building and say, I have these beliefs and therefore I believe that I can fly and I can jump off this building and then I can fly. This is not the way it works. Okay, so what is it that you have seen? What evidence do you have to support this in order to say these things are true, and it is not just explanations that we came up with hundreds of thousands of years ago in order to explain phenomena that we didn't understand at the time?
Oh, sure. Because I believe in things like energies, and in the way that I'm sure you know what I mean by that, but because I explained it earlier. But I also believe in something called magic, but with a K at the end. It's like different than what do you guys know?
Curiosity, are you Wiccan or are you Alexandrian?
I'm okay. Well, I kind of follow Wicca slightly. I'm really just an occultist, but
Okay, so you've talked about what you believe, all right? And
Yeah, but
you
here's
talk
the
about
thing.
but what evidence do you have to
Yes.
support these things that has convinced you?
These exist. There's multiple different things that show that these forces exist.
Such
They're
as?
a thing. Now
Such
people
as?
have and the only thing that atheists like say is
Lilith, don't derail. Such as you said, there are many things. What are those things?
okay. Again, like the things like magic chart. Basically just some kind of unseen force. I'm not going to define it. I'm not going to put a thing on it, but there is some kind of force that is not.
Okay, so what does this force do? Though, see, this is what's interesting. Like gravity, obviously we can't see gravity,
Well,
but
that's
we can.
not what I'm.
But I know, but I'm just making an analogy. Like gravity, we can't see gravity. We can't grab it and hold it with our hands, but we can detect its effects.
Also, before I go on, someone DM'd me some like transphobic like article while I was talking.
Well, then block them. So
I had the same thing.
So
Apparently,
legit.
I got a question real quick. So it seems like you're saying there is something about nature we can't explain, and then you're going to explain it as energies. So here's something we don't know, therefore it's magic.
No, well, do you understand what magic in the occult sense is? Do you know what it?
Yes,
sure.
I do.
What does that have to do with anything?
That's why I asked you. That's why I asked you if you were Wiccan or if you were Wiccan, if you were Alexandrian, to see like what school of thought that you go by. And you said that you're just an occultist. So that is wide ranging. Are you Levian or like what do you follow? Like if you want to go back, but that's
I follow.
But that's not the rabbit. That's a rabbit hole. That's a rabbit hole. What I'm saying is that Lilith, you keep dancing around a very.
I got a question. I had a question that's kind of important here. So it seems like you're saying here's something about nature we can't explain, therefore magic. That seems to be your argument.
It's not there. Okay, no, but it's these. Okay, but what I'm getting at is there. You have to get a kind of. You have to. People have had this practice of going about understanding this because it's existed since forever. Because it's a force. Obviously, they don't go away. Gravity doesn't go away, it's there.
I don't see any force. I see no evidence of this whatsoever. It seems like people just made it up. Where's the evidence?
You want me to like send you like articles or whatever?
No, Lilith.
No.
Lilith,
then what do you want me to
almost
do?
addressed it. You almost addressed it. You said there are things, okay, that are evidence of this, that back up this claim, and I want you to tell us what those things are.
There has been.
What are the effects?
Oh, so you mean what does it do? Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. So there of course there's lots of study on things like I guess chakra and what it does. And there's been a study on things like qigong and stuff and trying to kind of
Qigong, that's what you mean. Yeah.
Yes. It's a practice that actually kind of revitalizes people. It actually helps helps their body, and it's not something that is because I'm sure in the West medicine is seen or the body is seen as a machine that needs to be gut going.
This is okay. So this is interesting. You gave me that solid one there. So let me propose something to you. Okay, a brief little thought experiment just to put into this, right? So you what you mentioned is the physiological effects of this. Okay, so let me just throw this down for you real quick. Say, okay, hypothetically, just say I'm a Christian. I believe in God. I pray every day. It's a part of my faith. Okay, I just made it's a part of my daily routine. Then one day I'm in a car accident. Okay, I'm trapped in the car. All right, and they're struggling to get me out. While I'm trapped in the car, I pray. Okay, I pray to my God or whatever I believe in, and the firefighters are able to come in and cut me out of the car with the jaws of life, pull me out, get me to the hospital, and I survive. Now, we know that the physiological effects of meditation are very, very positive. It can lower your blood pressure. It can keep you focused. It can keep you from panicking.
And that's to do with
hang on, Lilith. And it can save your life. Okay, that's what they tell people who are caught in cave-ins. I do a lot of outdoor rock work. So it's what they tell people when they're caught in cave-ins or when you're trapped, to keep yourself calm, focus on one thing, regulate your breathing, keep your blood pressure down, and don't panic. Okay, that's the point, because when you panic, you use more oxygen, you limit your odds of survival. These are all survival things that we're aware of. So if I'm trapped in the car and they're trying to cut me out with the jaws of life, and I pray, I focus myself, I regulate my breathing, I lower my blood pressure, and I don't panic, and I don't use up too much oxygen, and I survive, does my survival mean that what I'm praying to exists?
Oh. No, it doesn't. But
there you go.
Okay, but it's not necessarily that. Okay, it's because it is. There's things that are practices that are specifically targeted at, specifically targeted for these, like, things like energies and stuff, and what they do is they work. And
Lilith, you just conceded that just because there is a physiological effect that you can detect doesn't mean that what you're focusing on is an actual thing. No more than just
what I'm trying to say is that it's not.
No more than just a foci.
No, but okay, listen. But what you have there is you have something that is okay. You have a explanation. You have an outside for these things are like. They don't have like a like scientific thing attached. It doesn't. It is. So it's based on this. So there's no. I don't know what I'm trying to explain here. I don't know how to explain it. What I'm trying to get at. There's a thing that is not like outside force. Like you can't look at some other part of the body or something that you're doing that is affecting because it's not there.
But you are asserting that there are
lots of studies on Qui-Gong and chakras and energies, and they've all failed. Like they've shown no effect.
That is not true whatsoever. That's not true whatsoever. No.
If you think it works, then publish it in an academic journal and you win a Nobel Prize, you'll get $1 million. So no one's won the $1 million yet.
He's talking about the James Randi prize.
Prize for winning the Nobel Prize.
Where it was $1 million? Okay. Because there's also that Randi prize has never been claimed.
Yeah, that's a different one. There's been many claims on James Randi's prize, but nobody's actually won it.
Yeah.
Somebody did win it, but that was an April Fool's prank, it turned out to be.
So Lilith, the whole point being is that that when there's evidence, and the whole point is that you believe in a thing because there are effects that you have observed, and that they're consistent enough for you to rely upon them. So that's what we're talking about. Is we're not saying we're not saying just straight up from the get-go, out of the gate, we're not saying it doesn't exist. We're looking at the claim in and of itself and saying, okay, you're saying that this thing exists. Great. You're saying that it can be tapped into by human beings. Great. You're saying that there are demonstrable effects that you can rely on, and that there's like ritual or some sort of thing that you do in order to invoke these things in order to get a demonstrable effect on reality. It's like, okay, great. There's all these things. What are the effects that you are getting, and how are they reliable? Like, how can I develop a predictive model based upon what you're doing? But the problem is, once you go beyond that, you're going to start getting a thing. Well, it depends upon how much you believe. It depends upon how much you're willing to just, throw to the ether of confirmation bias. You don't want to investigate it too closely because then you lose your grasp on it. These are problematic.
Well, I understand the thing, but I'm not going to get into magic because that has to do a lot with intention, and obviously that can cause some like problematic for it, like going against atheistic arguments and stuff. So I'm not gonna talk about that specifically. I'm going to talk about.
Okay, so how can you determine the difference between this and confirmation bias? If you hold the belief and then you interpret evidence as confirmation of that belief that you already held.
Because you can,
How did you determine it's not confirmation bias?
Because even if you do it and don't believe, it's still going to like happen. It's because it's objective reality. It's not a.
It's gonna happen.
Like, for example, like if you do some kind of thing with your energies, I'm not gonna like with a specific practice right now, but you're going to see effects from it, and you're not gonna see
Effects.
any kind of whatever. It depends on what you're doing. Okay.
So the reason I'm asking, the reason I'm asking is that most of the effects that you see can be explained by just natural processes that we already know about in nature. So you'd have to give some effect that isn't already explained by all the things we know about in nature. That's what I'm asking for. Like what effects do we see that aren't already explained by regular medicine?
Okay. All right. There is what is it called again? I'm trying to think of where they did it, but there is a study on it was a study on think what it was. I'm trying to think of like the name real quick. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I just want to remind everybody we've spent quite a lot of time on this conversation, which has been great, by the way, Lilith. It's been a pleasure speaking with you. We want to try to wrap this up pretty soon because there are other people in the audience who would like to speak as well.
Yeah, sure. So there was this. All right. So what happened was, all right, a group of I think what it was like university. I don't know, student people like that represented the university went and to see the effects of Eastern medicine, and what they did, of course, they didn't believe it because they were skeptical, yada yada. What they did is they went there, and then they tried the practices. What they found was it actually not only it helped them. I don't want to say that because you could explain that with, but it literally like there was their muscle pains like went away. Like their what happened was what I was gonna say earlier is like they could think clearer, but you could that's
I could chime in on that because I've had something similar, and what I then used to do was a muscle relaxing exercise, and it absolutely works. And you can the exact same thing in a slightly different shape are found in some religions as a form of meditation or the fact that those things work can be scientifically explained because it's just an exercise you do to relax, and your muscle pains will go away because you might be contracting muscles unconsciously, and by doing an exercise like that, you will train yourself to relax those muscles. So that would absolutely work.
It'd be no different than chewing willow bark for a headache.
I'm just saying this. If you have the study, you can post it in the chat so we can look at it. That'd be great.
Yeah, sure. If I could find it, I knew I had it somewhere.
Post it anytime.
Go ahead and try to find that, and we can move on to the next caller, and we'll get back to you.
By the way, Lilith, if you post the study, also send it to me privately, and I can put it in the YouTube video description later as well, because we're also on YouTube, so other people who are watching this video can take a look and decide for themselves as well.
Yeah, sure. So you want me to stay or leave? Or
well, we don't want to make you feel like we're kicking you out or anything, but we've spent a lot of time here, and it has been a great conversation. We really did enjoy speaking with you, and I will say that I heard a lot of interesting things from you, but I'm left unconvinced that a goddess exists, but I really appreciated the challenge. Thank you very much. So our next audience member who's going to be joining us is AuraSeal. I hope I'm saying that right. Oh, where did AuraSeal disappear to? I'm sorry. Oh, there you go. Discord's moving people around. AuraSeal, Welcome. Thank you for joining us. And what would you like to present to us for convincing us that a god or a goddess exists? Welcome.
How's it going, guys? It's nice to meet you all. I've been listening since about the start of this, so I've written down some notes just from either what you guys have already talked about or some things that are thoughts that I had along the way.
Great.
I think I wanted to start out by asking a question and addressing all of our biases here. I'll say, first of all, I am a Christian, and a part of a argument that I've heard on
if I may ask, any particular denomination or
I'm non-denominational.
Okay, just checking. Thank you.
Just Bible reader. Okay. So
Bible reader
argument...
too.
Sorry about that?
I'm Bible reader too.
Yeah, exactly.
Me too.
So an argument that I've had from some of my atheist friends, and you guys may affirm this argument as well, is a lot of religious people have fallen on hard times before they were religious, and it's those hard times that have drove them to a belief in God. And I believe that it's fair to say that for some of these people, it is specifically because they wanted to believe. I think this is a fair enough argument that because someone wanted to believe in God, they believe in God.
I think that this is a fair observation, that this is something that does happen. And during hard times, I'll also point out there are people who end up leaving religions because when people are faced with hard times, it can cause them to rethink their lives. And so you will see people moving in both directions.
What was that you were saying right before Randall interrupted? You said because people want to believe, it's rational for them to believe. Is that what you said?
Maybe not that it's rational, but that is a bias that I think I wanted to get out of the way. Is if God does exist, whether or not he does, do you guys not want to believe in him? Like, would you want to believe in him? As
if he exists,
whatever
I want to know.
Kind of God you're thinking of.
If he exists, I want to know that he exists. That doesn't automatically mean that I would worship the Christian God, and that is because I've read the Bible. I don't think I would ever worship a God like that, but I would want to know if that God exists.
And to follow up with what Peter said, if I was to know that the deity was real or multiple deities are real, then I would my beliefs would fall in line with what I know in my case, and so then I would believe.
Okay, that's fair. Some of the other notes,
obviously, if the thing is true, and I'm most interested in that, which is in holding, in knowing as many true things as possible and rejecting as many false things as possible. So, if what is true is most important, then if this thing does exist, it's a part of the universe or whatever, then I'd want to know it. Doesn't necessarily mean I worship it, but it's not about not wanting to believe. It's about looking for evidence, and the only evidence is there is wholly insufficient. I couldn't make, for example, I couldn't make myself believe I could fly any more than I could make myself. I mean, I can't make myself believe in a God any more than I can make myself believe I could fly. I can't just go up to the building and believe really, really hard that I can fly and then jump off and then I'm good to go. So it's not a matter. It's a matter of is there evidence for this? And the evidence so far, the evidence thus far is wholly insufficient for any God. It's all gods and gods, going all the way back to the gods of animism, all the way up to contemporary religions.
Yeah, for me, I was a Christian for the first 30 years of my life, and as a child growing up, I never doubted the existence of God. It was just kind of a natural assumption. When all the adults in your life, are telling you that being is true, right? You just don't question that. So there's a couple different things that are problematic with this, though, because the purpose of the stage is to talk about whether or not one exists or not. But one of the most important things in the Christian faith is whether or not you believe it's real or not. And that's an issue of faith theologically, which is slightly different. So the faith issue, I never really had an issue with. But when the faith started to go away, if somebody were to ask me, as time went by, do I think that one actually exists or not? Then the answer was probably not. So what I want to know, definitely. But from a Christian perspective, and that this doesn't apply to everybody that's going to be in here, but from a Christian perspective, it's whether or not you believe it.
I just want to
Yeah.
say I have high functioning autism. I couldn't care less what people have for hard times. I don't care about people's emotional biases. I just want to know what the evidence is. So it doesn't make a difference to me one way or the other. Just give me the evidence.
All
right.
I found it really
So-
interesting that you brought up one of the key methods that, or I guess one of the key attributes in people that religion looks for to convince them to basically, there's this void, desperation and fear. And when things are out of control, and essentially that's what religion does, is that they'll target individuals like this, individuals who are in dire straits, individuals that are monetarily, strapped into drug addicts, people who are, the homeless. It's that's people they target to give them the life raft. Because you go to somebody, you go to an atheist where everything is like, where everything's kind of working out, and they got to it's like you wouldn't be able to convince them. But someone who is like, I have nothing to hold on to, and I feel like I'm drowning by everyday life. They say, well, here's this life raft. They'll grab onto anything to keep their head above water. And I just found it interesting that you brought that was the first thing you brought up. So continue, Aura, please.
Well, the reason I brought that up was because I think it's important to get the most fairest representation of both things. But someone said it before as well, that it's not just that brings people in, but it's also that kind of desperation that brings people out. And
That was me.
what I was kind of trying to get at with that is that there is a bias that does, affect how we may believe the faith issue. What is important, I would say, is the knowledge issue. It's the evidence, and it's evaluating it rationally. I'm a Christian. I believe Jesus existed. I'm not going to go into the whole thing because it's not. The argument is, does a God exist, not what God exists. I also wanted to ask a question specifically about like evolution. With evolution, we could agree that it does not. Evolution does not. I'm trying to search for the right words. It does not make people evolve to search for truth, right?
I'll help you out.
Also, if you don't mind, I'm going to switch my computer so I can hear you guys better.
I'll just try to say real quickly, there is such thing as evolutionary psychology, a whole field that gets into the psychological impacts of the evolution of the human brain. That would be a field that may actually speak to how people's decision-making is impacted. I'm not sure, because I don't know a lot about this field, but I'm going to guess they do delve into that.
Also, evolutionary game theory, in that if drives people, to do things for the common, basically for the population in itself. When essentially positive action, or let's say cooperative action, that can lead to positive results over long term. And then, of course, if coming up with an explanation for something that can bind people together and bring people together and keep them together as a group, survival in numbers. Well, then that can be seen, that cooperative action, coming up with an explanation that everybody accepts and eases everybody's minds, that can be seen as a cooperative action. So this is how things like religions and God's explaining phenomena can keep people together. So this is kind of where these ideas are born. So evolutionary game theory is an interesting field. I think also you should dive into.
Yeah. So the reason I brought that up specifically was about in regards to whether or not it's true. It seems that most societies that have thrived and prospered are religious, and I can't really say for animals because we can't translate what a dog is actually speaking. I mean, we kind of can actually, but I think humans are the only species that worship a god, like in the religious sense. Like we have practices and all these things. Most other animals just kind of survive. And if our societies have all kind of prospered under this ideology that there is a god, what do you make of that?
It doesn't matter if a society prospers while holding a belief of God, because I could easily go to some of the Arab countries who are one of the richest on the planet because of their oil. They believe in a different God than you do, and you would probably agree with me that God doesn't exist. So I don't think that has any bearing on things. What I would be curious about is what convinced you that a God exists.
This will get onto another point of mine, but also I will answer that, but I'm also going to ask a question before I answer that, and
Sure.
you don't have to answer immediately. But what if the proof? Is it possible that a proof for it can only be found subjectively because of the nature of what we're trying to prove? If it's a spiritual thing we're trying to prove, is it possible that we can't measure it in terms of physical, instruments of like,
I hate proof in this, because proof, there's no proof in science. Proof is a mathematical concept. So
evidence.
What I would, you should go with evidence, and if there is clear evidence for something spiritual, then we could evaluate the evidence. So far, I've never seen anything. I don't even know what people mean when they say spiritual.
So I can say
that?
my what made me become a Christian, if that's okay.
Yeah.
If you still want me to answer
before you go there, I'd just like to address your point, because
Sure.
if something is interacting with reality, then we should be able to measure that. We should be able to detect that. We should be able to make some kind of objective statement about it. So to just say that would only be subjective, I guess, how we perceive reality, of course, is subjective, but we all seem to perceive it in pretty much the same way. There's gravity holding us to the earth. There's the air that we breathe. We are able to communicate with each other. These are objective facts that we all, insofar as we all agree on them, that we all perceive them consistently. So, I think to just write it off and say it's only subjective would be a mistake, because again, if it's interacting with reality, we should be able to measure that. Otherwise, how would anybody know that it's interacted with reality?
I think to continue.
Sorry, Peter. Just a sec. Just let Aura respond to me here, and then go ahead.
No, I wanted to add one thing on, because
you're fine.
If you have evidence is independently verifiable, so it wouldn't be subjective.
Yeah. So I think it kind of pairs well with my last statement, is not necessarily what type of God, but when I was saying, if I say, okay, well, it so happens that most of the nations that have become great powerhouses in the modern world were founded, and they had a deep belief. It was a majority of the population, we would say, had a belief of a god or gods, and because of evolution, if you want to say, evolution found that believing in a god is what made us survive longer. It's what made us had the ability to create these great societies. And is that not a effect that we could measure?
Let him finish. Finish your sentence.
Well, that was pretty much it. Is that not a effect that we could measure, in the sense that the societies without these beliefs died out?
So the fact that we have beliefs is not evidence that they're true. It's an appeal to consequence fallacy. So no, the fact that they're successful and evolution shows them would not be indicative that they're true. Type 1 and type 2 errors are good examples of things that we know are false, but were beneficial for survival. So there's lots of false beliefs that are beneficial to survival.
Okay. Let me look at some other. Okay, I had one question for you guys. I don't think I asked it already, but what would convince you? Do you know?
I know
that there is God.
Predictions.
Good evidence.
Possible predictions, any type of scientific evidence, anything that you could tell the future about, anything that you'd be able to differentiate imagination from reality.
So could I give you could I give you an extreme?
You're asking us, a whole bunch of us, all of us, to give you some explanation here of what would convince us. T-Jump was just specified. I was about to.
Sorry about that.
No problem. What would do it for me, and I've responded to this before, this question, is that one example would be if this deity was to grant me omniscience and omnipotence for a fortnight so that I could experiment with these things myself and verify this independently on my own. That would definitely do it for me.
Does anyone else want to?
Evidence of any kind, but then again, if this being does exist, then if this being does exist, then it knows what evidence would convince me, and it refuses to give it. So,
okay, so I was gonna give an extreme and see where you guys lie after this, but say you were in biblical times and hypothetically this did happen. Moses parts the Red Sea by the name and the power of God, and you're walking through it. Would that convince you, or would that not convince you that a God exists?
No, and I can tell you why. I'm an amateur magician.
Yeah, go.
I would need to know how it happened. I mean, I can see people. I'm just as I said, an amateur magician. I've seen people do things that I can't do, and I want to know how they did it.
So one of my I understand that. One of my bullet points was actually, it was going to be, I added to it, but it was just going to be magic. But I added to it. Would you guys feel that this is how I define magic internally, but it is just science that we do not know. It's something that's happening that we can't explain.
We got a Marvel fan.
I would like to offer a different answer. So I'd actually say yes, if there were consistent ways that you could believe in a God gave you some kind of power over the world, like parting the Red Sea. Fortunately, Moses didn't exist. But yes, if you could do those kinds of things and you did them in the name of a God and they didn't happen in any other instance, then yeah, I consider that to be strong evidence of a God for sure.
Okay. So
I'm with you.
I'm still curious what convinced you.
Yeah, so I had a very personal experience where I had what I would call as a divine experience. And this is why I analyze, I think everyone analyzes the evidence. You shouldn't analyze any evidence and just like believe it because like, well, I already believe it, but you should analyze it afterwards and see if you still believe it. I had a divine experience after a very traumatic. I did a lot of LSD back in the day, and I saw God, and then he handed me over to Satan, and then I was tormented, what I believe, by demons for a lot of months. I had to go to.
Quick question for clarification: did you experience this while being under the influence of LSD?
Yes.
So that means that your brain wasn't working reliably. So why did you even think that any of that was real?
Well, I suffered from what people, but I don't necessarily call schizophrenia, for a long time after that, where I was what I believed and still kind of believe. I heard voices tormenting me for months and telling me that I was going to hell, and all this other stuff. And It was only when
how did you determine that any of that was real or not your brain playing tricks on you?
So this
as a method of survival, maybe.
Yeah, this is why I asked if I should say evidence, not proof, can only be subjective. If it's a spiritual thing, because I can't really prove or say anything that'll convince you. I'm not trying to really with the spiritual stuff.
No one's going to ask you that. But the thing is,
Peter,
wait a minute, Jail.
Hang on a second.
One thing
so
is
the question that's important, Aura, is that you have this experience, and I myself have done quite a bit of LSD. So yes. I'm aware of what tracers are. I understand the lasting effects they can have. I haven't done it in decades, but occasionally, even then, I will still get some minor effects. I'm aware of what lysergic does and what the effects that it has on the brain. I understand, the studies that that Leary was doing in order to try and work with LSD and control doses with mental illness and schizophrenia. So the problem is that we understand these things. We understand that there are lasting effects that these drugs can have on the body. You can get the same things with DMT as well. So my curiosity is, you took this experience that you knew you had when you were in an altered brain state. Your serotonin and your dopamine levels were completely out of whack. Okay, you had this wild experience. I myself have had wild experiences. I've seen the walls breathe. I've seen the black leak out of my eyes. These are all hallucinations.
Yep.
Okay, and then after the fact, you had lasting effects. Okay, now I have had in the past, I have had bad trips that after I'm completely sober and weeks later, that experience will still come back to me because it was so vivid, and it was like, oh, that was so freaky, and it will still kind of shake me up just because it was so freaky what I saw.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't mean that it was real. So how did you determine that what you were experiencing was not merely the lingering effects on your memory of the experience that you had because it was so vivid? Because I would say that you had a bad trip. So
I would also say I had a bad trip.
You had a bad trip, and then the lasting effects of that were on your memory. It was like, wow, it was so intense, and then those lasting effects lingered with you. Okay, and eventually they will dissipate until normally what they'll tell you is that in order to get these things to dissipate, you find other things to focus on to get your attention away. So you develop routines that once you start thinking about these things, you immediately go to something else, and you train your brain to not focus on that negative experience. You then associate the negative experience with a positive, something positive, and you just train your brain to automatically go there whenever the negative memory comes up in your mind.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you did this with religion. Okay, you basically associated the positive feelings of your God with the negative instance of that bad trip. So now every time you think about the bad trip, you immediately go to God, and it makes you feel better. So there's a physiological response to that. So you don't mire yourself in the negative memory. You immediately associate it with the positive thing, and you immediately go to God. Because you had a physiological effect, I can understand that. And I get it. I get the mechanism behind it. Does this mean your God exists?
No, and I also am not. That's why I'm happy to say my experience, but I also acknowledge that's not very convincing evidence for other people.
I can ask a question. You brought it up, and you said you had a divine experience.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm 100% certain that you probably experienced what you just said that you experienced. That is real, because I've had things happen to me that were pretty incredible. My question would be is, how did you link that to being anywhere divine, an intervention?
I've done a lot of acid before. I know that there are altered states. It was like no experience I've ever had, and in one instant, there's a few things things that went on. In one instance, I knew that there were other presences that weren't me in the room, and then in one moment, I knew that there. So that this is why I'm not going to sound very. I'm going to sound crazy, so please excuse me.
No, you're not. Hold on.
No,
you're not going to
trust me, dude.
sound crazy because, as I said, I've had my own experiences. This is not sounding crazy.
I just don't want this to taint what I'm saying.
No.
My logical
it's
arguments.
Not. At least not.
Okay.
It's not with me. I can guarantee you that. So the thing is, though, that you go to explanations that are probably the wrong ones and then eliminating them. What I'm curious about is how did you end up with the thought that it might be divine? What was the evidence for that?
Well, I saw a giant glowing image of a man with a crown, and I wasn't thinking Jesus at the time. I just knew that was God in my head. And then it disappeared, and I saw Satan, and that's when Satan started to sing about my life to me in a very real way. It wasn't like a bunch of random words or anything. It was a coherent song. And
at the time you had it. Were you into reading the Bible, or did you have any interests about religion as a whole, or your particular religion?
Nope. And my family is not religious.
You had no concept of God or Satan before this?
I'm not saying I had no concept of them as beings, but my family is not religious, no.
Well, there you go.
No, my question was, were you interested in the whole thing at that time? Okay.
No, I was interested in drugs.
See, that's the wild. That's the wild thing. That's the wild thing when it comes to these things. So when you have an experience, when you go through experiences like this, okay, especially when you're hallucinating, you never know how it's going to suss out. You never know how a trip is going to run, and everything that is within your imagination is going to basically what we jokingly refer to as like the download period, like the hour before this shit kicks in. Mm-hmm. Everything that you're like aware of, like you're consciously aware of or even subconsciously aware of, that will inform your trip. Okay, it's all pretty much the data that's all pretty much at the surface. And so you will incorporate that into your trip. If there was a discussion going on or a recent thing that you thought about in that respect, or if you're in the middle of taking a bunch of drugs and you're kind of like, man, this is so like not godly or something like that, or if you have the fleeting thought is like, this is so bad or whatever, or if whatever it is that comes along there, it can inform that trip. So if you had some beforehand, knowledge or even a thought about these things, and then you incorporated that information into your hallucination, and then that's the experience you had.
Mm-hmm.
So, to summarize, why can't your experience just be explained by the drugs in your brain? Why do you need to invoke God to explain that? Seems like it's perfectly explained by just the brain doing brain stuff.
That's simplifying the question that I had before. Why go to the divine? That's perfect.
Yeah, so that's me looking back at it, and afterwards, after that trip, I didn't become a Christian. After that trip, I was just like, wow, it was a pretty interesting experience. It wasn't until later when all of this stuff started kicking in with what I also believe is demonic oppression, where I'm being followed and I can hear, torment, like it's actual words. It's a being tormenting me day and night, and it's not me. And I'm also not saying that's the evidence. That's why I want to not put too much emphasis. This is my personal story. It backs up what I believe through, I guess, scientific reasons. But I believe there's a lot of other stuff that's a lot more important than the subjective. But I do think the subjective does play a huge role in how we interpret the evidence that we get. Is that fair?
Which is why we want to have it independently verified, and that makes it good evidence.
Exactly.
And
So one of my
what I don't want to do here is, because this could also be something that at the moment at least is keeping you sane. So I don't want to take anything away from that and telling you that it's not true. So maybe we should.
You can
move
say
on
it's not
to-
true. It's fine. I'm not going to be
okay, but
struck.
yeah. Well, you don't know what happens to people. So if you're convinced that you see demons, and the moment that protection falls away, I don't know what you're going to do. So that's why I don't want to attack this.
Okay, I'm just saying you're fine.
can-
I'm recovered, if that works.
Okay.
I'm not. I don't feel attacked. I don't. But anyway,
okay.
one of the bullet points that I also I don't know if we fully went into this, but what kind of we did kind of. You said predictions or T-jump. I think you said predictions and some other
anything
things.
that can differentiate imagination from reality, and the thing that does that most effectively is novel testable predictions. So if you can use your hypothesis, say, if my hypothesis is true, here's something we would expect to see in the future, then you do an experiment, you see it, that's evidence.
Okay. All right, that's fair. I also had I think you defined it at the start of this whole thing. If you'd like to define it as well, not for me, but for whoever's listening, your definition for God is a mind,
A non-physical mind who created the universe.
Okay, and can has power over it, right?
Either way, it doesn't make a difference.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that what I read from Google, which is what a lot of people will probably go with as well, which fits with what T-Jump is saying here, is a superhuman being or spirit worshipped as having power over nature or human fortunes, such as a deity. So that's part of it as well.
I have a completely different approach. I don't have a definition for God. When I'm talking to someone who is a believer, the one thing that I need to address is their definition of God. So no matter what my definition is, if you want to convince me that the God you believe in exists, I'll have to go with your definition of God. Mine is completely irrelevant.
Okay. Now I have a separate question as well that ties in, but
so we should wrap things up fairly soon. So maybe this will be the last point for you. Yeah, go ahead. But go ahead with this. Yeah.
It's a semantics issue. I won't deny it, but my standpoint is that it is completely irrational to say for a fact I'm an atheist, or even, to be fair, I'm a theist without making it a faith issue, because I think we can all say for a fact that I am not completely certain if there is or isn't a God, but I am convinced this way because of the evidence. I think
I agree with half of that. So the half that I agree with is when someone says they're a theist, then yes, that is a faith position, because theism is the belief in one or more deities, one or more gods or goddesses, and or goddesses. It's so definitely there's a faith component to that. Atheism is the absence of belief in any deity, so there isn't that faith component with atheists. Some atheists may have some beliefs that, including a belief that there are no deities. In that case, you could argue that would be a faith component. But I think what you'll find is most atheists who do that will often have arguments to back that position up. Just like theists will have some kind of argument to back up their positions. So I'm the type of atheist that just simply doesn't believe, and so it is not a faith position for me.
All right.
I'm a little bit different. I'm an epistemologist, and that is someone who rejects faith entirely as the most dishonest position to hold, and the worst thing to use to get to a truth.
Okay. I want to thank you guys. I'm going to still listen to you guys. You can finish. I'm just going to exit to give other people
just
time.
please hang on for a second. It sounds like Tom Jump wants to respond to
Yeah,
you.
it sounded like your argument was essentially if you don't have 100% certainty, then that little percent you're missing is called faith. And I don't think that's the case. I think faith is when you have a belief disproportionate to the evidence. If you have a lot of evidence, it's not faith. So even though I believe the world is round, and I think that's knowledge, I'm not 100% certain, but I don't have faith the world is round. I have lots of evidence. So I have lots of evidence that God is imaginary. And so it's not faith that God is imaginary. If you don't have a whole lot of evidence that God is real, then it's faith that you believe in God.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm going to exit quietly.
Oh, thank you, Aura, for joining us. Really appreciate having this conversation with you. It was very nice, and it was interesting delving into the other stuff a little bit. The what is it? The LSD part.
Yes. Thank you, guys.
Cube, welcome. Thank you for joining us. What would you like to present to us with regard to whether a god or goddess exists and convincing us of this? Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, I just had a question on the topic.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so why should I convince you that God exists?
Because it's true.
Because that's the topic of the room.
Because you think it's true.
Who said I think it's true? I didn't say that.
You're like, it's really, your mic is like screeching. Could you turn your volume down?
Okay, so
I mean, you should convince us if you think it's true. If you think it's true.
I don't.
Oh,
so all right, Cube. There are sounds like you've got some audio issues, but this is the topic of the show. Is the reason why. So people are joining us to try to convince us, and that's it. It's a voluntary thing. If you don't want to try to convince us, then we should move on to the next guest.
Yeah, I guess. But
okay, thank you very much.
I don't want to convince you guys.
Okay, well, thank you very much for joining us. It was nice chatting with you.
You as well.
Our next guest is ZeroG. I just have to find them here in the audience. Discord has moved things around on me here. There's ZeroG, moving right up to the top. ZeroG, thank you very much for joining us. The topic, as I'm sure you know, is to convince any of us that a god or a goddess exists. Welcome.
Hey, how's my volume?
Good.
Let me change my settings because Discord's playing through my speakers.
If you could turn your volume up about 10%, that would be great, but I think it's fine.
All right, how about now, guys?
That sounds great.
All right, sorry, for some reason it's still playing through my speakers. Hold on, I apologize. I wasn't ready for this. So, all right. Can I get a mic check real quick?
Your mic just suddenly got better. You're doing great.
Okay, there we go. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I was playing through my speakers on my headset, so I was trying to figure out. So I took notes. Like many people here, I'm not sure exactly where I want to start, but I think I want to start with questions, kind of open to everybody. So in my opinion, these are theories that people believe, or they're faith arguments, like the Big Bang. Life evolved over millions of years from single-celled organisms, and also this is kind of a sidebar. We can edit DNA today, CRISPR, stuff like that, but we also have big concerns. And the scientific community definitely has big concerns about why we shouldn't toy with DNA because we don't know the downstream effects necessarily and how those things translate over time. So those are kind of questions, but it's. Yes, go ahead.
I'd like to address those two things. The second one there, you're talking about how modifying DNA can affect things downstream. That isn't. Sorry.
That's a third point. I guess it's 3 points. Big Bang, life evolved over time, single-celled, and then edited DNA.
Okay, so the third one then. Sorry, thank you for correcting me. That is in the realm of ethics, and I'm not really sure how that fits into the topic here. The first one you were saying, maybe just quickly review the first point again.
Yeah, basically, I kind of want to start with these questions. So they're theories that people believe in, or they're faith arguments, in my opinion. The Big Bang.
Whoa.
Big Bang. I just wanted to clarify.
Zero. I'm sorry. I gotta jump in there.
Go ahead, Warren.
You said there are theories that people believe in that you consider to be faith-based arguments. So,
yes.
What is your definition of a scientific theory?
And before we go, I just wanted to address the first point quickly. The Big Bang theory has been updated by Hawking and Penrose to conform more with quantum physics. So they talk about there being multiple Big Bangs rather than just one. But go ahead, JL.
Yeah. So, like, what definition of like a scientific theory are you operating off of?
Well, my general understanding is you propose a hypothesis and then you test for it.
Okay, so a scientific theory is the best explanation for a phenomena. That's essentially that's what it is, completely watered down. It's the best explanation we have for phenomena that is observed.
Right.
So, and when I'm talking about observed, I'm talking about, in the scientific sense, observation means to measure. So, the scientific terminology there. So, when you talk about it, when you're equating theories to faith-based, that's really wrong. That's just straight up wrong. Because faith is defined as doesn't have evidence to support. It's belief without evidence. So theory is like the explanation for a thing. And like when you're talking about cosmology, the Big Bang cosmological model is based upon the evidence. And when you're talking about evolution, we know more about evolution. We understand evolution. We know more about it than we know about gravity. So like virtually every single field of physical science out there comes down to the whole body of evidence comes down to evolution. So these are not faith-based.
Warren, you think we have more scientific evidence or understanding of evolution than we do gravity?
Yes.
Oh, that's an interesting take. I'll accept it.
So for one, we don't fully understand the full mechanism behind gravity. We understand the effects of it, and we have a good model that can allow us to make predictions off of gravity. So we understand some of it, but we don't fully understand the entire mechanism behind gravity. However, evolution in and of itself, just the process of evolution, we know more about that than we do about gravity. We've observed it in the lab, we've observed it in nature, we have induced it in other species, we've induced it in ourselves. We understand these things. It's irrefutable. It's like,
there's micro and macro here, right? Because obviously micro we understand, but do we really understand macro? Like we came from single cell.
We do. We do. Micro and macro. Micro and macro. So micro evolution is just talking about evolution within 3 generations. Macro evolution is talking about evolution beyond 3 generations, both of which we have observed. Micro just leads to macro.
In the lab and in nature.
In the lab and in nature.
Yeah.
So we have to make sure that we're utilizing these terms, because I'm gonna be honest. I'm just gonna be straightforward here. A lot of creationists or a lot of anti-evolutionists or people who want to question evolution, there's 2 mistakes they're making. One, the biggest mistake is they use a lot of scientific terminology that they don't fully understand what the definitions of those terms are. And so they use them incorrectly. And 2, they make the assumption that evolution and God are mutually exclusive, which they are not.
And that's what I was going to say. So God and scientism are often played off of one another as if they're mutually exclusive.
So, which they're not. Just because we've demonstrated, we know that evolution is true. Okay, we've observed it, we've induced it. We can control it. We understand everything about evolution. Just because that doesn't disprove God. Okay, it just disproves the creation narrative of Genesis. But even if we disprove the Bible, that still doesn't disprove God. It could just mean God exists, but we screwed up the Bible. So these things are not mutually exclusive concepts. And if you're going to use scientific terminology, you have to make sure that you're using them correctly. So that's my only point there, is like we got to make sure that we're using the correct term, the correct definition of scientific theory. Theory is not like, I have a theory, that's essentially a hypothesis. So you got to say, we're using theory correctly, we're using micro and macro evolution correctly, we're using these terms correctly. What exactly is speciation? Stuff like that. So just making sure we're on the same page.
Right. And I respect that. And I'm going to back away from that argument because, again, it's not my field of research. It's not my field of study. So I can't argue. And so I'm just going to take you at your word and let the audience decide. I'm curious what you think of this quote. want to try to summarize it, but I don't know if I can. So this argument, in the 17th and 18th centuries, the philosophy of empiricism, the belief all knowledge is discovered through our physical senses, began to take hold in the hard sciences, and exclude God from any discussion regarding the physical world. This is a vital stage in our history that led us to divorce between science and religion. It was the very belief that God inspired scientific discovery because people believed the universe was created through intelligence. This means that there was logic and order to the world that made scientific discovery possible in the first place. And sadly, over time, a rift formed between these two. And so I think that kind of goes to what you were saying, that these are not mutually exclusive, but that we do have kind of a dogma that's developed on both sides of it. And they seem to be in contention with one another when they don't necessarily have to be. And I feel like in a lot of these arguments so far with atheists in general and against religious people and vice versa, that we do get very dogmatic and become mutually exclusive. So that's kind of what I've seen in these arguments so far. And so I kind of want to circle back to where I made my earlier points when I was writing down. So the hardest part for me in finding my faith was humbling myself. I went on the path of prove me wrong for about 15 years. They got me nowhere. Basically, I challenged everybody. I was baptized and raised Catholic, but I challenged everybody for about 15 years when I lost my belief in religion or faith or God. And I always constantly used it as like a weapon or a bludgeon. I was constantly attacking people like, prove me, kind of like we're doing here. And until I humbled myself and set aside my ego and my radical rationalism that I needed proof, I never really actually found my faith in God and the tenets of most religions share general tenets of craftiness. Thanks, Jump. I appreciate you. So I see religion. I see the faith. I see the relationship with God as a relationship between like a father and son. If my son comes to me in an arrogant manner, I'm going to be less prone to entertaining it. And if he humbles himself and asks for my advice, I'm much more likely to guide him. And if I kind of said this in the chat a little bit ago. Let me find it if you don't mind.
Is this just preaching? Like, you haven't presented any evidence. Science isn't faith.
Okay.
All of the science is based on evidence. That's why we don't believe in a God.
Okay, Jump. And I respect
I
that.
had a question as well, because you said if I was a father, I would such and such. If I was a father, I would my child know that I exist.
I am a father, and if my kids came to me in an arrogant fashion, that's the best time to give them some guidance and help them get back on the right path in the way I see it. But I agree with T-Jump here. We do need to get to how to convince us that a deity exists.
Okay. Then I'll do that and I'll sign off. My point is, as I said, I circled back. As I went through the same processes you're going through of challenging religion and faith, there's not a damn thing anybody could say to me that would have convinced me otherwise, until I actually went and looked for it myself and humbled myself and set aside my ego and my radical rationalism. That's really all I have to say. I'm not going to be able to convince atheists. I already know this.
Zero, if I can ask a question real quick. You said that at a point you lost your faith and then you refound it.
Yes.
Okay. So if you already had these beliefs and then you drop them, you still had knowledge and you still previously had, then something convinced you otherwise. That means that you were convinced by something that you experienced or what you consider to be evidence convinced you that what you once believed was correct, and then you reversed your position again. So my question is, how did you determine that wasn't confirmation bias?
It's very difficult growing up in the societies that grow up in the world to be completely divorced from these ideas and theories in the first place. So it's kind of hard. I mean, I understand what you're asking, but there's no real, I mean, unless I don't think there's a society on the planet that people don't have faith in something metaphysical that they can't prove.
Well, to be clear, there are societies where they don't have a belief in any deities, such as the Paraha people. So I can go that far at least.
Yes, you can, but we're again working with the minority. And what he asked
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It makes the point.
I get what you're saying, but what Warren actually asked was, how did I come from one position, move to another, and then back? I grew up in I grew up in a society where I couldn't be divorced from these ideas because they exist. That's what a lot of our societies were built on, is these faiths. And
that's what I was pointing out, Zero. I was pointing out because of that fact. How did you determine that what convinced you the second time that would convince you to become a theist again? How did you know? How did you determine that wasn't confirmation bias?
I'm not religious. I look for the moral teachings. So that aside, I circled back to it because of the path that I was walking. This nihilistic, lack of grounding in any moral or ethical code led me back to a faith. God, I call it intervention, divine intervention. I call it divine influence in my life, guiding me back on the path. And once I accepted the teachings, it's just like if I go to a professor and I don't listen to anything he fucking says, and I just challenge him constantly, but don't actually listen, he's never going to be able to convince me of anything, because I've chosen to not listen or to follow his teachings. And so for me, when I decided to actually open myself, humble myself, set my ego aside, I was able to find a peace in my life that I didn't have otherwise, when I was constantly looking and challenging and fighting against it. Like,
Zero, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Can I ask you a question? Because I've heard so many buzzwords that I've heard from Christian apologists websites.
I've heard a lot of buzzwords from you guys too.
That are completely incorrect. So I don't want to mislabel or misrepresent you. What I would be interested in, when you say I humbled myself, what does that actually mean? What did you do?
I tried to do my best to explain how I was not humble before, and I was arrogant and bombastic and arguably blaspheming.
That doesn't clarify the thing at all.
Okay.
If I ask you, what did you do to humble yourself?
He stopped at Peter.
Explaining that you weren't humble before.
Peter, he stopped asking questions.
No, I stopped attacking. I was on an attack mode. I was in an attack mode to try to get the answers that I was looking for, instead of humbling myself and asking. Does that make sense?
What do you mean by what do you mean in an attack mode?
The radical atheist attack mode that is, present in atheism, where you have to always attack from a rational sense of like, I need facts, I need to hear.
That is completely incorrect. That is just mindless babble.
Okay,
sorry,
ZeroG.
I have another word for it.
ZeroG. What you're doing now is you're taking a whole demographic of people who don't believe in deities, and you're saying that we all attack people all the time. There are many atheists who don't engage in debate, who just live their lives, and that's that. So I definitely have to push back against that misconception.
Can I make 3 points?
Yeah, go ahead, Jefferson.
So it's not uncommon to hear Christians or any people of beliefs, especially the Abrahamic gods, talk about humbling themselves. But the issue about that being presented to skeptics is, one, if you're saying, well, what that sounds like, the implicit subscription for us is that we need to humble ourselves, which sounds like that our position, whatever our positions are as atheists, is one that is biased in some way by ego. Two, the other problem that I have with what you went on to say was that, well, if I think I just lost my train of thought.
No, I get what you're saying.
The biggest one being is that you're already starting from a touchy spot by saying, in my own subjective experience, I was a lot more prideful and a lot more arrogant as a believer than I was when I was an atheist. I can honestly give the exact same testimony for my deconversion that you're giving to your reconversion back to the faith. Exactly. I humbled myself, and I stopped attacking skepticism, and I stopped attacking people who weren't Christians, and started listening to claims from on all sides, and eventually found myself more convinced that a God didn't exist. And then on top of that, this idea of kind of radical rationality, if you're going to, you need to be careful about that, because there's an entire camp of Christians out there that are radical rationalists that are yet barking at skeptics. Guys like Darth Dawkins, J. Robin, these types of people that believe that you can rationalize your way to a belief in God. So I just wanted to put that out there, and I'll be
I appreciate that, and I didn't mean for it to seem like an attack. Like I'm not attacking your ego or.
I don't think that you're attacking. Actually, I wanted to clarify that as well. I just think that the language that you're using in those points is inaccurate when you're trying to address. If anything, the language I think could be misunderstood as an attack against another position or another side, not against me personally. I don't take that personally. I'm just saying that language is loaded with enough ambiguities that it really doesn't get your point across as well as you think it might.
No,
that's why I asked you to clarify what you meant by humbling yourself. Because I'm still not understanding what that means.
I didn't hear any evidence at any point ever.
No, nor did I.
Okay. Then I'll just summarize. The biggest reason for me wanting to jump in is simply that I used to be in this position. I'm no longer there, but I also know that nobody could convince me when I was in this position that you folks are in to come to faith. I had to look for it for myself.
That's wrong because
there's never going to be any evidence that's sufficient for you ever.
No. There is definitely evidence.
You have been convinced.
Hold up, Peter. So you are misattributing your irrationality and your bias to us and all atheists. That's false. There are lots of atheists who can be convinced. I can be convinced. I've told people what would convince me.
Mm-hmm.
We're not irrational like you were. So you attributing your personal biases as an atheist, it doesn't have anything to do with us. I'm still waiting for the evidence. I don't care about your biases. I just want evidence.
I know, but you're never going to get it.
Why?
Because it doesn't exist, because God is imaginary.
Well,
yes.
go T-jump for charitability. Why wouldn't we ever get it zero?
Because you're asking for God to physically manifest itself when almost every faith.
No, hang on.
Jesus Christ.
Peter, let him finish.
1 versus 6, I can't fucking do this shit.
Yeah, Peter,
you're doing this to everybody.
Zero, finish your statement.
Thank you, Warren. My point is, you're asking for physical manifestation of God, and almost every religion that I'm aware of puts God in a metaphysical realm where you can't. And I may be getting the terminology wrong, but he is not in the physical realm. Some religions think he is physical. He is Gaia. He is the trees, etc. So,
can I ask why you are determining what I am asking when I haven't said anything about what I am asking?
Yeah, I would agree with Peter here. So
I'm asking you for your evidence, no matter whether or not it would convince me. I'm asking you for your evidence, and your answer is you're never going to get it because
I answered
you
it,
said
though.
this, which I didn't say. Hold on, you said this. What I didn't say. I'm asking you for your evidence.
I don't think unless I grabbed God by the hand and brought him in front of you that it would ever be sufficient for you. What I'm saying when I humbled myself,
I'm sorry, that dishonest, but we just asked for what convinced you. And if you don't want to tell us what convinced you, then maybe something didn't convince you. I don't know. I have no clue.
Okay, well, when you ask it like that.
One sec, I want to clarify something really quick. So your belief of what will convince us is irrelevant. Your psychological biases don't matter. Evidence is evidence regardless of whether or not people accept it. So you saying that we won't be convinced is just you giving a cop-out that you don't have any evidence. You saying that your God doesn't exist in the physical realm and can't be tested is just you admitting you have no evidence. And I don't care if it's physical. You can give me whatever kind of evidence you want. I just need some evidence to indicate it's not just something in your imagination. If you can't provide that, you have no evidence. So this is something theists do a lot. They try and label the atheist as being biased. Like, no, you just need to present evidence. Like, it doesn't matter if we accept it or not. If you have evidence, it's evidence regardless of whether or not we accept it. Stop making excuses.
Well, all I know is there are millions of people that when they humble themselves before God, their life gets better. And then I know a bunch of atheists who are nihilistic and don't give a shit.
You still haven't explained what humbling is. You still haven't explained what humbling is.
Peter, this whole humbling thing is getting lost in the weeds. The important thing is what Zero just said right here. Humbling themselves before God. That statement alone right there already assumes that God exists for you to humble yourself before.
Exactly.
I appreciate you trying to be charitable, Warren. I really do.
Not a problem. So, but the problem with that, Zero, is if you already assume that God exists for you to be able to humble yourself before him, then how do you determine that the conclusion you're coming to is not confirmation bias? That's the problem, because then you have to justify why I'm holding something, why I'm holding onto a belief when it could be confirmation bias. And then you have to ask, why would a God, in its infinite wisdom and power, require human beings to justify a belief for a bad reason? Confirmation bias is bad because it doesn't get us to the truth. Why would the God, in its infinite knowledge and wisdom, recognizing how bad confirmation bias is, because it can lead you to false conclusions, why would it require confirmation bias in order to believe in it? That doesn't make any sense.
Okay, I want to build on that, if you don't mind, Warren, with you specifically. So if a God exists and he presented himself and he guided you directly, is that necessarily a better version of the world? I mean, do you want to live in a world where the God is all knowing, all controlling, all present in your life, and the only possibility is good?
Why do you keep asking what we want? We don't care about emotional biases.
I don't want to talk to you.
Because you're an idiot.
No, I don't
stop
want to talk
talking
to
about
you.
Emotional biases. I don't care what people want. Give me evidence.
I know you're autistic, and I don't want to talk to you.
Zero.
Get this guy off the stage. This is bullshit.
I would only.
You're a
be
self-admitted autist. Come on, get out of the.
I am.
Zero.
Let's not include some.
Yeah, that's
here. Come on, buddy.
We can't
Well,
go.
I
think by now, Zero, we're done talking to you.
I've just moved ZeroG out of the audience because of that ridiculous slur.
Yeah.
That's unacceptable here.
So
we're going to move on to our next guest here. Unless anybody just wanted to summarize something quickly before we did that.
I think it's
Jail's
more
just got a
egregious.
confirmation bias against confirmation bias, and that's circular. So.
I think it's more egregious that he never mentioned any actual factual statements, and the only thing he said is, "What do you feel? This is how I feel. What do you feel?" And that's it. That was the only things he brought up. He brought up no logical evidence whatsoever, and this is the problem with those kinds of religious arguments, is that there's nothing there. Like just saying you feel or you have a bias, and well, I just lost my bias, and that's how I accepted the true faith. That's not evidence. Literally none of that is evidence. None of that is actually rational or logical at all. It's just gibberish.
I kind of wanted to point out that his, in asking JL like what he wants or what we want, let's say that we were charitable with him and we followed that particular line of questioning. If I say, yeah, actually I do, I want to know that God's there, I want to believe in that, but I've humbled myself and I still don't get it, right? Do you want me to then acknowledge belief in something? Do you want me to lie? Right? Like you could want that type of deity as much as you want, but not be convinced it's there. No amount of humbling is going to get you there, and then you have to turn to the believer and say, okay, what's my next step? Because let's say that I'm convinced that your deity is real and that I need to be convinced that he's real and confess that with my mouth in order to be saved, or I'm going to the pokey hot torture place. Well, they've got nothing. If I'm not convinced they have nothing, they just come back and say, you're not humbling yourself enough, or fake it till you make it, or some other nonsense like that.
Here's the thing. He said, at some point, I started humbling myself, and I decided to not be arrogant anymore. Then he comes into this chat, is not humble at all, and is arrogant, and that is supposed to convince us that he made the right choice. That is going to put us off even more than we are already.
Peter, are you saying...
If you want to convince us, let's have a decent and cordial conversation without having your ego getting in the way and thinking that you are better now you found a God, because you're not. You're the same person.
I got to stop you there. Like, it did sound like it started off cordial. I think he was making the effort.
It did.
I'm okay if people have the attitude that they are better than us, as long as they're able to convince us. That's the important thing. Whether they're arrogant is irrelevant in this topic, I think. But when he went to resorting to using the word autist as a pejorative, as a derogatory thing, that was it. He's out. This kind of stuff is not acceptable.
Maybe it's just me. I don't want to be arrogant when I have these conversations with believers, and I would really like to, because we had a guest just before this we could have a cordial conversation with, even when we disagreed, and I just DM'd him because I want to continue that conversation.
We had quite a few guests like
attitude.
Damn, I really wanted to know why his. I really wanted to know why his God requires the absolute worst in human reasoning in order to believe that it exists. That's
exactly.
I want to know.
Tell us. The next speaker.
Yeah.
We're going to go to our next. Sorry, go with Jefferson. Last word, and then we're going to go to our next presenter.
Yeah, I just got to get going. But it's been nice being here. Thanks for having me on, guys, and have fun.
Thank you, Jefferson.
Take care, Jefferson.
And
Take
hello
care,
to
everybody.
And hello to Jack Burton and IX, by the way. You guys joined in along the way. Yeah. I'm going to bring in our next in the queue, who is RNG Base. Hello, RNG Base. Welcome. And the topic, of course, as I'm sure you know, is to try to convince us that a god or a goddess exists. What say you, sir?
I say it's fine. Hey, how are you guys doing?
Pretty good.
All right, I have a couple of points to make, I think, before we start.
Okay, make them quick.
Yeah, the points where you said a god or a goddess exist. I do not believe God has a gender, first of all. It's not something...
And we'll use the word deity. That's fine.
God is fine also, but it doesn't refer to a male god or a female god.
Okay, that's fine.
Next.
Yeah. Second point, I think Peter G. Tucker made... while he was speaking to the second guy, I believe, he said, you believe in a God where if you go to the Arabic world or the Middle Eastern world, these guys would not believe in the same God as you do, right? Did you make that claim, Peter? Or?
Yes, and I can elaborate on that because I host a show about the Quran, and I've read the Bible myself twice, cover to cover. So those two books are not the same. They make contradicting claims. So to me, and that is completely personal. If the God of the Quran is real, then he's not the God of the Bible. If the God of the Bible is real, then he's not the God of the Quran. So that is what I meant when I said two different gods. I do know that all three main religions basically worship the same God.
Okay.
But to me, there's a big distinction.
It's a simple question. What do the Bibles say about the Father, as in the Arabic text? Since you study and have this show and stuff in the Quran, what does the actual Christians that live there are? The Arabs are either Arabs is not a religion. Arabs is an ethnic race where they can be Muslim, they can be atheist, they can be Christians. What do Arab Christians? I know. Yeah, what do Arab Christians call the Father in that case?
They call him Allah because that's the word in Arabic for God.
Have you heard of Tafsir Rasag? This is Saida Gawan. He's a Jewish scholar from the 8th century. He wrote the word Allah instead of Yahweh also, in his actual tafsir.
So, but
just to clarify, I think
let's not get stuck on the language, because I think you misunderstood part of what I meant when I said that.
I'll get to this. I'll get to it.
When I was referring to the Arab countries, those are predominantly Muslim countries, and that is the point that I was bringing forth. There's nothing to say about Christians living there, because I know there are Christians living there. One of them is my best friend.
Okay, wait. When you mean
came
Muslim
from Syria,
countries,
so
what Muslim countries do you mean?
The point he made was that there are different religions, that the God they believe in is not identical. They have different properties. That's the only point he made. He didn't mean literally Allah. He meant in Christianity, there's a Trinity. There's God, Jesus, the Holy Spirit. In Islam, there is not the Trinity. Jesus isn't even the God. He's just a prophet. So they're different religions. That was the only point he made. Is there some substantive claim here coming up?
Yes, sure.
I don't think we should linger on this. This is completely unimportant.
Yeah, I'm not. But I think that was a false accusation by saying they don't worship the same God. So
it was a generalization.
I just elaborated on that. He jumped at the same thing by saying the Christians believe in a Trinity.
I'll move on.
So it is a different God.
I will say, I'll say this. I do think that it's fair to regard Allah and the Christian God Yahweh as two separate entities.
Why would you say that?
Oh, no. Let's go to a different point, please. Oh.
Yeah, okay, we'll move on. Because they're from different religions, the way I see it. But okay.
But why would you? Okay. T-Jump made the claim also, or said, have said, according to predictions. Do you consider what? Actually, let me rephrase. What do you guys say about prophecies?
So prophecies would be great evidence if they were real.
Oh, alhamdulillah. Okay.
And I want to add on to that. The prophecy has to be precise.
Yes, I agree.
Not
100%.
something we find in the Bible or the Quran, because they could be fulfilled in many different ways because they're not specific enough.
Okay, so let me start with an example from the Bible, yeah, and then we can move up to the Quran.
RNG. You can pretty much assume that everybody on here is really, really familiar with prophecies in the Bible and all that. You don't have to give an example of one, but here, let me just pose something to you real fast.
Yeah.
If I make a prophecy, okay, if I make a prophecy now, and then the amount of time that takes place in between, for example, if I prophesize that something is going to happen tomorrow, and then it happens, and I made that prophecy based upon my knowledge or whatever, it doesn't matter, and then it happens, is that prophetic? Or if I make a prophecy and it takes place 100 years later, is that prophetic? And then if I make a prophecy and then the group of people that believe that prophecy work towards making it happen, and then it happens, is that prophecy?
Yes, let me tell you. A prophecy I would consider something to be more of an uncommon thing, like such as, let's say, maybe in like 5 years' time, I don't know, the moon would no longer exist. Yeah, something unusual. Yeah.
Yes. So, do you want to give us an example from the Bible and the Quran? Go ahead.
Yeah, and I also want to say it doesn't have to be unusual. The prophecy has to be specific and has to be
I agree.
Worded in a way that it can only point to one particular case and
let him
not
make the argument. Like, stop preempting his argument. Let him make the argument first. Go ahead. Give us the prophecy.
Okay. Alhamdulillah. So, let me open up, give you the chat or the room, the chapter number, so you can put up with me and just read with me. Yeah. What about chapter 30, verse 3? Yeah.
What?
Can you read it for me, T-Jump?
Book.
Quran, Surah 30 in chapter 4, verse 4. Sorry.
Quran 34.
34, yeah.
Prophecy there.
Yeah.
Why don't you just read it out? We'll take you.
Within 3 to 9 years, to Allah belongs the command before and after. That doesn't make any sense. And that day, believers will rejoice.
3, 4. Yeah, 3 and 4. In a nearby land, yet following their defeat, they will triumph. You can. Okay, I'll read it for you. هذا من الشيطان الرجيم. ألف لام ميم. غلبت الروم في أدنى الأرض وهم بعد غلبتهم سيغلبون في بضع سنين لله الأمر من قبل ومن بعد ويومئذ يفرح المؤمنون. So the verse says the Romans have been defeated. It starts with this at verse 2. Verse 3 says, in a nearby land, yet following their defeat, they will triumph. Yeah, within 3 to 9 years. Is this a prophecy precise enough for you, Peter the Tucker?
No, and I can tell you why. Because if your God existed, he would know exactly in which country, and he would know
exactly
at what time.
Yeah. Do you know what
in a nearby country leaves it open to multiple events. That is why this is not a prophecy.
Yeah. Do you know what's the word nearby in Arabic means? It means adna. The word adna can translate to a nearby land or the lowest of land. Lowest of land. What is the lowest of land, as you know of?
It's where I come from. The Netherlands.
You realize, RNG, that doesn't work because you just said that there's 2 possibilities there, which means it's open to interpretation, which means it opens the field. It opens the field of interpretation even wider.
Can I click
bigger
to one
problem.
guy and not five?
Bigger problem here.
But
So
let him go with this because I live in the Netherlands, which literally in my country translate to the lowest land, and our land is below sea level.
I'm talking about I'm talking sea level. How many meters are you below sea levels now?
We're 7 meters, I think.
The point here is that nowhere does it say in the Quran the lowest point is sea level. That's not a thing.
Jump, let him go. Let him go for a minute.
Can I? Yeah. Okay.
So what happened in my country? What happened in my country?
Why do you say your country? First of all, why do you say your country? Is your country the lowest?
Because we're the lowest country on the planet.
No, you're not. Jericho is.
Well, what?
Jericho is. Jericho, the town Jericho near the Dead Sea, Israel, Jerusalem, Palestine right now. Do you know of? 430 meters below sea level.
Okay.
Yeah, just open up Wikipedia and look it up.
I get to finally say this word. Djibouti. That's the lowest country on Earth.
What's the sea level there?
Well, again, the country of Djibouti is negative
Why?
153 meters.
153. I'm telling you, Dead Sea is 424 meters.
So again,
no,
none of this matters.
Hold on. I need to clarify a little bit because Jerusalem nor the Dead Sea is a country.
What Jericho is, isn't it?
Nor is Jericho. Jericho is not a country.
What is Jericho?
This is evidence. It does not say the lowest sea level country. It says a word which you can interpret in the lowest sea level way. It doesn't actually say the lowest sea level point. They didn't even know what the lowest sea level was. They didn't know what sea level was. They couldn't measure it. Doesn't say that anywhere in the Quran. That's not a prediction. Also, it said from 3 to 9 years. That's a 6-year period where wars were completely ubiquitous. They happened every single year. So the fact that they were going to win one is not a prediction at all. It's extremely common. And a 6-year time period is not precise. Nothing about that is a precise prediction.
T-Jump. Okay. T-Jump. Do you know how the war went? The Roman and the Byzantine Empire. Do you know how the war went? First of all,
for many of them, what does that have to do? This is not a prediction.
I'm just asking you a simple question. Do you know?
It's not a prediction. Make an argument. Stop asking questions. Make an argument.
I am.
What's your argument?
What was the size of the army of the Byzantine Empire?
I don't know, and I don't care. What's the argument?
Why didn't you care?
What is the argument? Stop asking questions. Make an argument.
Why are you talking to me in an aggressive way?
Why are you asking questions? Make an argument.
I am making an argument.
Okay, what's your argument? Stop asking questions. Make the argument.
Okay, my argument is this is a clear prophecy from the Quran shows you that the Romans will triumph again after their loss, their defeat, in the lowest land possible on earth, within 3 to 9 years,
The 6-year period, so it's not precise. Lowest land can be interpreted in many ways. It doesn't say Romans. All of that's ambiguous. None of that's a prediction. Next.
Yeah. Okay.
Nothing about it is clear.
Let me give you a good prediction. Let me give you
one. I'll do it.
Let me give you a good prediction. A good prediction is from the Bhagavad Gita, where it said the age of the earth is 4.3 billion years old. That's a damn good prediction. It's precise, gives an exact number, and it's pretty much accurate.
Is it exact?
No, it's very, very close. So it's closer than yours.
Okay, that's not.
Yours says,
No.
Wait.
No. Wait. I just want to make a point.
Okay,
go on.
Let me finish. So that is like the closest prediction of the age of the earth anyone has ever made. That's extremely precise. Yours is gibberish. 3 to 9 years. That's a 6-year period in a place where wars are ubiquitous.
Okay,
that's
6-year period.
Precise.
You flip over 6-year period, but when he makes a prediction about 4.3, well, it's 4.6 by 200 million years. That's a good prediction.
Again, so percentage-wise, that's extremely accurate. Yours is extremely garbage. So wars, which happen all the time, which is very, very easy to predict, you're going to win or lose a war in a 10-year period. That's easy. Predicting the age of the earth is extremely hard. So being within that age, that like level of accuracy is extremely good. That's an extremely good prediction. Saying that like somebody's going to have a war in 3 to 9 years is nothing. That happens all the time.
Especially if it's the Roman Empire. Especially if it's the Roman Empire, which was a conquesting. Especially if it's the Roman Empire, which was a conquesting republic, which was typically at war at pretty much all the varying areas of its front as it expanded. That's
So
not a prediction. It's an
clarify.
observation.
Oh, can I?
Wait, let me finish.
I don't
Let me
know.
finish.
You guys,
both
everyone
interrupted. Let me
finish.
finish. Holy shit! Let me finish.
Finish
So,
then.
if you make a prediction of something that happens all the time, that is a bad prediction. Like if I predict the sun's going to rise tomorrow, predicting war in the Middle East is like predicting the sun's going to rise tomorrow. Nothing special. If you predict the age of the Earth, which is extremely difficult to predict and has a 14 billion year time span, the fact that you get that close is extremely impressive. Hindus make a good prediction. Yours is garbage.
Okay. Since you said mine is garbage, show me authentication for that prediction, right? It's only fair, right?
So hold on.
Wait. No, you can't. I want to.
Hold on.
No. That's not fair. That's not fair, is it?
Please let me interject.
RNG asked a question. What was the question?
Let's go back and have a cordial conversation.
Let T-Jump's dealing. Let the T-Jump handle this.
RNG, you asked me a question. You said something about confirmation, something.
Yeah. I said I could go right down now a sentence that predicts something that nobody could have known, and I can attribute it to any book in the world, right? Without authentication. Show me authentication of that specific prophecy you have told about. Go on.
Well, it's in the original manuscripts of the Hindu documents. Like that's like, you want me to like literally pull them up? Like if you can Google it yourself. Yes. Like there's no debate.
Link me. You have said you studied this. You have seen this, right? Show me.
Yes,
I came here prepared.
Translation.
I came here prepared. I can show you manuscripts. I'm here to show you manuscripts. I don't mind.
In Hinduism, yeah, there's no ambiguity here. Like this is not something that needs to be debated. You can literally just look it up in every single document.
Could you find this and post it in chat so can everybody see it? See how Hinduism is very good and actually the right religion, since that is the case. And if it's a good wait,
no sir, RNG, stop.
Randolph, which chat?
You legit just like
hang up.
Straight you straight up into you just flipped the table right there because you pretty much just went after it. All T-Jump was bringing up was that one particular group made a better prediction that is more precise than yours did. Okay, that's all he was bringing up. You immediately jumping to the conclusion that Hinduism is the right religion, is the better religion.
Yeah, but wait. Let me say, because he said himself, if I see predictions, I would take this for granted, right? T-Jump?
Evidence. Predictions is evidence, correct?
Yeah, you said that's the evidence. So is that not enough evidence for you to believe in Hinduism?
Oh, that's most likely just a lucky guess, but it is evidence. It's better than your evidence.
Okay. The thing is, I literally have around 200 prophecies, and I can literally start giving you one by one. No worries.
All right, I'm going to stop this because you've...
Randolph, but this is not fair.
RNG Base, you've provided a prophecy that didn't work out. We have limited time because there's quite a few people waiting to get in here. If you want to make one more point, that would be fine. Let's try to keep the time down on this, and you can go back and forth to T-Jump on this, I think is what you want to do, right?
Can I ask a question before I make another point?
Sure, make it quick,
Yeah. So I'm here talking about pulling scripts instead of telling you subjective feelings of I have seen God in a dream, or I feel that it's a feminine, powerless God or some shit. I don't know, man, Yeah, and I'm here pulling up verses, and I'm trying to have a fruitful discussion with you guys. And you're trying to tell me of this stuff. Dude, what is this? Can I make my point? And I've been here for like literally 12 minutes. Everybody has been here for like 30 minutes on the stage at least. Can I make a few points, please?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying is we want to make sure we're mindful of the time because it sounds like we're getting in depth. You mentioned that you've got over 200 prophecies. We don't have time to go through 200 of them.
I'm not gonna get you 200 on stage.
RNG, why don't you bring your best instead of bringing 200? What do you personally think, is the best and most accurate prophecy you can find in the Quran?
I think they're all pretty accurate. I'll give you one. Okay.
Give me your best. The most accurate. Yeah, the best is a good thing. Yes. Give us the best one that you can think of.
Okay. Sahih Hadith, Muslim 2955p. The Hadith says the earth would consume all of son Adam except his tailbone. From it was he created, and from it he will be recreated on the day of resurrection. Yeah.
Say that again slower, please.
I didn't get the first part. Can you say that again?
Okay. It is Sahih Hadith.
Might be a language problem with me.
Yeah, Sahih Hadith means an authentic hadith from the book Muslim, called Muslim. It is in number 2955.
Just read the quote. We don't need to read the quote.
But he's asking me about this part.
I'm also objecting because now you're reading from a hadith. There are thousands of hadiths, and those are pretty much irrelevant because those are explanations of people who have read the Quran and are elaborating on it. I'd be more interesting because the Quran is the book that is inspired by your God. I'd be more interested in what he had to say instead of what people who interpreted the book their way had to say.
If it makes prophecies, it works.
No, I'm just saying the hadith.
Peter, I don't care.
I'm just saying the hadith has no
it doesn't
weight.
matter. If he makes successful predictions, it doesn't matter which book it's in. Tell me what the prediction is.
I'm sorry.
It does matter because the hadith has no bearing on Islam.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, Peter. If he has predictions, those are good evidence. What is the prediction? Please read it again.
I disagree with that. I will read that. I disagree with Peter's definition, but yeah, I will read the hadith. The hadith says the earth would consume all of son of Adam.
Slowly, please. Slowly.
Yeah, sure. The earth would consume all of the son of Adam except his tailbone. From it he was created, and from it he will be recreated.
Okay, how is that a prediction of anything?
Okay, I would say, what is the first development you see in a non-miscarriage embryo?
Well, so
what is the first symptom?
When it says it consumes the blood of Adam, that's ambiguous. So anything that's ambiguous can't be a prophecy or a prediction. Has to be specific. Has to specifically say something. That is ambiguous because it can be interpreted in many, many different ways. So that isn't a successful prediction. Successful prediction is like the Hindu, which gives you an exact number. It says 4.3 billion. That's prediction. You said,
and also when it comes to miscarriages, you have miscarriages at every stage of a pregnancy. So there's nothing that they all have in common.
Okay. So I said, what if you have a miscarriage, you would like a symptom in the few 15 days of the earliest embryo stages, right? I didn't mention having miscarriages I didn't talk about miscarriages. I said, what is the first symptom you would need to have to not have a miscarriage, right? This is what I said.
It doesn't say that anywhere in the quote. So your quote does not predict anything. You're ambiguating it.
Okay, guys. I don't know. This is literally, this is literally just okay. I'll move on. Okay. Do you guys have familiarities with the Rosetta Stones?
Yep.
Okay. Do you know when the pyramid text was translated?
I know lots of things. Would you have an argument?
Yes.
We're kind of shotgun blasting points here, and I don't think it's fair to the other people in the queue that want to get up here.
Yeah, I think we've pretty much exhausted this. We've gone through a few prophecies, and I've not been convinced by them. It's obvious T-Jump hasn't been.
Grindstones too. Come on.
What? Why was it so hard to listen to me? Like literally, you couldn't let me make one point.
Actually, you made a number of points.
Yeah, you made a few points, buddy.
Yeah, so we're going to move on to the next next audience member. Thank you for joining us, RNG Base. The next person joining us is an atheist. His name is God420. God420, welcome. And
a leper.
Hello, how you doing?
Good. What do you have to say?
I was wondering to see if RNG could actually convince me that his God is correct.
Oh, RNG. Oh, well, you'll have to engage with him on that separately. Is that just the reason why you joined us?
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll wait until the next theist comes up if you want.
Okay, so we're going to thank you for joining us, God420. Appreciate your time. We're going to move on to the next guest, who is Zizo. Where is Zizo here? I'm trying to... Darn, this moves things around again. I am trying to find Zizo here. Zizo. I apologize. I cannot find Zizo.
He jumped off the queue. So.
Oh, no wonder. Okay, so we're going to go with Kyrie, and I don't see Kyrie on here either. Okay.
People are, if you like
Boomerstein.
leave and join the queue, it puts you back, resets you to the bottom.
Oh, I keep a separate queue. We're going to go with Boomerstein next. I hope I'm pronouncing this name correctly. Boomerstein, welcome. As I'm sure you know, our subject here is to try to convince any of us that a god or goddess exists. How are you? Welcome.
Good. I know half of you already.
What's up, Boomer?
So, you know what? I just want to point this out because I feel like you guys didn't catch on with the Muslim guy from before. He was going to point to the Byzantine Sassanids fighting the Arabs, and then he was going to say look how outnumbered they were and how they won and blah blah blah. And then he was just like, yeah, because they bribed all the mercenaries. Okay, sorry, I just had to get that out. Any reason, and this is going to be kind of a weird question for you guys, I think, but why deny deism?
I would reject the existence of any god because all human concepts start off as imaginary until demonstrated otherwise. So until positive evidence is given, it's rational to conclude all conceptions of a god are purely just imaginary. So anything you can think of until evidence is provided is probably just a thing in your imagination. That's why you would reject deism.
Yeah, that's fair. I just wanted a reason. Because I've asked JL a bunch of times and he's never given me an answer. Sorry to throw you under the bus
Randolph,
like that.
Randolph,
It's
can
true.
you check DM, please?
I've answered that question. Because
You've never answered it to me.
Oh, well, I have answered that question. I don't accept supernatural explanations for things. It's pretty much
Okay,
along the
that's
same
fair.
lines as T-Jump.
Okay, that's fair. I just wanted to get a reason. I don't really have to agree with it.
Cuz potato.
Ah, yes.
Well, why don't
Because
JL and
42.
T-Jump just go on agreeing with each other about everything? Jeez.
Yeah.
Because reason.
Okay, you can throw me down now.
Oh, gladly. Let me do it. Hold on. Ugh.
Into the lion pit with you.
Okay, so we're going to go on to our next guest here, who is, hope I'm saying this right, Abu Akhtab. They'll have to correct me on this if I can find them in the list here. This Discord really needs to work
He
on
took off. I
Oh,
got. Are you going off the?
Haroscoes. Haroscoes would be next. Haroscoes. Where's Haroscoes?
I got it.
Haroscoes. HAI. There we go. Welcome, Haroscoes. Thank you for joining us. As I'm sure you are aware, our topic is to try to convince any of us that a god or a goddess exists. Welcome.
Yeah, I would like to start off by prefacing and asking a question, if it would be too charitable to ask, if I could speak to one person in specific throughout the course of this entire discourse.
Sure.
Okay, so can everybody else sort of mute themselves and under no circumstance speak up? And I regard one person in very specific.
I might speak up if I have to clarify something, or any of us might, but generally we'll let you just focus with one person. Go ahead.
All right, seems good. Is it okay if I pick someone out in specific that I'd like to debate or talk to?
Yeah,
sure.
Okay, so JL Warren.
What's up?
From what I've seen in you, you seem like probably one of the more open to new ideas kind of a person in this chat. So I'd be interested in talking to you in specific. Now, I have studied quite a bit on Christian apologetics.
Mm-hmm.
Now, one of the specific areas in which I find to be the most profound when it comes to proving the existence of God is like the Muslim guy said in the past. He said prophecy. Now, I believe Muslim prophecy, a lot of it's ambiguous. A lot of it's just kind of dumb, and it doesn't make any sense. Now, there are specific prophecies in the Bible which do have set time locked periods in which these things would have to transpire and for them to be considered prophetic. Otherwise, the entire religion would just go to nothing and it would be moot.
Like the destruction of Tyr?
Well, that one didn't have a specific time in which it was supposed to transpire, so I don't know if I'd say that.
But it never happened. Right?
Well, I don't know too specifically on that, but I'd like to
Well, that's
redirect.
like the biggest one that always comes to mind when you're talking about biblical prophecy. So the
Yeah, biblical prophecy. I'm not talking about that one though. I want to refer to another one.
Okay, go ahead.
Have you ever heard of the prophecy within the 9th chapter of Daniel called the Daniel 70 weeks prophecy?
Oh, what's the chapter and verse?
Daniel chapter 9, verse 24 through 27. It's
70,
a very hyper-specific.
The 70 weeks are decreed?
Yeah, it's a very hyper-specific prophecy that goes really into detail of what's supposed to happen. It talks about
the 77s are decreed. The 70 essentially what they assume they're talking about 70 weeks because technically it's 77s are decreed for your people in your holy city to finish transgression, to put an end to sin, to atone for wickedness, to bring in everlasting righteousness. So what about that? Because it's talking about a certain amount of time in order to basically stop doing what they were doing.
Well, if you look at the Masoretic texts, and this is why I like using the King James Version of the Bible. It was compiled by a bunch of Orthodox Jews and preserved. So presumably they'd have a bias against what this would prove. Now, what exactly it proves is the exact year the Messiah would die on over the course of about 500 or 700 to 500 years.
That's a big window.
No, because it says like specifically when it would happen though. So yes, it is a big window, sure, but seemingly there is no reason for this or possible method by which they would use to accomplish the fulfillment of this prophecy, especially because it works against them.
Well, there's two issues there. One is specificity, which is what T-Jump brought up. T-Jump and both Peter brought up talking with the previous guy.
Yeah.
Is that specificity is really important. And there's also the issue that if this knowledge is known, as was the oral tradition that was passed down until it was written down, if this knowledge is known as part of like what their biblical prophecy is or what their prophecy was before it was written down, because it was just the oral tradition, then how do you account for groups taking strides or making concerted efforts to bring this to fruition? Because remember, the longer amount of time between the actual making of the prophecy and the time that it takes place, especially if I give like such a large window in which it could take place, that means I've got a lot amount of time that as long as it occurs within that window, then technically I'm correct. So if I say next year, if I say like next year, I'm going to do an action, and as long as or say I'm going to do an action within a year, and as long as I do that action within 365 days, technically did I prophesize it? But even more so, what I brought up with the other dude is that when there are groups that are making concerted efforts to make it happen. In other words, like directing events to make it come true. Now, if there is a group which there are groups, working in concert to make these things happen, does that make them prophecies?
Well, first of all, I don't think crucifying or rather publicly executing the leader of your religious organization in the most cruel and suffer-inducing manner possibly would be something that you'd work in favor of. Nor do I think these people specifically were hyper-focused on this prophecy being fulfilled in this exact moment.
But wouldn't it behoove Christ to act in a behavior that would result in that and allowing him to fulfill that prophecy? Because Christ himself, if he existed, would be aware of the oral traditions of his people. And so he would be aware of what that would be. And so he himself was convicted of the crime of heresy and claiming to be king. And so essentially that's why he was crucified. That's why he was essentially judged and why he was crucified in the end. And the problem is that if he is aware of this and he believes a thing and he walks around telling people that this is what it is, and he knows full well that this is what's going to happen to him for doing this, which essentially he predicted. So if he knows the results of his actions and then it happens, and he constructed those events, or his disciples constructed those events to make that happen, does that make it prophecy?
Well, first of all, I think that, I mean, even going over the Gospels, and I know this, you might think this is circular logic, but at the same time, historians do take into consideration the emotional state and the psychological state of the people writing these Gospels themselves. And what you'll notice inside of them is that they lose all hope. They basically kind of want to die.
Well, that's
because this
problematic.
happened.
Is how can we speak to the because the people who wrote them weren't there. They were written anonymously. We don't know who wrote them, and they weren't firsthand accounts. So that's what's problematic, is we can't speak to the emotional state of the people depicted in the story because the person who wrote them.
This is kind of a red herring, though.
No, but
This
it's
is kind
not.
of a
It's
red
not
herring,
because we can't draw a conclusion as to the emotional states of the people within the story based upon the account of a person who wrote it decades later, who was never there and never met them.
Yeah, see, the problem
They're
here,
making
though, is
assumptions.
this isn't really addressing the prophecy at hand, though, because the prophecy has a very, very specific time lock of when this thing is supposed to happen. It's not like it's saying, well, over the course of 490 years, this in between this kind of time, it could happen. No, it's saying very specifically on the 69th week, this is supposed to happen.
69th,
Right.
the 69th week from when?
From the
that's where your
from
problem.
the commandment. No, it's not my problem. Let me explain to you. It's from the commandment to restore and rebuild Jerusalem.
And there's no specific time as to when that occurred.
Yes,
That's actually up for debate.
You're going. That's presuppositional, actually, because there is.
No, that's up for debate as to when that actually took place.
No. There's a very specific command to restore and rebuild Jerusalem that was given by King Artaxerxes in his 20th year on 444 BC. Right. That's specifically when this decree was given. Now, very specifically in this decree was the commandment to restore and rebuild Jerusalem. Not only that, but to rebuild the walls, which is a specific component of the prophecy, which isn't fulfilled anywhere else in any other decree to restore and rebuild Jerusalem. So the claim that there is ambiguity here is completely unfounded, and it's presuppositional.
No, it's not. It's judging what different denominations believe about different things and who and what starting points you have. Because there's some people that reject that God would divine anyway, that God would inspire anything through Xerxes. There are people that reject that. Okay, so there is argumentation as to what point you start from, but it doesn't matter. That still injects ambiguity into this. But here's another issue on this: none of this was written down.
No. I want to address what you just said because I don't want to move on from that. I disagree with that highly.
You can't disagree with that.
Make rational. No. You'd have to make rational claim though that God wouldn't work through these people because there's people like Cyrus who God worked through. He was a conqueror.
But you don't know that God worked through Cyrus.
But it says in the scriptures that he did.
It does. But the Cyrus cylinder itself does not.
No, I'm not talking. No, that's ridiculous because it says in the religious scripture itself. You're questioning whether these religious denominations would believe that or not. So that is contingent upon the internal consistency of the Bible itself, not external factors.
Is Cyrus a Messiah?
Cyrus is not the Messiah, no.
Then why is he referred to as a Messiah in the Bible?
Because he's an anointed one.
But there are people who don't believe that he is. And the historical side of Cyrus, and the historical side of Cyrus's cylinder, the proclamation of what he was going to do when he basically took over Babylon, the Cyrus cylinder disagrees with this because he returned the religions and the temple building to all of the people of Mesopotamia because the Jews were not the only ones that were in bondage there. He did it to everybody because Cyrus, part of his campaign, Cyrus was very, very big on allowing the people of an area, allowing native people to continue their own beliefs. He did not force belief onto other people. He allowed them to keep their traditions, to keep their temples, to keep their... The Jews were included in that. It was all the people of Mesopotamia, not just the Jews. But the Bible is a Jewish-centric story. So the Jews interpreted it as if he was speaking to them specifically to allow them to rebuild the temple at Jerusalem, but he wasn't.
Give me a piece of scripture that would say this.
They called him the Messiah.
Where does it say in the text that Cyrus is the Messiah?
They refer to he is the only person other than Jesus to be given the title of Messiah as an anointed one sent by God to liberate the Jews.
Can you
But
give
this
me a piece of
is-
scripture that calls him? No,
Okay.
I want a piece of Old Testament scripture that refers to him as Messiah. I don't think that really even has relevancy to the point at hand.
It does have relevancy to the point. The point is that the Bible is a Jewish-centric story, focused on the Jewish people and their experiences, but it is not reflected in the historical account, like the actual historical account or the archaeological account.
Yeah, but I don't understand though. I don't understand your point here though, because it just says that he was anointed, that God was going to do all of his pleasures through him.
That's what it's talking about. It's talking about
Right.
that Cyrus is the only other person other than Christ himself who was given that title because he liberated the Jews and allowed them to rebuild their temple.
Like a verse that calls him Messiah. Give me a verse that calls him Messiah.
Haro, stop. But Cyrus was the only one given this other than Christ. And the reason
you have yet to substantiate this claim. You're being irrational right here.
No, I'm not.
Please give me a verse that says
Haro, you've got to let me finish, dude. Cyrus liberated all of those people and allowed them to return to their faiths and rebuild their temples. In the Cyrus Cylinder itself, it actually states one of his proclamations was that he was returning the rights of the people of Mesopotamia who were liberated and to do this. That was his whole big thing, because Cyrus, for the time, was incredibly progressive, given the time period. Okay. So the Jews interpreted it as though he was speaking to them. So it's a Jewish-centric story. He restored the Jews' right to rebuild the temple, to rebuild their temple. But he was talking to everyone. The Cyrus Cylinder states that he was speaking to everyone. He wasn't a Messiah. He simply liberated Babylon and then allowed everybody to continue their lives as normal under the new regime. That's it.
Okay.
But the Jews make an assumption about Cyrus with no justification, because he allowed them to continue doing what they were doing. So they assumed that because he did that, he was sent by God or anointed by God to give him the power to restore the Jews.
Okay.
So it's an assumption that's
like
being made. And not to mention, the first big thing when it comes to the prophecy, these things were written down after the fact. So the oral tradition in and of itself is unreliable. The oral tradition passes down for decades, and then someone writes it down from the oral tradition, which essentially is you're relying upon a story that's passed hands over multiple generations, and then all of a sudden you have the story being written down that this was the prophecy, that this is when Christ was killed, this is what was said, and this is the prophecy that came true. How can you trust a prophecy that was written down after the fact by a person who was not present for either of the events, but was only given the information, not even secondhand or third hand, but generationally down the line, in order to confirm the very thing that person believes?
So I would like to redirect the attention to the actual topic at hand, which is on the Daniel 70 weeks prophecy. This has no real relevancy to what we're talking about here. The only reason why this ever was brought up is because you said that certain denominations believe that God wouldn't work through a man like Artaxerxes, and then Cyrus got brought up as an anointed person that would do the pleasures of God. Not only does this not actually threaten the internal consistency of the Bible, because this is pertaining specifically to the Jewish God at their contemporary time.
I'm saying that there's ambiguity in that, and you can't rely on it because it's non-specific. That's what I'm saying.
No one's saying though that proves the existence of God, though. No one's saying that.
No, I'm saying that the prophecy itself cannot be relied upon as evidence. It is insufficient. You cannot draw a conclusion from this. Just like the big defeat. That's why I brought up the siege of Tyre. Tyre has not been destroyed. Tyre was never destroyed. So there you go. And that was prophesied to occur directly, and it never happened.
Listen, okay, I could go on this prophecy of the destruction of Tyre, but I'm not going to, because it's not pertaining to what we're talking about. Okay, like we're talking about the Daniel 70 weeks prophecy. Tell me why a denomination would say God wouldn't work through a guy like Artaxerxes.
Some groups that just don't believe that.
Not only that. No. Let me talk. Hold on. It's not even necessarily that God is working through this man Artaxerxes to make this thing happen, because the guy writing this account is called. Wait, hold on. Let me remember what he was called. He was a biblical figure, anyways. But it gives a specific time frame of when it was supposed to happen, right? He was somebody who is worked through as a biblical figure. So there's not really any claim to be made here that God would work through. Say,
No,
God wouldn't work
that's
through this
not
figure.
the point that I was bringing up. I was bringing up that there is too much ambiguity to give the prophecy any credibility. There's
How?
too much ambiguity.
It's so specific, though.
No, it was specific because it was written after the fact.
After what fact?
This was not written down at the time that it occurred, Harrow. The prophecy
Are you saying that
this was committed to paper after the fact? This was
okay, but here's the
tradition.
thing. That's presuppositional, though, because
No,
that
it's
doesn't.
not. No, it's not. We know archaeologically speaking that these. We know archaeologically speaking that these were written down after the fact. Beforehand, they were oral tradition.
Okay, so let me explain why that's wrong.
So you're saying that they were written down before then?
Yeah, because there's divine authorship involved in it. So it's not like you're understanding. But here's the thing: you're being presuppositional here.
No, I'm not.
By
I'm going
saying,
by the evidence.
No,
the evidence doesn't bear that out.
Be quiet and let me talk for a second, okay? What I'm trying to say here is the reason why you're being presuppositional is because you're assuming that a God doesn't exist and that there's no spiritual factors that come into play in here.
No, I'm not.
But here's the thing.
No, Harrow. No, absolutely not. No, Harrow, I'm not going to Harrow, stop. I'm not going to let that go. I am not presupposing that Harrow. No, you made a claim about me, and I'm not going to let it stand. Disproving the Bible does not disprove God. It would just mean, I mean, it's very possible that God could exist and we just screwed up the Bible. Disproving the Bible doesn't knock down God. Just like proving evolution doesn't knock down God. These are mutually exclusive. These things are not mutually exclusive.
To anything that I'm talking to. That's not pertaining to anything of the conversation.
It is.
The reason why you're being presuppositional is because you imply. No, let me talk.
Yes, you will.
You're getting really defensive here for some reason.
No, I'm not defensive. You made a claim that I'm presupposing that God doesn't exist, and I'm not.
That's not what I said. Oh my goodness.
It is what you said.
No, it's not. I said that you presuppose divine authorship doesn't exist, and that these things wouldn't be preserved by God. You presuppose that.
I'm not presupposing that. I'm saying that there's no evidence to conclude that it does.
Oh my goodness, man. I'm trying to say that if you go through the worldview, that this prophecy is prophesied at point A, is preserved till point B, and then at point C, like 500 years later, this thing is prophesied and it happens, right? It comes to fruition. You can only really disprove the reliability of that by going through the presuppositional position that there is no divine authorship and preservation.
No, I examine the evidence and I come to the conclusion that it is insufficient to determine that divine authorship occurred.
I want to clarify. It sounds like he said that if this was prophesied 500 years ago and then it actually occurred, like it was correct, then if both of those things happen, then the only way to dispute it is to presuppose there is no God or something like that. Is that correct, Harrow?
No, it's to presuppose that God wouldn't have preserved these texts in the first place. But it would have to prove that God preserved these texts for these things to have come to fruition in such accuracy.
No, that's not the way that works.
So you're saying that if there was a prophecy and it came true, the only way that would happen was if God preserved the text?
I'm saying that the Christian worldview, is that God preserved these texts, and that's why they came to fruition in such accuracy.
But they weren't super accurate, and you're presuming that it was kept in line by God.
But they were. Okay, can you explain to me where the ambiguity is here then?
Yes, the ambiguity is that the biggest one is the large window in which it has to take place. It didn't say a specific day, time, or year.
Yes, it did. It
did. What time did it say it was going to take place?
It said 483 years after the commandment to restore and rebuild Jerusalem in their prophetic years that this thing would transpire.
So that's 365 days that it could have occurred. Right?
No, it's not days. It's weeks of years, sevens. That's the original word that's used, but we didn't have one in the KJV dialect to describe that metric of measurement.
And was the year
read it
then?
Again? Can you read
go
the
ahead.
prophecy again?
You want me to read it?
the verse that we can read this from?
Here, I'll just bring it out in my Bible right now. Give me a second.
He mentioned before which Bible verse this is?
Yeah, it's Daniel chapter 9, verse 24 through 27. So it's... Give me a moment.
I mean, it was also just brought up to me. It's also problematic because you're presupposing dispensationalism. So,
Dispensationalism. Do you know what that word means?
yes, I do know what it means.
Okay, so it means that God is talking to a specific people at a certain time, and that the applicability, or the applicability. The applicability of that does not apply to us since it is given at a certain time to a certain people. Now, tell me, how does dispensationalism pertain to the law, or which is of the law? It's a doctrine of the law. How does that pertain to what we're talking about?
That it came from God.
Right, but that's not dispensationalism. That's divine authorship.
Okay, Errol.
So what is the prediction here? 77s are decreed for your people and your holy city to finish transgression. Like, what is this?
It's 70 weeks are determined upon thy people and upon thy holy city to finish transgression and to make an end of sins and to make reconciliation for iniquity and to bring in everlasting righteousness and to seal up the vision and prophecy and to anoint the most holy. Know therefore and understand that from the going forth of the commandment to restore and rebuild Jerusalem unto the Messiah, the prince shall be given 7 weeks and 62 weeks. So that's 69 weeks, right, of the 70 weeks. 69, that would be 483 of their years that they use at the time. And this would have to, and this is the amount of time that it would take, right? Over the course, after.
You said 70
to restore and rebuild commandment to restore and rebuild Jerusalem. This would have to happen.
One second. You said years at the time. Is that different from today's years? Is it like close to?
Yeah, it's different. Their years were 360 days.
Okay, so it's close enough to a year. So
no, it's not. Years? It actually makes a huge difference. Actually,
how many years did you say this was supposed to happen in?
483.
483 years.
Yes.
It's a pretty big spectrum of time. This is not a very precise prediction.
But here's the thing. But that's exactly why it is so precise. It's because it says it is specifically supposed to happen right after this, like right within this 7-week period, or the 7-year period, rather. It is supposed to happen, right? Over the course of these 7 years. If it happens any other point, that's not what it is. It's within these specific 7 years.
What is the 480-year thing?
The 483 years. Now, if you multiply 69 by 7, that's what it would equate to. And since they're using 7s here to describe years, so it would be 69 7s. So if you go over the mathematical process by which you would assert how long it would take, it would equate to 483 years, or at the minimum, if I'm not mistaken, it's 476 years. So it has to happen from 476 years to 483 years after this point of time. Otherwise, it's not prophetic. It has to happen within this specific time. Sorry, what?
What is supposed to happen? What is
it says? The Messiah shall be cut off, which is to say that he will be killed by a government. And that he's going to make reconciliation for sins, meaning he's going to forgive sins. He's going to make an end for sin. And he's going to bring in everlasting righteousness, which is to, I guess that could be sort of...
Not real, because there wasn't any such thing?
Okay, well that's...
So going down it, T-Jump is correct. There's too wide of a window in order to fit this in. 2, you can't discount the possibility.
How wide is the window, do you think?
Arrow, stop. You can't discount
How wide is the window? You can't... No, you got to go over these points individually. How wide is
you said in between 400, it was 77627s. So essentially it was less than 10 years, a 10-year window for this to take place.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's still a window of time. It's a narrow window of time, but it's still a window of time. Okay.
Well, I'm not
That's
even seeing that because it says 7 sevens and 62 sevens. That's huge difference. It doesn't say this is it's going to happen between these or before these or after these. It doesn't say any of that. None of it.
It's like I said before. There's too much
It's not
ambiguity
ambiguous.
there. There's too much ambiguity there. But that's not even that, is it? But then you
No,
look for,
because I've actually studied in this prophecy a lot, and there is absolutely no room for ambiguity whatsoever, other than the 7-week period in which this is supposed to take place within. You notice that in the very last verse in the prophecy, it talks about how there being 1 week left, meaning that it couldn't happen anytime before the 69th week, and it couldn't happen anytime after, because there is specifically 1 week that's supposed to be left. It says in the 27th verse, he shall confirm the covenant with many for 1 week, and in the midst of the week, he shall cause the sacrifice and the oblation to cease.
Right? It says for 1 7. In the
Yeah,
middle of the
1
7.
singular 7, which is left over from the 70 weeks after the 69th.
I don't see that anywhere. That seems like something
that's a jump. That's a jump you're making.
No, it's not.
War will continue until the end, and desolation have been decreed. So the end will come like a flood. War will continue until the end. Well, it didn't. There wasn't a continuous war. It didn't come like a flood. It came over several hundred years. Desolation have been decreed. I don't know what that means. There wasn't really much desolation. He will confirm a covenant.
This is
many
prophecy that
for
has yet to be fulfilled. What are you talking about?
So there's no evidence of it? Because it hasn't happened yet?
No, that's not true. It's saying that this final week has yet to happen.
It hasn't happened yet.
This is the thing. You're going off of your own interpretation, right? You're just looking over it lightly and not actually taking into consideration any of the actual.
No, we're looking at it, Harrow. We're looking at it as objectively as possible without assuming anything beforehand.
It seems like
right. So wouldn't it make a little bit sense though to look over the interpretations of your enemies, right? In this circumstance, to determine whether it is correct or not, whether it's reasonable or not.
Yeah, but when you're doing that, when you're looking over what it is, number one, they're not our enemies. Okay, number two, hang on, T-Jump. When looking over
you're my
stuff,
enemy.
when looking over their stuff and what they believe, you don't assume what they believe. You want to determine what they believe is true. Which means
I think the problem here is that it doesn't matter. Like, it's ambiguous. It doesn't say anything. Like,
right.
A real prediction is the world began 0.3 billion years ago. Like, that's a prediction. This is not a prediction.
And also,
the fact that we have to find an interpretation is the problem.
And also, the point being, Harrow, if I assume the position, of the believer,
the problem here though is that now I have more than one person talking.
No, Harrow, if I assume the position that it is true based upon your belief, and then I interpret the evidence in the scope of that pre-held belief, then it becomes confirmation bias. My objective would be to see if my opponent or the person who disagrees with me is telling the truth, if what they're saying is true. So then I need to look outside of that, because if I say, oh, well, if I assume Christianity is true and then their conclusions are true because Christianity is true, that's confirmation bias. Okay? I have to assume that it's not true to determine if there's a way to determine if it is true outside of Christianity. And if I can't do that, there's no reason for me to assume that it's true.
Okay, so the problem here, though, is that you're calling into question some sort of ambiguity here. And I can't help but feel that there is some sort of confirmation bias on your end where you're willing to grasp at straws no matter how big or how small they are. Okay, so when I look at this prophecy, it says 70 weeks. So let's take into consideration the prophecy as a whole instead of looking individual verses and taking them out of context and then saying that there is no actual, context or it's very ambiguous here. So let's look at the very first verse from the very last verse to determine the timeline that's supposed to happen here. Okay, it says 70 weeks are determined upon thy people and upon thy holy city. Okay, so what we can infer from this is there's a total of 490 years, right? If you look in the original language, it says sevens, which we didn't have a proper term to define it as, so we used weeks as sort of like a subcategory of a method to measure the time here.
Right.
So
we're assuming
490.
We're assuming that that's what they meant from the translation.
No, because if you look into the context of other Levitical verses and the Jeremiah prophecy, which this specific chapter, it recognizes, right? Jeremiah, he had a prophecy in which he used the same metrics of 7, and he clarified it, right? Where it was 7 it was 7 years within that like specific sevens. That's how they were measuring it, and they use it in the same method here. I can get for you like other verses if you want me to, but I feel like I just want to sort of get through what my point is here, though. Okay, there is other context to confirm that it was 7 years per 7. Now 490 years are decreed upon these people. It's saying that after a certain commandment, this is supposed to take place. The clock starts ticking. The 490 years begins. Now it says, after 69 of those weeks, the Messiah, he will come and he will be killed. The Anointed One, he will be killed. There's so many prophecies in the Bible about this that describe his life, what it would be like, but it says ultimately that he will be killed by a certain government, because cutting off in this circumstance is a very specific term used for people who are like receiving some sort of punishment via capital or through the government. So what we can assume here is 70 weeks, 490 years this is supposed to take place over. Then you have Messiah who comes in 476 to 483 years after that, which is a 7-year period. It says within that 7-year period, this guy, he will be killed by the government. And then it says, and this same Messiah, he will confirm a covenant with them for 1 week after he dies. That doesn't make any sense. Well, after he dies, how is he going to confirm a covenant with these people? Obviously, there's going to have to be a second coming. And obviously, the clock has to stop ticking at a certain point. Otherwise, the prophecy it ceases to make any sort of sense with any sort of coherency.
And you still haven't eliminated the possibility that this was purposely brought to fruition in order to justify the existence of what this person believed.
Do you know what kind of an incentive the Jews had against Jesus Christ?
Well, big time, because he was essentially the David Koresh of Iron Age Palestine. So, yeah, I'm aware of it.
Yeah, so do you think that the Jews would want to have this happen?
You're assuming this was written by a Jew.
Yeah. It's in the Jewish texts. And these were the people who held this religious belief. It doesn't matter where it derives from exactly.
You're assuming,
but it matters
you're assuming what the person believes who wrote it.
I'm not assuming
but
what
it
the
also
person believes
doesn't
who wrote
matter.
it. You're asking.
No. Sorry.
Let me talk.
Harrow, that doesn't
No.
matter.
Here's the thing. Listen.
Harrow,
okay.
stop.
This is very,
stop.
very important.
Harrow,
this is very
stop.
important. No, let me
stop.
talk.
Harrow,
No.
stop.
Let me talk. Now.
Harrow,
Let me talk.
I'll boot
I
you
need
off the
to
stage.
address
I'll
something
boot you
that
off
you
the
said.
stage if I have to.
Boot me off the stage,
Harrow,
please. Do it.
Harrow.
Okay, because I just want to get this point out.
The point being is this. If it was written beforehand, you haven't eliminated the possibility that the Christians, or those who would become the Christians, deliberately brought this about in fruition, to bring their splinter faction to fruition, to give it legitimacy. Where one group that is splintering off from another group uses the previous group's prophecy to justify and legitimize their own belief. The Christians splintered off from the Jews. Before they did that, those people had knowledge of what Jewish prophecy was. The best way to legitimize your belief structure is to make the previous stuff come true in the name of your new faith. You can't eliminate the possibility that it was done intentionally in order to bring this into fruition, in order to give Christianity its legitimacy. You can't eliminate that possibility.
From a historical perspective, this doesn't really hold up.
It does hold up because it does hold up.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. Because
let me. No, I let you talk.
There was a
let
long
me make my
history
point
of
now,
human
because
beings.
I said that it doesn't
There
hold
was a
up. Let
long
me
history
explain
of
my claim
human
here.
beings deliberately
Let me
attempting to
explain
bring
my claim
prophecy
at hand right
to
now,
fruition.
because you're not letting me explain. You're just talking. Now let me explain why it doesn't hold up. I said that it doesn't hold up. Let me substantiate my claim here instead of interrupting. You're being like incredibly unfair here, because I forgot one of the. Never mind. I remember one of the points that you tried making. But now I have to move on to something else. I can't address all of your points, and you just keep on talking and talking and talking and talking and talking, and I can't make sense of anything if you don't let me talk.
And you're not actively listening.
Okay.
Because the point I made was this, very simply. You
No.
cannot
See, you're doing it
eliminate
again. Now you're not letting me like go on to what I was
Harrow,
supposed to
you
originally.
cannot eliminate
Now,
the possibility that it was
what
you cannot eliminate the possibility that it was done purposefully. in order to legitimize Christianity. You cannot
Yes, I
eliminate
can.
the possibility.
Yes, I can.
How?
I can reasonably say that because it's not like the people who were partaking of the Christian faith were specifically indulging in the Christian faith specifically because of this prophecy. They were not looking at this prophecy because it was more or less a faith-based thing. If you have such an abundance of information to you nowadays, and most people haven't heard of the Daniel 70 weeks prophecy, what makes you think that someone like Paul, an evangelical, was bringing up the Daniel 70 weeks prophecy to his people to prove the existence of God? This obviously was not an incentive.
Okay, I'm thinking that we've probably heard quite a lot on this. We should wrap this up really soon.
Yeah, we
I mean,
should.
it's pretty
All
much
right.
it's pretty much done. It's a prior prophecy that was made that then was later brought to fruition, and you cannot eliminate the possibility that the what would become the Christians, the initial progenitors of the Christian faith, did this on purpose. That they said, "Oh, hey,
Just
if
to
we
conclude,
bring up a leader and if we bring up a leader and we call him this, and we basically say that it conforms to this previous Jewish prophecy that was made, then obviously Christianity is true." So no,
just in conclusion, though.
you can't
Just in
eliminate.
conclusion,
No, I'm
though.
saying you can't eliminate the possibility, and because you can't eliminate the possibility, you cannot say that one version is true or not.
Okay, just to conclude, man. What I'm trying to say here is, you said multiple times before that, you have yet to bring up one proof of God that proves that God exists or whatever. But then
No, sufficient.
and then you say, bring up proof, I don't care if we accept it or not, as long as it's proof, and it justifies your belief. But here's the thing, I'm not even necessarily trying to objectively disprove the opposition. I'm trying to reasonably and rationally prove my position, right? And so when you go ahead and you say to other people that it doesn't matter how big or how small your evidence is, as long as it's evidence, you're being disingenuous when you say that, because it doesn't matter how great the possibility is. You will never be convinced of anything, because the evidence that has to be at hand will be it's so great that it's insurmountable. And I'm going to conclude off of that, because you're being irrational.
Well, he's not being irrational. He's just judging prophecy claims because there's more than one religion making prophecy claims and claims of their fulfillment. You guys can't all be right, so that's pretty much where the skepticism's coming from. It's not born out of nowhere.
Now,
Also, I just wanted.
Go ahead, Aya.
Okay, so I think Jill is right that it's pretty easy to dismiss a prophecy where the people who have the ability to pick the date in their story to try to match up with an earlier date in another story can do so at a time of their choosing. But the bigger problem with Daniel is that Daniel, according to most scholars, does not mean what you want it to mean. And the book of Daniel, in a number of details, gives evidence that it is written between 164 and 167 BC about Antiochus. And the words that it uses in the 70 weeks prophecy match up with the same words used to describe Antiochus in Maccabees, right? So there's abundant evidence. You said that you've studied it a whole bunch. You probably haven't even made an attempt to study the like scholarly critical position, because as the caller said before, he said, "Oh, that's just a presupposition. You have to start with the God worldview of just assuming it's divinely inspired." But if you look into Daniel, you'd find that it's exactly accurate about all the details that it purports to have prophesied hundreds and hundreds of years before, which are actually written at the time they were happening, contemporary to the author. In 164 to 167, when Antiochus was rampaging against the Jews, and the desolation was the blasphemy in the temple by Antiochus. But it's completely inaccurate about his death, which it predicts is going to come soon, and it doesn't come in the manner in which it's described in the so-called prophecy. So you just have to kind of pretend that it doesn't say what all the other people who are studying this and showing evidence for why they think it's saying that about Antiochus are saying that. And you have to just kind of believe the Christian dispensationalist and evangelical version of this, which isn't supported by the evidence, and only people who, as you said, have a presupposition that it's divinely inspired can kind of willfully ignore all the evidence to the contrary. It's what's called ex eventu, fake prophecy. It's about Antiochus, and the prophecy is false because it actually fails in predicting his death. That's kind of all there is to say about it, besides what J.L. Warren already said about the fact that any event in the New Testament which seems to line up with it is of the author's choosing, that they could put the date of that whenever they wanted.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's also along the lines of like the Book of Revelation, when we know that the Book of Revelation was not talking about some distant event that will occur in the future, that they were actually referencing the Nero Redivivus legend, which was like big time in pretty much all throughout Rome, was the belief that Nero was going to come back after he like left, that he was going to return, and that the Christians were terrified of this. And so they were talking about the Nero Redivivus legend and not some, and that would be the return of the Antichrist and all that other stuff. That they were talking about current events, what was going on then, not something that was going to have in some distant, millennia later future, which is why there's no date put on that. So
it's interesting. It's interesting how so many prophecies have so much vagueness in them. I'm going to bring on one person. They're just going to talk for about a minute or two about they wanted to respond throughout this previous guest's thing and just add some perspective. So I'm going to bring on Paige. Paige, welcome, and thank you for sharing some perspective. But if Paige doesn't join us, then I guess we're going to move on to our next in line here, which is this person, Ghost of the Vaccinated, Fipdo. Welcome. You know that our topic is to convince one of us that a god or a goddess exists. Welcome.
I'm sorry, am I heard?
We can hear you.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't realize I was on push to talk. Well, just to note out, with the Nero Redivivus, that legend, it noted him as the Antichrist, but it's noted, the Bible's actually noted a lot of things as the Antichrist. And what's noted in the Bible already is that they say the Antichrist is already here. So they're not really specifying Nero. Nero's not the Antichrist. It's just, the Antichrist is whatever that does the will of, Antichrist or anti-Christian, Satan.
Well, that's part of that vagary. What I'm going by is the number 616, and so
the 616.
Yeah, that corresponds to Nero. So this is it's essentially what they were writing and how they could write it without getting into trouble, because if they were espousing these things in a different way, then it obviously could come down on them. So essentially,
I'm
not
anyway.
into like biblical code or anything of that nature, but it was written in such a way that it would not get them in direct immediate trouble. So, but what they're referring to in that, historically speaking, is the return of Nero, which was a widely held legend throughout the Roman Empire.
Yeah, they probably thought that at the time. They thought a lot of things, but as far as the Antichrist, it's not just subject to Nero. People would say the Antichrist is still here today. Anything that does the influence of, the enemy of Christ, Satan.
That was a concession made after Nero never came back.
Oh yeah, probably.
Yeah. So Nero never returned. So obviously it wasn't. So they say, oh, well, obviously it wasn't talking about Nero. Well, then we'll talk about that. It must be referencing something else. So that's just after the fact.
Yeah, but I do like the way that what was his name? Harrow. Yeah, I do like the fact that he's trying to use prophecy as proof of the Bible, and I would note that it's probably the most solid evidence because, and the prophecy should always center around Christ because that's what we were told to proclaim, Christ's death and resurrection, as a way to preach to unbelievers. Now, in Zechariah, this was written sometime in 500 AD or BC. My bad. And it actually notes that the shepherd who was to come. It's notably the shepherd who was to be killed by his own people or his own flock and be sold for 30 silver pieces. I don't know if you know about that prophecy.
I'd need chapter and verse, to be honest.
Zechariah 11. Yeah, you go to verse 8 through 13.
Okay, so you're thinking that this verse is integral to proving that the Christian God exists?
Yeah, because this is a prophecy of what was to be done with Jesus.
Just to be clear, are you claiming that if it says in one place that there's 30 pieces of silver, and then later people who had access to that story write a story that also mentions 30 pieces of silver, that
Paid by
that's
the
evidence that it's historically accurate?
Yeah, I mean, it was paid by the Romans. I don't know why the Romans would want to ever prove the Christians right.
So you're saying there's a historical record that shows the exact amount of money that the Romans paid was 30 silver, not just the religious text?
Well, I think it was. Well, it just notes that Pontius Pilate gave the order. Hold on, let me see. That's actually a good question. I'll look at that
Because
really quick.
if Harry Potter says something that J.K. Rowling heard was predicted by somebody else, we don't take it to be like a historical document, right? She could choose anything she likes and fit it into world history however she wants. And you heard the problems with Daniel, right? Like you just sort of said you liked the previous caller. You didn't see anything wrong with the approach he was taking. You think there's this great Zechariah prophecy. But did you hear the part about how Daniel is an ex eventu fake prophecy written hundreds of years after it supposedly claims to have been written out of a collection of legends that then gets wrong its central prediction, which is that Antiochus is going to die? And
No,
isn't about
I'm not
Jesus.
knowledgeable I'm not knowledgeable on the
About that
Daniel
one?
prophecies.
Okay. I would look into that one because it's a classic example of wishful thinking and like just ignoring what the prophecy actually seems to be about.
Well,
Which
what
is
I do
wrong about
know, what I do know is one of the reasons why they didn't believe Christ to be the Messiah was that he wasn't some raving king. They thought that this guy was going to come kick in the door of Rome and usurp them, and then make the Jewish people the leaders of Rome, essentially. And that's not what they were getting. So that's why there was skepticism on why he would have, because they expected a leader, somebody to lead this rebellion against Rome.
There's a lot of reasons why they were skeptical, but the problem with Daniel doesn't have anything to do with like skepticism about Jesus. It has to do with the fact that the book is really clear that it's about Antiochus because it uses the same words to describe him as Maccabees, which explicitly says Antiochus, right? So
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
like
Well,
claiming that it's not about
the Book of
Antiochus.
Maccabees is discredited. Like it's only prompted by the Roman Catholic Church.
Sure. The point is that there's abundant evidence that Daniel is written between 164 and 167, not hundreds of years as it claims to be written, and that it's not a prophecy, it's a complaint about recent events written ex eventu, which was a common writing style at the time. It wasn't included in the canon of the prophets because it was written too late and because it wasn't considered a prophecy even at the time by the people who were Jews who read it, because they understood it was a sort of allegorical piece about Antiochus, because it was contemporary to them when they read it, that they could tell what it was about. It wasn't
Yeah.
considered a prophecy.
Yeah. Well, as far as Daniel, that's that area I'm not too knowledgeable on, like, the history, the background. I mean, honestly, one thing I would note is people even say that about the Bible. The problem is these texts were written together. They might have been compiled at one point in history. So that's really the only leeway I can give the Book of Daniel.
Well, there's abundant scholarship, like I said, that establishes a very precise window in which it was written because it makes exact, accurate statements about events pertaining to Antiochus right up to his death, and then gets his death date completely wrong because it was written hoping he would die, but he didn't die the way that it predicted.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. In that area, I haven't looked at that part specifically, but I mean, so I wanted to focus on mainly Zechariah, and I don't think Rome's stance on the Christian movement that was coming up. They weren't very too happy that it was happening to the point that they were willing to persecute all of them and try to eradicate them, burn documents that would tie them back, would tie anything back to Jesus. They even, even down to Jesus' death, trying to confirm his death after being nailed on the cross. Like, if this dude is who he says he is, this guy should be dead. Like, you know. Like, so in Zechariah, it predicts that, or it doesn't predict, what's revealed to Zechariah the prophet is that, the shepherd to come would be sacrificed for, well, essentially what a slave would be paid, or the price of a slave would be 30 silver pieces. And, God's kind of rebuking, saying, is this really all I'm worth to the Jewish people and all that? What was it? Later on, it shows you in Matthew that in Matthew 27, verse 3 through 10, it kind of shows you that when Judas got paid, or I can read it really quick if you'd like. It says, then when Judas, his betrayer, saw Jesus was condemned, he changed his mind and brought back the 30 silver pieces, silver to the chief priests and elders, saying, I have sinned by betraying innocent blood. They said, what is this to us? See it to yourself. And throwing down the silver pieces into the temple, he departed, and he went and hanged himself. But the chief priests, taking the silver pieces, the pieces of silver, said, it's not lawful for them to put them into the treasury, since it's blood money, meaning Jesus died, and that's the money that you were paid to kill somebody. So they took the counsel and brought them to the potter's field as the burial place to strangers. Now, notably, in the verses in Zechariah, it notes that the 30 silver pieces in they would be thrown to the potter.
So what you're saying is that the author of one story, which might be fictional, was aware of the prior story and could have fulfilled it by just echoing the previous statements, right? Like, what historical evidence do we have of this?
Well, they didn't even. So if you even go further, you look at.
Do you see the problem that I'm pointing out, and I pointed out several times, that unless you have a document from something like the Romans or Josephus or some other like non-Christian source who says they were paid 30 pieces of silver and so on, all you have is one religious story that claims to be authoritative by the authority vested in the previous story, echoing it, right? The echoes from the previous story are going to be things that the authors are going to do deliberately to try to make their story seem credible. It doesn't provide evidence that's compelling to believe that it's true.
Oh, so in Matthew, though, they don't even reference the prophet Zechariah. They actually reference the prophet Jeremiah. I think in Jeremiah they said, and they took the 30 silver pieces, and price of him who was the price had been set by some of the sons of Israel, and they gave him to the potter's field as the Lord directed me. Yeah, I mean, I guess there's always, I mean, look, I like to indulge
that is investigatable and verifiable, right? So the reason I gave you the example about Daniel and Antiochus' death is because we know Antiochus died because he was a real historical person, right? And that's different than statements about what some side character got from the Romans, which no one can verify, right?
Wait,
the only source that you have.
Judas is a real person?
We know Judas is a person in the story who probably existed. We don't know how much silver he got, and we don't know what he did with it. All we know is what the Gospels say, and the Gospels may be fictional, right? So the problem that you have is that you're basing a prophecy's verification from one religious text that's partially fictional on another religious text that's partially fictional. If you don't have verification of the event, it's not a fulfilled prophecy that anyone else is going to find convincing.
Yeah, but the issue here is that Romans also burn a ton of their documents, specifically concerning the Christians. So they don't want to be tied back to what would be, them essentially proving prophecy right. But it's probably not even about prophecy. It's probably about giving legitimacy to, them killing some innocent guy who the Jews believe that they have knowledge of, and that they should go to war with them for that.
Like saying the documents are lost or there was evidence but it's gone is not helpful, right? To
I mean,
convince somebody,
it's somewhat
Also
helpful because it
assuming,
gives
though.
nuance.
It's no.
Well,
It's also
you're
assuming
assuming that
no. It's
you're
also
assuming
assuming that the
conspiracies
reason that
happening though.
no. It's also assuming that the reasons that the reasons that documents were destroyed was to hide something, when in fact it's generally observed that the spread of Christianity was because of the Roman Empire, and that the Roman Empire may have destroyed documents and kept ones that worked to their advantage and destroyed the stuff that did not work to their advantage, in order to spread the faith in a way that would become more amenable to their efforts of conquering neighboring countries and bringing everybody under the
Why would they?
umbrella of the
So
Republic.
they would lose their country in order to.
No. The Roman Empire, the Roman Empire was an expansionist regime. Okay, so they were
Yeah.
they were essentially they are instrumental in spreading Christianity. So
Yeah, but
if
that's not
Christianity,
intentional.
we don't know that, but we can say
Well,
that we
yeah,
can
but
say
that's
they were
conspiracy at
instrumental.
that point.
No, it's not. We can only go by the
It
evidence.
is.
No, we can only go by the evidence. The evidence is that the Roman Empire was instrumental in the spread of Christianity.
Yeah, and they
We know that
hated
the Roman
Christianity.
Empire, not at a certain point, because at a certain point the Roman Empire was using Christianity as a more amenable terms because they didn't have the money to consistently wage war in the way that they were doing it. So it's more amenable if you can just convince other people to other cultures to join the empire under the guise of Christianity instead of doing it with just open all-out war. It's much cheaper to talk to people than it is to wage war against them all the time, especially when you're running into the areas of Germania and you were losing armies because of the terrain. You know, it was very, very dangerous doing that. So when Christianity was more amenable, they can use that as a tool to help expand the empire and not waste the resources on open war. So, but if there's stuff in Christianity that doesn't work to their advantage and there's stuff that does work to their advantage, politically it would make sense. Let's get rid of the things that don't really help us and use the stuff that does really help us, that can make it more convincing for other people to fall under the shadow of Rome.
The problem is the timeline. So they would have to be burning that stuff around when the Bible was being formed, and they were trying to take it in and appropriate it. But the issue was the documents were being burned when they hated Christians the most, to the point where in 64 AD they charged the Christians as domestic terrorists and tried to go after them.
Ghost, regardless of your theories about why you think the documents are missing, the point is there are no documents that can verify the type of prophecy that you're making a claim about. I gave you the example
There's nothing
of a
that
prophecy.
verifies yours, though.
I gave you the example of the Daniel prophecy making a claim about Antiochus' death, which can be verified, and it didn't happen the way it was described, right? If you have a prophecy that makes a claim that's externally verifiable from the religious story, which may or may not be fictional, then you don't have a circular argument. What you have is a circular argument. We should believe the Bible is true because the Bible says that it is true. That's what your argument in a logical form equates to. You see that?
Yeah, I guess, but well, it's shown in contemporary text though that Jesus was executed by Pontius Pilate.
You made a specific claim about the exact amount of money and what was done with it afterwards, right?
Well, actually, that the whole Pontius Pilate
I
story,
actually do want to find
the whole Pontius Pilate story is only in the Bible. It's nowhere else. The only evidence of Pilate's existence is like a stone that bears his name as a part that was used in the construction. That was used in the construction of I can't remember what building it was in during that time. That he was basically the prelate. Oh, he was the prefect at the time. So
do you know of the annals?
That's the only evidence of his existence is that particular stone that bears his name and the story in the gospel.
Yeah. Do you know of the annals?
Yes.
Yeah. The annals note that Pontius Pilate was a real existing person who had a what is it? It's noted, and a most mischievous superstition. Notably, and this is going around the time that they're talking about the Christian populace.
This isn't the Apocrypha, right?
No. This is what is this again? This is the Annals. So this is text written by a Roman historian in about 114 AD, I believe.
Yeah, it's Annals 1544. Look, the point is not whether or not there was a Pontius Pilate at all. The point is that the specific details that you're pointing to as being the ones that prophecy predicts are not found in these other accounts, right? And so the problem is that unless you can point to some details which are actually verifiable outside of the religious text that you're trying to use to justify its own veracity, we can't use the text to claim that the text is true. You have to show something external to the text. That's what it means to confirm prophecies in texts, right? So you have to think about these prophecies more carefully and look for a prophecy where you think you can verify an event external to the text.
Yeah. Well,
And then there'll be another
give myself
problem.
a time limit, so
Yeah, and the ones that do fail.
Head out.
Well,
that's why Daniel isn't a good example, is because Daniel just destroys itself immediately.
There will be another problem that comes up with that. Even if you do find a prophecy that has external validation, there are so many prophecies that don't, that are already refuted in a way, or just not validated. They're just not, and they're quite big. So people will end up looking at this. Well, one correct prophecy out of many doesn't really make the whole text sound very credible. So that'll be another hurdle to cross later. Just so you know.
That'd be
Well,
counting
it's not-
the head. That'd be counting
yeah.
the hits and ignoring the misses.
Well, it's the prophecy that is the sole foundation of Christianity. If Jesus isn't correct, if that area isn't correct, then everything else is kind of washed away. I mean, you would have to disprove who Jesus was, what he did, and what people said that he did.
I'm saying we're saying that you can't come to the conclusion that it's true because it's insufficient to determine that conclusion. Because there's too many things you can't eliminate as possibility.
Well, how do you eliminate the people's personal testimonies of that time saying it's true? It goes completely against what you're saying. I deem them more credible than you.
So if I were so how can we eliminate them as being credible? So you're saying that
if they were drug addicts, crazy,
how do I determine the credibility?
Out of their mind.
So it's like, how do I determine the credibility of how do I determine the credibility of the authorship of a story who I don't know the specific author of, I don't know the specific time period in which it was written, and I don't know if that person had a first-hand account of what was actually going on or wrote about it decades later. That if you were to present that to me, that has no credibility. They weren't there. They heard it like third, fourth, fifth hand. It was decades after the fact, and they're recounting an oral tradition. And oral traditions have a tendency to change over time because, like the fish story, the fish gets bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yeah,
so
Paul's a
I don't have any
story,
reason
though,
to trust it because I can't eliminate the possibility that that's not what happened.
Yeah, well, Matthew was actually written by Matthew, though. Like, and this is all just being compiled. Like,
no, I'm simply saying
it gets compiled decades later. It's not like it's written decades later.
Ghost, we can't eliminate possibilities that these things occurred. We can't eliminate them from contention. So there are arguments against it that are possible that we cannot say those just didn't happen. Okay, like for the example of deliberately bringing a prophecy to fruition, like making a concerted effort to make it happen. That doesn't mean it was prophetic. It means there are people working towards bringing it about.
What were the Romans at that time who hated the Christians enough to, persecute them? Why would they want to prove them correct?
Because Christianity was, for political reasons, Christianity was more amenable to convincing people to become members of the Roman Empire, to fall under the sway of the Roman Empire, and add to their regime.
But that's
aside
later.
from open war.
Yeah, the issue is they persecuted them like centuries before.
They would persecute. Well, I mean, if they stood up, everyone who stood up against the Roman Empire and decried the Roman Empire was persecuted against. Not just Christians. Christians weren't special in that regard. Anybody who stood against
You're telling me that they were special in that regard, though, that they would want to use Christianity
saying
as kind of a religious sphere.
But I'm saying that the Romans would use everything to their advantage in order to expand the empire.
Yeah, like Christianity. But they try to squash it by killing
they squashed the stuff that they didn't like and the stuff that didn't work for them, and they used the stuff that did.
I don't know.
Oh, I'm saying this is a plausible thing that that there is a record of human beings and empires and regimes using this very same tactic throughout human history. So because it's plausible, we can't eliminate it from contention. And because we can't eliminate it from contention, it's directly contradictory to what the Bible is saying. We can't assume that either one of them is true. It juxtaposed against the opposition. So we simply say we can't make a determination. Which is why, if we can't make a determination on this, it doesn't mean that one of them is specifically false or one of them is specifically true. There might be some truth in both of them, or both of them are totally false. We don't know. But we do know that there is not enough justification in order to say that one is true over the other. So you can't make a determination. And then when it's presented as evidence, you say, nope, that's insufficient. The claim that this is true, it cannot be supported. That's the conclusion. So when you ask an atheist, why don't you believe in God? Because there is insufficient evidence to support the claim. This is one of those moments.
Well, so how do we recollect history?
We do the best we can with the evidence we have at our disposal.
Yeah, and you're refusing to use the Bible to insert the empty spaces.
No. Well, we can, because it's a book. It's a historical. It's an ancient text, so we can. But we have to do that equally amongst all ancient texts.
Yeah,
the Tao, the Bhagavad Gita, the Egyptian coffin text, the Bible, the Quran, all of it.
And
so
for
we
the
have to look
Bible,
at all of them. And then we have to look at what the evidence is from archaeology. And then we notice that there's a lot of problems there.
And with
because
the Bible,
most of these books are culturally centric. So they have a skewed version of history.
Oh, and it's even further skewed by the fact that a number of books were removed from the Bible at one point.
There's a lot of texts that are left out. The Apocrypha is the Apocrypha for a reason. So, I mean, you want to dive into something like hardcore, go into the book of Judas.
Well,
you want to read some really crazy stuff, jump into that one.
The Deceiver.
The Gospel of Pseudo-Matthew is my favorite. It says that Jesus hung out with dragons and they were his friends. And he rode around on their backs.
Well, that sounds great. No wonder
I just love the book of Judas. Like, why would you leave that out? Judas's direct account? Why would you leave that out? Because it literally explains Judas's thinking at the time of what was going on, the problem in between what Jesus was saying and what Jesus was talking about, and what the Pharisees were talking about. It adds so much context, and yet but the problem is it throws the redemption narrative into disarray.
Well, so what's the nuance that Judas offers?
That Christ himself was not worshiping the one true God.
How so?
That he was worshiping a lesser God. He was not worshiping Elohim. He was not worshiping the true God. He was worshiping a lesser God that was a war god, essentially a lesser version of that. And essentially in the Jewish pantheon, in the Jewish polytheistic religion, that he was choosing another god other than El. And so he was saying, this is the true God. And the God he was choosing was Yahweh, and Yahweh was a war God, which is why blood, death, human sacrifice, the blood sacrifices, those all fall under Yahweh's purview. But to the Jews, that was not the real God. That was not the true God. And that's where the problem was. But this is all described in the book of Judas. But if this is true about Jesus, then Jesus was following a heretical, basically said, well, this is a splinter faction of Judaism, and I'm running off and I'm believing this other God over El. Okay, so that's problematic. That basically susses out that this is where I get the whole thing. When I'm glib and I say that Jesus was the David Koresh of Iron Age Palestine, okay, he essentially was. He was splintering off from the Jews and saying, this is the actual way. And the original Jews were like, it's no different than the Baptist Church and the Westboro Baptist Church, or the Baptist Church and the new independent fundamentalists. It's no different. It's the exact same thing. This is a trope of human history. There's a belief structure, and then the population of that belief structure gets large enough, and then individuals in that begin to disagree with certain tenets of that belief structure, so that they break off and they keep what they want and they disregard the stuff that they don't like, and they create a new group that believes some of the old stuff, but not all of it.
And that's why we have denominations.
Yes, and that's why we have denominations. And then typically in the past, thousands of years ago, the original group would often kill the splinter group to ensure that there was no basically no tainting of the water. They want to keep that faith pure. But that doesn't happen nowadays. So it doesn't really happen that much nowadays. So now this is why we have denominations.
It still happens, but not as much.
It's just not as common. But back then it happened a lot. As a matter of fact, why do you think the Quran really hasn't changed that much? Is because they've kept it extremely insular, and they have ensured that no one can really adjust it. And so that's why you don't have 10,000 or 40,000 denominations of Islam.
I'll just point out there, I've been able to identify about 99 denominations so far, and that's how long my list is. And it looks like there's about 33 different Qurans in Arabic that are out there. So there was a time in Islamic history, as I understand, where there was the powers to be seeked out all the different Qurans that people had in their possessions, in their homes, and on them, and burned them and replaced them with the Quran of their standard. So they had some success with that, but obviously not 100% success because they didn't get them all. But I don't know how much that's happened with Christianity. I know there's different translations in English. I just don't know about the originals. There seems to be some question about where the originals went.
Yeah, well, that's only for. I believe that's only in some cases. Well, have you heard of the Mother God cult?
The what?
The Mother God cult of Christianity.
No, I haven't heard of that. I know there's over 25,000 denominations of Christianity.
Yeah. There's always going to be somebody to appropriate. I wouldn't say that there wouldn't be people who would take something and make it their own, because the Mother God cult, which is something international and now known as the Church of God, they believe that the origin of it was a Korean woman and her husband, and the husband claimed that he was all Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, and of course his wife would claim she's got the mother, and they spun it in such a way to where what was it? Well, yeah. Now we have a sect that's actually kind of large within America, internationally, that actually believe in this narrative of God the Mother, but they don't know the origins of this whole thought system, which is very skewed. So what I'm trying to say here is I don't believe that this is this determines really that as long as the core wasn't exactly changed or manipulated in a sense, all these other factions that decide they want to spring up and add or take away, those thoughts should be shut down.
Let's just take something that's core, right? You don't take Paul to be a heretical false prophet, do you?
No.
Okay. So do you think that when Paul wrote an epistle in 50 AD that said a man of lawlessness would enter the second temple and declare himself divine, do you think that was an accurate and fulfilled prophecy?
What exactly do you mean by that?
Okay, so Paul wrote an epistle saying that a man of lawlessness would enter the second temple and declare himself divine. Okay. The temple was destroyed in 70. So Paul's prediction did not come true. Christians made up a new prophecy interpreting it to mean that the Antichrist would enter a third temple later on and declare himself divine. But this attempt to sort of backdate and retroactively retcon a failed prophecy into a new one is what we're seeing. And we see the same thing with
Daniel. Figure
Daniel.
out, where does it say this?
It's an epistle of Paul's.
Yeah, Thessalonians 2, 3, 4. Let no one deceive you in any way, for that day will not come unless the rebellion comes first. Well, that's kind of shows you the day will not come unless the rebellion comes first. And the man of lawlessness is repealed, the son of destruction, who opposes and exalts himself every so it does this give a timeline?
It was written around 50 AD.
Yeah, but I mean, this are you saying that this is supposed to refer
You know the difference
because
between Second
from
Temple,
what?
First Temple, and so on, right? Like the sack of Jerusalem, the Second Temple was destroyed.
Yeah. Yeah. Are you referring to this as if he's talking about like what do you call him? Nero? Because
It doesn't really
from what
matter
I've
who he thought it
seen
was. What matters
is
is that
people
the temple was
just say
destroyed, and
Antichrist general.
yeah,
Yeah, the
nobody
man of
entered it
sin
and
is
declared themselves divine. It was destroyed. The point is, we have a lot of prophecies like this that fail. And what happens is instead of admitting that they failed, people just make up new prophecies to try to fit and avoid the embarrassment of
What
the old ones
exactly did
failing.
he? Yeah. So what exactly are you saying is the incorrect notion? Am I missing a verse here? Oh, you're talking about so the temple of God type of thing. Yeah, he said it's in the temple of God. Yeah, shewing himself as he is God. Yeah. Do you think that this has to be literal?
Well, it'd help if it were.
That's
Yeah,
usually
I
when
mean, of
people
course.
writing about the temple of God in a time when there's literally a temple of God, yeah, they're usually referring to the temple of God. The point is that, look, Daniel fails, and then people make up a new story about Daniel. Paul fails, and then people make up a new story about Paul. Whatever prophecies fail, people just make up new stories to try to make them fit again, right?
Well, Paul
This is
talks
not a
about a
reliable
lot about
method.
false teachers and a lot about, people trying to deceive the church. So,
Right, this is evidence that Paul was a false teacher.
Or they use ambiguity in
What?
the language in order to kind of adjust it so that it fits their narrative better.
What do you mean?
Like, for example, when Rate, well, I guess the other dude, the Muslim, was up here, he was talking about how the translation could be interpreted in two different ways. It could mean this or it could mean this. So there's contextual variation there. And if it doesn't work one way, but the other way fits a little bit better, you can go with that one, and you're still justified because it could potentially mean both, either one. So there's a lot of that throughout the Bible as far as the translation processes go, where the original, we can assume like the oldest language we can attribute it to, where there were not words for words we have today, or one word could mean a phrase. So there's a lot of variation in that, and that leaves it open to interpretation. So that if it does turn out to be wrong, you can say, oh well, it actually meant this. Kind of like how the Nero Redivivus legend 616 was in reference to Nero, and then they say, oh well, Nero never came back, even though that was the legend that was prevalent at the time. So obviously, it wasn't talking about Nero; it was talking about something else.
So
Yeah,
we have
the story.
We have quite a few people waiting in the queue who've been waiting very patiently. I'm wondering if we can wrap this up and move on to our next guest.
Yeah, that's fine. But I would like to note that, well, it's kind of hard to sow a conspiracy theory as fact here, because if you're to say the Romans really wanted to prop up the Christians and prove them correctly around 30 to 60 AD, that would be completely against the rhetoric they had towards the Christians, to the point where they persecuted them and noted them as terrorists.
No, I wouldn't say that they wanted to prop them up, and said they wanted to co-opt it.
Well, they co-opted it maybe during the time of the Roman Catholic Church rising, but that's way later in history, too far to even. I don't think there's a king or government that has that much forethought to plan for hundreds of years later co-opting the most powerful movement in the world.
I don't know that you're giving. I don't think that you're giving the Roman Senate and the Roman emperors the credit that they deserve. because one
They
quarter
would
of the
take
one quarter of
400
the
years.
1/4 of the human population, like 1/4 of the Earth's population, lived and died under the Roman Empire. So,
Okay. I appreciate you coming on, Ghost of the Vaccinated, Fipdo. Your name is interesting.
I know you like that. I know
must
you
say.
like that.
Yeah, we do.
Well, I saw the Ghost of Kiev, and then we found out it was wrong, so I started wearing this name.
Okay. So, we appreciate your time coming on and talking prophecies. It seems to be prophecies are a problem. I'm sorry, I'm not convinced.
This,
I guess
this
I'm
was a
not
very
sorry.
specific prophecy. I
Yeah.
don't think that the Romans would ever attempt to prove the Christians right by, well, paying a dude to sell Jesus out, and then they probably don't even know the prophecy themselves, paying that dude.
It could be coincidental. It could be somebody was involved in a transaction and knew and decided to make sure that came to fruition. Or it just could be a coincidence. A whole
And
number
kill
of different
themselves.
transactions were noticed, and the one that matched is the one that was chosen. I don't know. There's all kinds of possibilities, right? So,
So I just want to ask one question. Do you think that so many people would have died to make this true?
Ghost, you've ignored the fact that we brought up at the very beginning that you're using the religious text to verify the religious text. You don't have an external source that verifies the details that are supposed to be the important
Yeah,
parts of the
the
prophecy.
transaction. That's the
Or
that's
the
the
suicide,
issue.
right? It's
Oh, the
all
suicide. Well,
details that are not
noted.
attested to.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me.
So
I mean,
we're going
I
to
don't
move
know.
on.
Would a Roman document show this? Some
That's the
random
conspiracy
schmuck
theory talk. You're the
killed
one who's
himself?
making conspiracy theory, not us.
Well, hold
right?
on. That's
So
not conspiracy
give
theory.
us a
I'm saying
prophecy that has verification, and we could talk about it. This is not one of those. Let's have another caller.
yeah. Well, thank you very much, Ghost. We can always talk again in another episode, but I think for now we want to try to make sure we get other people in as well. And so thank you for the very nice conversation. We do appreciate it.
Yep. It was nice.
So we're bringing in Histerija. I hope I'm saying your name correctly. You probably are aware that the topic here is to convince any of us that a god or goddess exists. Welcome.
Hello?
Hello, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Loud and clear.
I just wanted to add.
You've just gone silent. Okay, can anybody else hear Histerija? I don't hear anything.
No,
I don't have him.
Okay, Histerija, what we're going to do, we're going to put you back into the audience, and we're going to go on to our next guest, and we'll come back to you after that and try again. The next one is Philipofish. Let me just get this arranged. If anybody wants to comment for a moment about the previous guest, that'd be great. Philipofish, I hope I'm saying your name correctly. You know our topic, and welcome.
Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for welcoming me in. Just want to give a shout out to a notable guest in the room here, Zen Shapiro, the inverse Ouroboros. In other words, a snake with a head up his own ass. How's everyone doing?
I think the name Zen Shapiro is clever.
I like his name. He's a good guy, but I will always antagonize him because that's part of my brand now.
I heard him on a recent Tom Rabbit. I that's why I'm laughing. So yeah, Philip. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not a Christian, obviously, but I believe there is a God. But my God marries the wide fields of sociology, cryptozoology, and some other ologies that I forget. So bear with me while I tell you the whole thing, okay? I believe that God and many gods exist on this planet, but the definition for these god and goddesses is different from what the believers of these gods purport. These gods are all superorganisms created from the linked up minds of these individuals who create large entities that may not be sentient, but influence the world, that act like forms of life, and also change the course of human history. Does that excite you or what?
I feel like buttworms are coming on.
No,
Yeah,
not
have you heard the
buttworms.
worm guy? We had a guy who told us that we are all being controlled by like worms, which get in our digestive tract and then control us.
So
Well,
if the deity if the god or goddess is not sentient, what's the point?
The point is that it influences the people who believe in this religion to do things that are not in their own interest, but it just happens anyway. They do it anyway because of this thing. So let me go into this.
That's an artifact of religion.
That's right. Now here we are. I believe that that humans are born with the ability for faith. Faith is a belief in something that they have no evidence for, but then it causes them to do a lot of things. And what religion does is that it is a content that links all these individuals up who belong to the same faith to end up becoming like neurons in this large superorganism called whatever religion. So there is a Catholic God, a Catholic superorganism that is, I think, one of the more prevalent and advanced type of gods on this planet. They have a bank account and everything. And then there are less advanced but equally pervasive religions like or gods like the Baptists or the Westboro Baptists. And I'll tell you what, each of these religions actually fulfill the bare minimum requirements for life. Do you want to hear more?
So it sounds like you're talking about them in like a mimetic superorganism kind of analogy way.
Exactly.
What I'm curious about, is even if you think in this way about like essentially a eusocial insect hive like definition of a superintelligence as like some collection of memes, why would you use the word God just because the ones in question happen to be about God, right? So if we just take a political philosophy, we wouldn't take it that like Nazism is a god or the Soviet Union is a god or any of these entities are gods just because they fulfill a lot of the same things, right?
Yeah,
You're just saying that
right.
these ones are gods because they call themselves gods.
No, it's more than that. The difference between a Nazi ideology or any ideology, a political party, or even a country, is that those constructs are limited by geography, by language, by culture, and they're really using the frontal temporal lobe of the individual to make a decision. Why do I belong to the Nazi party, for example? I don't actually, but I mean, if I were, I've made a conscious choice to do so because it benefits me at the time, right? It is, and maybe tomorrow I'll be a communist. Depends on which party's paying me better.
All of the
Right,
things
so
you
that's
just
why-
said aren't true of neo-Nazis because they do span the globe, language, culture, etc. But the
Fair
point
enough,
is
that's a
simply
good
this:
point.
like the definition you're giving of a superintelligence God concept thing doesn't fulfill any of the things that people normally associate with a real quote unquote God, which is things like creator of the universe, having power over the universe. And so that's why we analogize what you're saying to like the worm guys, because the worm guys are saying, look, you got tapeworms. Tapeworms control your brain, therefore the tapeworms are God, right? Controlling our
Well, here's
brains
the thing.
doesn't get you to God, and
Here's the
it's
thing.
just a fun thought
I'll
experiment,
dispute
but
that
it
with
doesn't
you.
mean much.
I'll dispute that with you because not all gods are omnipotent. A lot of people believed in Thor, and he was only powerful enough to create lightning. But here's the thing: these gods here are capable of making humans do things that are wildly outrageous, and that is a superpower in and of itself. I don't say that these gods are omnipotent, omniscient, or omnipresent, but they are, omnipotent in their minds. They're omnipotent to the extent of what their followers can do.
Like Superman exists in the DC canon, so we could say Superman quote unquote exists in the fictional sense, just like Harry Potter does, and enough people believe in them that they influence human behavior and so on. It's just not interesting in a discussion about religion.
I disagree because here's the thing: these things are following the criteria of life. Superman does not fulfill any criteria of life. What are the criteria of life? I think you learned gentlemen may know more than me. Some of these include that the being must be made out of cells, right? That's one criteria. Second criteria, must pass on his traits, right? That happens to
Being alive,
it must reproduce. he must
like
grow.
being alive is an interesting I think it's really interesting to talk about like mimetic superorganisms or like eusocial insect like collectives or whatever, just from a biological and like sociological standpoint. It's really interesting, don't get me wrong. It's just not relevant to the topic, which is a god in the sense that it is a supernatural being, a creator of the universe, etc. And so it's fun to talk about if we were just going to talk about cool stuff about mimetics or something, but it doesn't seem relevant to the question at hand.
That's too bad you feel that way. I feel that this is the only relevant to talk about. You guys have been talking about these super powerful gods for weeks, and no one's been able to prove that those exist in the first place. So why talk about something that obviously, except for the minds of the people who believe it, don't exist?
There's the independent mind that is part of these deities that you seem to be trying to remove from everything here, though.
Well, here's the thing: every neuron in your brain is not particularly aware of what the other neuron is doing, but together they form. Through their own contents and through the electrical signal communication between them, therein lies your personality. So we as individuals,
partly, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, let's not pretend there's a soul. Obviously, it doesn't exist. Unfortunately, for all the Muslims and Christians in this room, sorry to break it to you, but this we do form a consciousness that we are not aware of. Well,
like
not
I said,
me,
I'm not even disagreeing with your hypothesis because I think it's an interesting perspective and maybe a valid way to look at large-scale like sociological groups. But I don't think to anyone else here that saying that they have some large-scale sociological group behavior, which could be analogized to a mind, is meaningful to what people are looking for in religion.
Well, it helps them to maybe get out of this trap, right? Maybe disinfect themselves of this viral content that is in their mind. Maybe they need to log out of that matrix and realize that there is one. There's a real one that everyone can see and measure and taste and touch and be molested by. You know what I mean? Yeah.
You had me at butt worms.
It's okay. So here's the weird part. So it sounds like you're saying that you think that these collective concepts are worthy of worship.
These concepts some will worship them if they knew about it, but others should fear them, because gods can be both worshipped and feared, as you can see in the Old Testament. So while worshiping has some utility, fearing it has a much greater utility for the rest of us, because they will cause us to do crazy things. Let me show you.
They are jealous. They'll kill people en masse. They'll harm children. They'll order people to harm their children, and on it goes. It's horrible things. And then they'll imprison people. And then they'll imprison people in an eternal afterlife. You can't leave heaven. You also can't leave hell. You're imprisoned. That's the way I see it. So these stories don't add up for me.
But here's the thing: we are as individuals cannot stop this. By all intents and purposes, they are gods to us, right? We cannot fight the Baptist God.
I'm sorry. Hang on. No, I'm an atheist. I don't believe they're real. They're just characters described in books, from what I can see.
Yeah, but there is a God, created from the belief of this book, right?
Well,
that the Baptist God does exist, and he is competing for your tax dollars every day.
This is not. Yeah, but it's not real as far as I can tell, unless you've got some compelling evidence for it, that there's this God who thinks they're going to judge me after I die and bring me back to life in some other realm. I'm in a lot of trouble.
All that is just the content that gets you to buy into this organization of minds, right? This collective super amoeba of religion. That's not what you're saying. What the Christians say is the point is not actually the point. But there is a Baptist God, there is a Muslim God, and they operate like a mindless amoeba. I think the most advanced one is the Catholic Church. As I said, they have a very big bank account that proves their sentience.
Yeah, probably the most successful business in the world. So, do you believe in this God that you're describing?
I do believe in them, and I believe that we should fight them. They are the enemies of mankind.
You believe there's just one single God? Is that what you're saying?
No, I believe that there are many gods. They spread. They have children. As one of you guys alluded to, the fact that there are so many denominations in the Christian faith is because they reproduce. They have certain traits that are similar to their predecessor, but they're also meaningfully different, and they all come out and they compete with each other.
But we could track why these denominations occur. We can see where they splintered off from, and we can look at this. We can look at their internal histories, and we say, okay, they broke off because of a disagreement here. They splintered off because of this, so on and so forth. So
the reasons are trackable, but the results is that they are always splinter off anyway. It doesn't really matter if you track this.
I think people are misunderstanding Philipofish's purpose, because I'm trying to get at what is his purpose, right? What he's saying is that religions are superorganisms, they're bad, and we should fight them.
Yeah, the purpose of the religion is like any other organism. It's the perpetuation and the domination of everything around it for its own purposes, right? And it does not understand. It's not to the level of sentience that understands that its existence and its actions to maintain its existence are harmful to the environment and to itself. It just keeps growing, right? It's like an invasive species. Tilapia. Or not tilapia, but those Asian carp in the south, right? Same similar kind of idea. You got to stop it, or they're gonna eat all your.
Why should I believe in these deities that you're describing? And but you're saying they don't have minds, or they do?
I believe that they have varying levels of sentience.
He's talking about them in an analogy, not literally. Right?
Why should I believe they're real?
Because they affect your life on a daily basis. The motions and movements of these gods clashing with each other, as in the clash between Christians and this godless Muslims. They fight each other on a daily basis, and it can be explained more than just through geopolitics. Religion is a real thing.
I'll tell you, I'm not convinced by this, because these are people who are affecting my life by impacting politics and changing things in the world based on what they believe. That doesn't mean that the consequence of that is that these deities must be real, just because a lot of people believe in them. So this is why I'm having trouble connecting the dots here.
But would you not say
an atheist? Just to be clear, he's not saying they literally exist.
Well, I am saying that literally. I'm saying that these superorganisms really exist, but we don't see them just because we're part of them. We're one tree in a forest. The one tree is not aware of the entire forest. Even though we're affected by what's happening in the forest, we don't really know, right? We don't know why. So I'm just trying to bring awareness to the fact that these superorganisms behave in a lifelike manner. They spread in a lifelike manner, and they should be treated as entire organisms. They need to be eradicated like a virus from the minds of these poor infected individuals called religious folk.
So, do you think that because we don't know why is justification for believing?
I believe that, as I said earlier, I think that people are justified to. Oh, you mean you as yourself?
Because you just mentioned that we don't know why certain things are the way they are. You just mentioned that, so I'm wondering if that is you're thinking that is an important justification for believing.
No. I apologize. I was thinking about why these individuals who believe in it believe in it. I didn't mean that you yourself should believe in it. You yourself should believe in it, because I'm making a very compelling case and I'm a good speaker, and you should just believe me.
To be clear, Randolph, Philip is an atheist. He's talking about. Yeah. He's just talking about a superorganism way of describing religions and combating them. He doesn't believe in God.
I believe in those gods.
He just confirmed for me that he believes in multiple thinking gods and goddesses, actually.
The fact is that what he's talking about is like in quotation mark. He's talking about an in quotation mark analogy to an organism, which is a superorganism. Like we would say an ant hive is like an organism, but we don't literally mean that it is a single organism. It is composed of many individuals which all work together like an organism.
But here's why we are all collectives of cells.
Sorry, Philosophish. So that's already demonstrated by reality, because we see anthills and we see forests, we see all these things. We can explore them, we can delve into them, we can damage them and make permanent changes to them. So we know those things are real. I'm curious about the goddess part of it, though, the deity part of it.
Well, I think you have to understand what the word goddess or goddess means to me, and I have a very wide view of what a goddess, God is. Some people say God must have created the universe, but I think no. I think any sufficiently powerful entity, sentient or not, who can control our lives, manipulate our lives, who can hurt us or give us some benefit.
Oh, okay,
That
so
we cannot control, we cannot affect.
I see where we're missing each other is because you're saying it's not necessary for this deity to be a separate mind on its own. You're saying that's not necessary.
I think it could. I think the power levels we're discussing, right? You guys, a lot of Christians and Muslims believe that God has infinite power level, but as Dragon Ball Z will tell you, everyone has a finite power level. So I'm just saying that my power level requirement for God is much lower than theirs.
You're saying it's less than 9,000, basically.
Less than 9,000 indeed. Maybe as a human you only have a power level of 1, so maybe even 50 is good enough.
So it sounds like this is a more compelling case for Dragon Ball Z.
Well, Dragon Ball Z and Marvel and a lot of comics have talked about gods, right? They use the word gods very, very easily.
I think at this point we should maybe we'll move on. I don't think we're really getting anywhere because there seems to be some problems with how we're getting into deities being defined. The clarity's missing. It's just not working for me. Maybe we can try next fortnight. Does that sound all right to you?
That sounds good. And another shout out to all of our religious folks in here. For us unreligious people, we're waiting for you to come to the other side. Best of luck in your lives, and hopefully get your head out of your ass and stop being this way. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thanks for dropping by. I appreciate your time. So we're going to try with histerija again.
Yo.
Hello, histerija. How are you?
I'm good. I hope this works.
Yeah, we can hear you. If you can turn up your volume a little bit, that would be helpful. What have you got to present to us for whether a deity exists?
I just wanted to say on the topic of prophecy that oftentimes it's ignored that the whole Old Testament is prophetic in nature, right? Because we have 5 covenants, and in every covenant there is a pattern that that is repeating itself, right? So we see this pattern repeating itself in the last covenant with Jesus. So there is a lot to unpack there, right? So the formal prophecies are a good start, but what surrounds those formal prophecies is just a bunch of things that makes them more legit, right? So that's called typology, right, in theology. And I think when we connect prophecy and typology together, we can make a really strong case.
Why don't you make that case? Give an example.
Okay. For example, in Isaiah, he foretold that the keys of David's kingdom would be given to a new royal steward or a prime minister. And Isaiah promised that this prime minister would be a father over Jerusalem and would have full authority. And we see Jesus giving the keys to Peter. Then we see the prophecy of great restoration, and Jews actually looked at this as a prophecy that when the Messiah comes back, not back, or rather when the Messiah comes, he will set up a new Sanhedrin, and he will restore the Sanhedrin, and it's fulfilled in the Apostolic College or the Magisterium, right, of the Catholic Church.
So you have the same problem as the previous caller, right? Which is you're just saying one part of a religious tradition echoes another part of a religious tradition, but there's no prediction of an event external to the religious tradition, which is verifiable, being posited here.
But yeah, you need to realize when we do historical research, we just don't ignore the texts, the Gospels, St.
I didn't
Paul's
say we would
letters.
ignore it, but when we do historical research, we're doing a different thing than trying to verify a prophecy. So when you try to verify a prophecy, you're trying to show something that the text predicts, which is verifiable to have occurred, not just something that the text predicts about itself.
Yeah, but the consistency of it and the sheer amount of detail is really compelling, because I really think it would be a monstrous undertaking to invent such a thing, right? And then we see these churches that arose from this tradition, and we see they recognizing these gospels, and we see the disciples, the texts of the disciples, right? I don't see, as Jesus gave us the Bible, like Bible simpliciter to get the truth. He gave us a church, right? So he set up, he built the church on Peter and apostles. They are our foundation, and then we track, right, this chain of transmission, and we read everything, right? We read the Clement, we read Ignatius, we read all of these people that were with apostles and their teachings, and how it breathes in the church, right? So
It sounds like you're convinced by this, but you have to convince other people, right? So you're going to have to give some example. And rhetorically speaking, if you can't verify anything external to the source that you think verifies itself, then we don't have much to go on to be convinced.
What do you mean verifying itself? Because it's multiple things written by multiple people. Bible is written by 40 authors.
Yes.
It spans over
And
thousands
the
of years,
authors
right?
had access to the prior text when they wrote the new texts. So if a new text says something that confirms seemingly something predicted by an old text, it can be explained by the fact that the author knew about the so-called prophecy. Because what we see is people bending over backwards to change the interpretation of prophecies when the prophecies did fail to come true in the way people thought that they were supposed to come true at the time. And so they come up with a new interpretation of what they think it's going to do. So the problem that you have is you have to be able to point to something that can be verified independent of this tradition of people trying to confirm each other.
Yeah, there is a covenant with David, right? It's a promise to finally fulfill his covenant with Abraham, making Abraham descendants, and that they will be gathered into the kingdom ruled by David's son. And then David's kingdom is crumbled, and that was prophesied, right? And the people were swept away into exile about 400 years after David died. It's called the Babylonian exile. And in history, we can point out that these are historical facts, that this kingdom did crumble, right?
Yeah, we would agree that the captivity happened, sure.
So, and then Matthew, he repeats a certain phrase, right? Isaiah predicted that God would begin restoring the fallen kingdom, precisely where its disintegration began, right? And Matthew sees Jesus fulfilling this prophecy. And he says on the third Sunday in ordinary time, Jesus announces the kingdom for the first time. And Matthew adds that Jesus is in Galilee. It's the reign of Naphtali, right? That's the place where David's kingdom started to crumble. That's one of the prophecies that we can verify historically, right? That these places did exist, that these kingdoms did crumble, and that this person, we have testimony of these people, that this person walked. I mean, every historian agrees that Jesus existed, right?
Not every historian, but a majority of them, sure.
And if you're talking about Jesus existing in the way it was depicted in the Bible, I mean, whether there was a person, an itinerant rabbi named Yeshua who lived at the time, sure. But biblical depiction, you know. Did we lose him again?
I'm not sure. I don't hear him.
Oh no, is he having audio problems again? Darn it.
Like he's muting and unmuting, but we're still not hearing him, so something happened to his audio.
Okay, and I have in the list an Arabic name, but they're not on the stage audience here. So we're going to move on to the next one then, which is Paige, and then we can try to come back to histerija again. So I'm going to bring Paige up. If Paige is listening, come on in. Hello, Paige. Welcome. You know, I'm sure that we're asking for to be convinced that a god or a goddess exists. Welcome.
History, is he this dude? This is not fucking here. So just wait. Just get someone.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite make out what you said.
Just guess someone, bro. Like this dude's fucking gone. Like just pull anyone in.
Okay, I think one last chance to tell us what you're going to say. Otherwise, we're going to move on.
Is that yes?
We're having
Seems
trouble
like
understanding.
Paige is an atheist according to his profile, so maybe he thinks he's joining the panel to talk to the guests.
Oh yeah. No, that's we brought you on a little bit earlier to respond to somebody earlier, but I don't know, you weren't around or didn't get a chance to speak. Did you want to respond to that person, and then we can move on to the next one, or?
No, I'm fine. I just want to get. Let's get a fucking random ass Christian in here. Just fucking.
Okay, so what we'll do is, if we're going to bring people on the panel, we want to prearrange that. So we'll talk with you offline. I'll get Taco to be in touch with you, and then because there's things we have to discuss before bringing people on the panel. So we'll do this in the future with you. Thank you for your interest. Okay, so next in the list is somebody who goes by the name of just W. Who is a theist who claims that they're going to destroy atheism, and I'm looking for them in the audience, but I don't see them. So we're going to move on to the next one, which is...
Randolph, can I say something?
Yes, sir.
So, it might just be me, but saying bring a random ass Christian on, I don't think that's very respectful. I also don't think that is going to help with any conversation.
Well, and this is why we don't bring panel members on the fly. That it has to be vetted beforehand. So hello again, Histerija. Did you get your... No problem. Let's continue where we left off.
Yeah, I just want to ask, what kind of evidence do you seek? What kind of evidence would you necessarily see if the God world is true?
Convincing evidence.
Well, yeah, I guess something that could be verified. It really will depend on what the evidence is, because if it's just a logical argument, then obviously the evidence will have to be something verifiable within the realm of logic, at least. If it's something that claims that your deity interacts, or deities interact with reality, then there's going to be some way that we need to be able to verify that empirically. It really depends on what the argument is.
But if you don't know what the sufficient evidence looks like you have no idea what it looks like, right? How can you be convinced you haven't seen it? Because what if you failed to recognize it?
Because we haven't seen the evidence yet. It's not trying to be a cop-out. It is, the evidence has to be convincing. If you're going to narrow it down to one specific thing, in my opinion, that would be dishonest. You would have to have each piece of evidence and then assess that at the time.
It also kind of assumes that you're assuming that that each one of us has not critically examined everything that's been presented to us. That's essentially why we still hold these stages. So you can present something so that we can critically analyze and see if it's convincing. So despite the fact that many of us have been doing this for quite some time, and some of us, like me, I was raised in the faith. So there's critical examinations that are going on, and it still goes on, because we're not just going to say like absolutely we're still allowing people to state their case is the whole point, because you never know. Maybe somebody has something that we don't know. We're being charitable in that respect. So the evidence has been insufficient thus far to this point. And yet people still believe.
I like to look at it the same way I look at science. The moment new evidence comes in, that's when it's time to revise your position. So,
Right. And I can say this: if the God that you're proposing exists, and that God like knows everything, if it has like the attribute of all knowing, so even if I don't know what would convince me, because I seriously doubt that there would be anything that would just like straight out convince me, because anything that I'm presented with is immediately going to come under inquiry. That's the whole point. It's pragmatic theory of truth, or I'll say the pragmatic philosophy of truth. So I will, if you present me one thing, I will have questions, and it will go further than that to make a determination as to what I'm observing. Don't just assume it. But if there was evidence out there that would automatically, instantaneously convince me of this worldview and convince me that it was true, then the God of it knows what that evidence is and has thus far refused to give it to me.
There's even a word for it in English. It's called theophany, which is the visible manifestation of God. And Christians and most religious people today will say, well, we don't have any, and we couldn't have any proof. But the books contain stories of people ostensibly receiving this demonstration in the flesh. So miracles, for some reason, stopped happening around the same time that people started being able to investigate claims and debunk them. In the same way that UFO sightings appeared to go up, directly proportionate to the number of movies that promoted the idea of UFO abductions and so on, and then to go down as those became discredited or less popular.
Like you can actually
we need evidence.
Ix is correct on that. You can actually track it. Before Close Encounters of the Third Kind came out, individuals who thought that UFOs had a specific idea of what UFOs looked like based upon science fiction novels and but mostly they were robots. They were some sort of biomechanical deals, essentially what was it? The Day the Earth Stood Still. That was the typical depiction of that. But when Close Encounters of the Third Kind came out, all of a sudden people were saying, when they were or basically talking about alien abduction, they were talking about grays. Close Encounters of the Third Kind is where the gray idea it was where the gray alien idea came from. You can actually track this. So, I mean, it's totally right on that. These are truly testable.
I just think that when I look at the bigger picture, that the God world just makes sense in every possible way.
Well,
because I think it explains.
The thing it makes sense is a terrible argument, because there are a lot of things
I just wanted to
you
say.
could propose to. Yeah, but there are a lot of things that you could propose to someone that absolutely make sense or are not true.
I wanted to give you one thing in an attempt to answer your question that would prove to me, but why don't you finish what you're saying, and then I can give you that.
Yeah, for example, I just wanted to say that there is like this subjective experience, and then there is objective from which I can derive certain information. When I look at my subjective experience, I can say that I'm 100% sure that God exists because He worked in my life, right? Because I recognize my sin, that's the beginning of God working in me. And when I see objective evidence, I think we can use reason to come to the existence of God, right? There's a lot of good philosophical arguments that lead with logical steps that lead to a bedrock of certain attributes that perfectly fit the Christian
hysteria.
God,
How do you determine those attributes?
Oh, by using these arguments, right? Like argument from motion.
How do you determine that the attributes are correct? Where do you get the attributes from? Like, where initially were the attributes derived from?
From the scriptures, right?
And that has to assume that the scripture is true in order to justify that God has those attributes, right?
Well, I'm not assuming anything. I'm just pointing out that it's kind of funny that something written 2,000 years ago lists certain attributes, and it can be perfectly defended by philosophy. Or
It can't. God can't be all powerful. It can't. God cannot be all powerful and all knowing.
Yeah, I don't see how that follows.
Can an all-powerful entity, an entity capable of doing anything, can it act out of accordance of its own infallible foreknowledge?
Well, you're missing the point of what God actually
No,
is.
I'm not. It's
Pure actuality.
It's a yes or no question. Can
No,
an all-powerful
it's-
entity
it's-
capable of any action, that even if the action, it has to be logically consistent. If it can, an all-powerful entity that can do anything that is logically consistent, can it act or commit an action outside of the realm of its own infallible foreknowledge?
Well, you're putting God into time, right?
No, I'm just saying,
outside
can
time.
it do something that it doesn't already know it's going to do?
I can
But
give an
well, he's
example.
not
if
in
that helps.
time. He's not linear. He's not.
I can help out.
How
I
we
think
perceive
For the
time.
audience, the answer is no, which means it
Yeah,
is
I
not
can-
all
I
powerful.
can help
No,
out.
he's just
But
missing.
still,
You're just missing the
I
point
can
of
help out.
pure
I don't
actuality,
think
right? Or ipsum
hysteria.
subsistence.
Let me try and make it a little bit easier to understand. So, an omniscient God knows any final outcome, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So, an omnipotent God is capable of changing any final outcome, correct?
Okay.
So, those two can't go together. He can change the final outcome. It's not the final outcome.
I'll give an example.
And if you can see the final outcome, you can't change it because then it's no longer the final outcome.
I'll give you an example scenario here. This God knows that we're going to have sunny weather tomorrow here in our neighborhood, and tomorrow rolls along, and God decides to change the weather to snow or rain. And by doing that, he has then invalidated his omniscience from the day before, and therein lies the paradox, and this is the problem that we're having. Does this example make sense to you?
Yeah, you're just making a logical contradiction in your terms.
No,
when
we're
you're
saying
speaking.
no, we're not. We're saying that the God is defined in a logically contradictory manner. Logical contradictions cannot exist. Conclusion, that God does not exist.
No, your sentence has a logical contradiction, but it makes no sense, right?
Well, no,
it's like
I gave you
saying,
I gave you a syllogism. Logical contradictions cannot exist. Premise 1, logical contradictions cannot exist. Premise 2, God is defined in a logically contradictory fashion. Conclusion, that God does not exist.
The person that mentioned this before, it contained a logical contradiction, but because he wouldn't see something that he changed, right? It's just contradictory.
Exactly. That makes him not all powerful because he wouldn't be able to change.
Or it makes him not omniscient, or it makes him not omniscient because he can change something.
Took the words right out of my mouth, Phil.
Sentence is a logical contradiction, but it doesn't prove that a pure actuality, right, a mind,
Hysterija. What I was doing was explaining a scenario based on those omniscient and omnipotent characteristics to try to demonstrate the problem with some being possessing both of those characteristics, because if they are omniscient and omnipotent, then that is a problem because they can violate the laws of logic with that.
No, please listen. When you say a sentence like, "Can God lift a rock that he cannot create?" I just contradicted myself in the sentence, but that doesn't mean that God's attributes are contradictory, right? Your sentence is contradicting itself. It's not that God cannot be all powerful and all knowing.
So how do you reconcile God changing the weather in my neighborhood the next day when he knows that's not the weather that it's supposed to be the day before? How do you reconcile that as being not a logical contradiction?
Because God doesn't operate in time, firstly. He is pure actuality. Everything is
It's irrelevant. Time has nothing to do with it.
I have maybe I have a solution for you to understand. Let's say your God knows that I'm going to die as an atheist, right? He's not in time. He can see the future. He can see me die, and he sees that I am an atheist. He knows that I'm dying as an atheist. Can he then still convert me to believe in him?
Can you repeat that? adding time.
Yeah, this might be a language thing, so that's why I'm trying to help out.
Peter is
Yeah.
stating, God knows infallibly that Peter is going to die an atheist. Can Peter be converted in his lifetime to Christianity?
Converted by God.
By God, yeah. So yeah, God knows that Peter is going to die an atheist. Can at any point,
he's outside of time. He sees me
so
dying.
He knows
sees me dying as an atheist.
Effectively,
that.
in that sense, God is omnipresent. Okay, so God knows infallibly that Peter is going to die an atheist. Can God, knowing this, having this infallible foreknowledge, can God himself convert Peter to Christianity? That's actually really good, Peter. That's an excellent example.
Thank you.
It's simpler than mine.
I struggle often with the language barrier. I can speak English pretty well, but there's still a lot of things where I need to, as it were, dumb it down for myself. So sometimes that just helps.
I don't know if Histerija needs time to think about this, or is just sorting out some audio issues again. Histerija, if it's an audio issue, just go ahead and exit the stage, and we'll bring you in again later. Okay, so it's an audio issue. So for now, I think one of the things that he was talking about a little bit too, he alluded to, was being in time. God is not in time, so God is, I guess, outside of time. I'll just bring him back because he just put his hand up again.
Which is why I brought that up, because if God is outside of time...
Okay, let's let him answer. Let him answer. Go ahead, Histerija.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to point out how you're putting onto God this kind of linear experience, but every moment...
No.
Every moment is...
Let him finish. Peter, let him finish.
So, as I'm watching my phone right now, this is a moment, right? This moment, as I'm experiencing it right now, every moment that ever happened is present to God.
Exactly. That is why I included that in my example. I included in my example, God sees me in the future. He is there when I am dying as an atheist.
Yeah, you chose hell.
That is the moment.
That's the actualized world
that God sees. That is the moment that God sees. I'm dying in the future. I'm dying as an atheist. Could God, at any time during my lifetime, convert me to Christianity and still see me die as an atheist?
If the world that is actualized is you choosing hell by your own free will, then that's what
Not
happened.
an answer to my question.
If God, if you're saying can God override that, the answer is no. That would be a logical contradiction.
Exactly.
So
God cannot be omniscient and omnipotent at the same time.
So Peter, so Hist, the big point in this is this: Peter is an atheist. Let's say, just hypothetically, God exists and he infallibly knows. He sees it. He's there. He infallibly knows that Peter's going to die an atheist. An atheist does not believe in a God or gods. If God then took it upon himself to try and convince Peter that he existed, okay, then he shows up, then all Peter could actually be when he dies is a non-worshiping Gnostic. Because if God demonstrated himself to me in such a way that God knew it would be sufficient, it was sufficient to me, and all of a sudden, oh wow, God exists, I still wouldn't be a Christian. I would just know that God exists, because then that also demands, is this God worthy of worship? But I could no longer be an atheist, because I would then know for a fact, at least at minimum to myself, that God exists. But God has never done this. So if God violates the structure of atheism by revealing himself and literally showing up, I think the term was theophany.
Yeah, you can be a theist and still
so if he showed up and be like,
God.
oh wow, then God exists. I don't have to believe in it with faith anymore. I know it exists, but does that mean I'm going to worship it? No. Now I'm Gnostic to the fact that God exists. I can no longer be an atheist. I can be an atheist to Vishnu or Brahma or Odin or Thor or whatever. I can still be atheist to all of them, but I can't be an atheist to God anymore because I know it exists. Now the question is, am I going to be a Christian? So that's just another question there. But the point is, if God knows that Peter's going to die an atheist, can he convert him to Christianity?
So the reason the only reason Christianity I think was mentioned is so that it would clarify believing in the God that Histerija is presenting here.
If God has the power to convince me to convert to Christianity, I wouldn't go to hell.
No, that's a simplification. It's a caricature, right? It's an argument from divine hiddenness, right? But if you think about human nature,
we're still talking about the fact whether a God can be omniscient and omnipotent as described in the Bible.
That's why I like to use this sentence: "Can God lift a rock that He cannot make?" Because
it's the other way around. Can God create a rock that He can't lift?
Because everything, or can God lift a stone that is too heavy? It's the same thing. It's the sentence that is contradicting itself. It's not that the attributes are contradictory.
And that is why I think my example is better. Because
it's the same thing, but it's following the rule of grammar, right?
It's not the same thing because we can't know what God can and cannot lift. We can know that I am an atheist. We can know that at some point I'm going to die. And when I die, I will either be an atheist or a theist, or an atheist or a Christian. If God is omnipotent, He has the power to convert me to Christianity. If He sees me dying, if He's outside of time and is there the moment I die, and sees me dying as an atheist, can He still now, in what for Him would be the past, in regard to that specific moment?
Listen, you're adding unnecessary things. I understand it, but as I pointed out, I cannot give a more specific answer because I can quote you, if you want, philosophers like Richard Swinburne that point out that these arguments are not about attributes that contradict each other. Rather, the sentences are contradictory.
No, it's not. It's the attributes come straight from the Bible. The fact that those are mutually exclusive, we can prove that through logic. Those
but God cannot do the logically impossible, right?
Exactly.
Right.
So
nobody claims that. Nobody claims that God can do logically absurd things.
No, Hist, you just proved the point. You just said that God cannot act in a logically contradictory fashion. That God adheres to the laws of logic. Because whether you say that there is nature or whatever, but God can't violate the laws of logic, so therefore God cannot operate in a logically contradictory fashion, which means God cannot possess attributes that are logically contradictory.
But the attributes don't contradict each other. The sentence
does. They do. Omnipotence and omniscience are logically contradictory states.
No, you're making a contradiction in the sentence because
I'm not. I'm taking the definition of two terms.
Can he do something that he cannot do? Right?
No. That's okay. Hist, you keep going to Averroes' paradox of the stone. Okay, and it's God. Can God create? And the question is, can God create a boulder so heavy He can't lift it? Because it's one or the other. It can't be both. So that's a logical. That's just an omnipotence paradox. That's the paradox of omnipotence.
Yeah, all of these sentences follow the grammar, and they're deceptive. That's why I use "Can God lift a stone that He cannot make?" Because that's why I use that sentence that I say is basically what you are doing, right? You're making a contradiction in the sentence.
Hysteria. That's why I didn't use a sentence. I used an example that you can follow along. And I based it literally on everything you said. And you can't get your head around it and tell me that there's something wrong in the statements that you've made about your God.
So history,
which is why you refer back to the stone example, because you think that is easier to debunk.
History, it's a very simple yes or no question. If God infallibly knows that Peter's going to die an atheist, Can
He sees it.
can God convert Peter? And the
He
answer
sees
is
me dying
no.
as an atheist.
And the
Yeah,
answer
he
is
sees
no.
me- Yeah.
Which means God is not omnipotent. And if God can change Peter, that means that Peter's final state of dying as an atheist was not true, which means that God is not omniscient.
No, it just doesn't follow. Sorry, because it's just following the rule of grammar. But
Okay, let me try.
It
try it this way.
At this point, if I'm sorry to say it, I'm going to have to call it out because it's been going on for a minute. We're not going to get into semantics on this, and we're not going to start changing the definitions of things in order to worm them around this logical contradiction. Because if you're trying to, you're just trying to get through this by basically saying that words don't mean what we agree that they mean. Okay, that's why I didn't go with I just said all-knowing, all-powerful, capable of all action, knowing all true propositional states that are not logically, and capable of all non-logical contradictions. So it can do anything that's logically possible, and it knows all true propositional states. Okay? It knows the true propositional state that Peter's going to die an atheist. Does that mean that God himself could come down and convert Peter to Christianity? The answer is no. And the answer is because if he knows it's a true propositional state, that is what will occur, because it knows it infallibly, then God can either not violate what he already knows to be the true propositional state, or it can. If it can violate it, that means it didn't know it in the first place. Or if it can't violate it, it means it's not all powerful. It can't inflect that change. The same question goes, can an omniscient, omnipotent entity change its mind? And it can't. Okay, that is an action it cannot do because it already knows what it will change its mind to. What it knows is infallibly the final answer. There is no alternative. So God can't change his position on something because it already knows what it's going to be before it's changed. God can't change its mind. When you give it the attribute of omniscience, God is essentially a minecart running down a predetermined track. It already knows the end of the track. It knew the beginning of the track. It's the one that created the track and it set the minecart in motion. It's just going down this script that it's already written for itself. And it can't deviate from that script because it knows how the script plays out ad infinitum. So, no, it doesn't have the power to do it. These are two logically contradictory attributes. God is defined in a logically contradictory way. Logical contradictions cannot exist. Ergo, this God does not exist.
This is a pretty bad argument because at first glance, it sounds sensible. But if you think about it, these statements just fall apart. They are gibberish.
Philosophers have been thinking about this for philosophers have been thinking about this for thousands of years. This is nothing new. And you cannot reconcile this. The only way you can reconcile this. The only way you can reconcile this. Okay, the only way. Paper from this is going back to Epicurus and Averroes, man. Back to Aristotle.
You're talking
these
about
questions
dilemma.
exist, and you cannot reconcile this unless you alter the definition of what the terms mean.
Okay, send me a paper from a scholar on this, of a philosopher.
Take a philosophy 101. Take a philosophy 101 class, dude. I did the work. I'm not doing the work for you.
I still don't see
because philosophers don't take this argument serious. Right?
I still don't see why you're not getting this. If let's say if I am going to die an atheist, does God at this moment in time, can he see me dying in the future? Yes or no?
He doesn't. He sees everything in one moment.
Exactly. So is that a yes or is that a no?
The temporal state thing does not matter. The temporal state thing doesn't matter because technically omniscience and omnipresence are kind of interchangeable. If it knows all things infallibly at all points in time, it technically is there and is aware of it. So it's exactly the same as being there. So omniscience and omnipresence are essentially interchangeable. So no.
Okay,
constantly referring back to temporal states it's completely irrelevant.
It's just playing word games that contradict each other. These things are logically impossible.
Which is why I wanted to ask you. Hold which is why I wanted to ask you. So let's make this between you and me, okay? At this moment in time, if I'm going to die as an atheist, let's propose that's going to happen. Is God there in the future right now to see me die as an atheist? Yes or no?
Okay. Okay.
Okay, what? Yes or no? Is
Lay
God
out your
there?
argument.
Yes or no?
Lay
Is
out your
God
argument again.
I just did. If I
God
am going to die, listen. If I'm
the world that is actualized is you.
Stop, and listen. If I'm going to die an atheist, right? Let's say in 5 years I'm going to die as an atheist. Is God at this moment in time? Is he also there right now? Yes or no? Does he see me dying in 5 years? Right now? Exactly.
Yes.
So, and God is all powerful. So he sees me now and he sees me in 5 years, dying as an atheist. Can he convert me so I'm not going to die as an atheist?
Again, logically contradictory terms.
It's a yes or no question.
It's like saying
a yes or no question.
It's like saying God.
It's a yes or no question.
Can God make a married bachelor?
It's a yes or no question. Don't go back to the stones. Address this specific example. Can he or can he not?
It's the same thing. You're saying the same thing with other words.
I don't care
you
about the
do
rock.
Logically impossible thing.
I don't care about the rock. Address this. Be honest or tell yourself that you're dishonest. Either address
Isn't
what
the answer
I'm asking
God
you.
cannot do logically impossible things a sufficient one?
Address what I'm asking you, or just make the statement that you're going to be dishonest about this. Because that is what you're doing. And I'm not saying that that is what you're doing on purpose. But this is where the disconnect happens in your brain.
The
you
world
can't
that
address
was actualized
this
is
because
actually
it's going to
cannot-
pose a problem. It's going to pose a problem to what you already believe. That is why you cannot address this.
Yeah, God.
Ask yourself
that
why.
which is said cannot be changed because God doesn't go against His will or
Great.
go
Your
against.
Your God is not all powerful.
No, it's just a logical impossibility.
No. He's not all
Okay,
powerful.
Peter.
Because
yeah,
he doesn't care.
If your God is restrained, limited by those logical constrictions, then yes, Peter's correct. Your God is not all powerful, is not omnipotent. You basically just confirmed this.
But you're missing
the God that you
complexity.
believe in cannot exist.
Now, when we talk about the will, like we can say God cannot lie as well, right?
Has nothing to do with lying. This has nothing to do with lying.
Peter, I'd like to hear what he's got to say here.
If you think about it a moment, the reason why we can lie is it's because we are imperfect. Lying is a sin, right? Sins are morally imperfect actions.
It's not.
So
and I
being
can prove it's
capable
not.
of lying is a morally
lying is not a
imperfect
sin,
being.
and I can prove it's not.
And that gives us the reason why God cannot sin. He's all perfect, possessing all possible perfections. So that means he possesses moral perfection, and moral perfection implies sinlessness. It
Okay, hey, I'm going to stop you right there because to me, I'm going to judge your God here. Your God ordered a father to kill his own son. That to me is extremely bad. That is sick. It is immoral. Definitely not moral. So
he also knew that he wasn't going to go through with it, so he lied.
So there is, that's a good point. But I object to the point where you're characterizing the Christian God as all perfectly moral. Or completely moral, as you said, and does this seem reasonable to you that I'm judging him this way?
God was testing him, and he was actually providing us for a prophecy.
Hold on. God, hold on. God was testing God was testing someone. He already knew what they were going to do. Why would he test someone?
Because of us, we are finite beings.
So, what do you think were the psychological ramifications on Isaac, a child who was going to be killed by his own father?
Well, a lot of things are allowed in this world, like evil, right? But
So
when
That's
you
not an answer
allow,
to the question. That is not an answer to the question.
yeah,
he's getting
I'm
to it.
asking
Give him
something
some time
general.
to answer, okay?
Also, English is not my, and when I'm getting a dog pile, really get flustered, and I don't know how
Yeah,
to
no,
respond.
that's not the intention here at all. That I can assure
I'm
you.
sorry, I have the same thing. English is not my first language either. That's why I tried to help you out earlier.
So yeah, but I understand the argument. I don't think the philosophically you understand it, right? I can send you some papers from Richard Swinburne. He's a philosopher who debunked this argument already, right?
Okay. Let me ask you one question then. If your God is omniscient and omnipotent,
Can we
did
move
he
on,
write?
please?
Hold on. Let me finish. If your God is omniscient and omnipotent, why did he write or had people write a Bible where 2,000 years later I need a philosopher to explain things to me? Why couldn't God do that?
Well, God wants us to use reason and our minds.
Why is your God reliant on a fallible human being to explain to me what he thinks and wants?
Because he wants for us to dig for the truth, right? That's part of the wrestling with the truth, asking for it.
And
It's
if
part
I'm
of
going
the
to
journey.
if I have to rely on a fallible human being who could be wrong, how is this helpful?
Yeah, I'm just saying, I think the hiddenness or revealing things in parables, for example, causes
That's not an answer
questions.
to my question.
Peter, let him finish his answer.
Yeah, I really want to talk with someone that doesn't interrupt me every
Sorry,
sentence.
my apologies. That wasn't so. But you told me that I need to listen to someone who could be wrong. How is your God putting up this whole thing where I'm supposed to listen to someone who could be completely wrong? Why isn't your God, who is the sole source of all knowledge, why can't he convey it to me in a way that I would understand? Why would he even take the risk that I listen to someone who could be completely wrong? Because you don't know if he's right, I don't know if he's right.
Well, I think we have fundamentally different epistemologies. I don't think you need to know something like I'm a coherentist, right? So I think we make these webs and we can discover things through laws of logic and reason, because we are rational creatures. We have rational souls.
Agree with you so far.
So he built this. He instituted structures like the magisterium, through which we can know certain things about faith and morals. But science, through science, we observe how things are created, how things came to be. Right? We know that the body evolved through time. Right? We evolved from common ancestors, right? This is science, right? But when we talk about faith and morals, this is something transcendental, and we have he instituted the magisterium, through which we can have certainty and Bible piety. We can have unity, right? He didn't give us just the Bible didn't just fell from the sky and everybody can pick it up and use it for their own assertions.
I agree, but listen to just this. Would he set up things where I am going to listen to a person that could be completely 100% horrifically wrong about what God thinks and wants?
Can you repeat that?
In essence, dude, why would God rely upon the worst possible means of conveying a message when it has other options that would be better and more convincing?
Well, the way he conveyed love to me is perfect. I cannot think of a stronger form of love than seeing God on the cross, laying His life for me and shedding His blood.
Hysteria. That doesn't answer the question. The reasoning that you have to use to get to this conclusion is bad. Okay, it doesn't hold up to scrutiny. Why would God, in all of its infinite power and wisdom, rely upon the weakest and the worst parts of human reasoning in order to get to the truth that it exists? How would we be able to differentiate the truth from what is fiction if we're relying upon the worst possible reasoning methodology?
Are you talking about faith?
I'm talking about faith. I'm talking about emotional states. I'm talking about making assumptions, and I'm talking about begging the question.
Well,
all of
what
it.
you're presupposing is that it's a blind faith, and I don't believe in blind faith. Right? When John said, "We saw him risen from the dead. We talked to him. We touched him." Right?
How do you know the
That's
Bible is
literally.
true? How do you know the Bible is true?
Well, that's something you need to examine
Not
yourself,
me.
right?
I've been through this. I was born and raised in the faith. I'm an atheist. I've been down this road. I'm asking you, how do you know the Bible is true?
Well, evidence, historical evidence, consistency, the way the church actually preserved this truth. When I read the church fathers, when I read the New Testament, I just there. But before that, there are steps before that where God was working in my life, because I felt I was going through a lot of evil things. I did a lot of bad stuff, right? I was a really bad human being, and it boiled down to me crying out to God, right, and asking Him, does He love me, right?
Okay.
Because
So while you were doing all this bad stuff, and before you cried out to God, you already had knowledge that a God could potentially exist, correct?
no, I was. I was a cultist. I believed in some spiritual stuff, but
Okay, so you already had foreknowledge that it could potentially exist. That's why you called out to it as a rescue for the bad stuff that you were doing. You appealed to God because you already had a possible you already had knowledge that this thing could potentially exist. You saw it as an out for your current behavior.
That was the last drop, right? The last straw. I couldn't rely on myself anymore, or my family, and I just reached my hand towards something above myself, right?
How did you determine that God exists for you to reach out for Him to have an effect in your life, and it wasn't just
After
you?
that,
How did you know? No, stop, Hister. How did you know that God exists for you to reach out to Him? And how did you eliminate the possibility that it wasn't just you convincing yourself of something in order to change your own behavior?
Well, that's a loaded question, right?
It's not a loaded question. I'm asking your epistemology. Your epistemology and your methodology. How did you know that God existed, that He could actually be there to have an influence in your life? And how did you eliminate the possibility that you just convinced yourself that God exists so that it could have an influence in your life, just so you could justify changing your behavior?
So, how I would answer this question, because I think it's because I believe now I'm a reflection of God. Even if I didn't believe
that's an appeal to consequence.
Even
how
if I
did you
didn't
know
believe
to?
it,
I'm not asking you how you ended up. That's an appeal to consequence. How did you
I
start?
didn't end my sentence, right?
No.
I
But
will
you're
answer the
appealing
question.
you're appealing to consequence. You're appealing to the effects after the fact.
I understand.
So I'm asking you how you started.
I need to end my sentence, and then you will see the answer, right?
You don't start at the end. Start at the beginning. How did you start?
Yeah, I started with end, and now I'm going to tell you why I believe through reason we can believe in a God, because we are beings who tell ourselves about ourselves. We can ask questions about ourselves. We tell jokes, we fantasize, we empathize. So all of this is an activity of a self-reflexive consciousness, and that seems to me to have something to do with the fact that some of us believe we are capable of a relationship with the unconditional creative energy that we call God, because we can remove ourselves and see ourselves from the bird eyes perspective, we can examine nature, we can ask these questions, right? So there is always this question: is there an ultimate purpose of something? And when
It's
you
God of the
are
gaps. So it's God of the gaps. Cool. So we assess that. Cool. All right then. I think it's solid. I think we got to where we need to go. There are things you don't understand about consciousness. There are things you don't understand about consciousness and theory of mind and philosophy of mind. So you filled those gaps with God. It's God of the gaps. It's not a problem. I just want to know how you got there. You basically stuck God into the gaps of the things you didn't understand about the human experience, and that's what fills those gaps for you, and that's why you believe. And it has some sort of physiological or psychological utility for you, and that's why you believe. That tracks. That makes sense. It doesn't mean that the God exists. It just means it serves a purpose for you. And I want to know how you got there.
When you say it's a coping mechanism or a warm blanket, it couldn't be farther from the truth, because
then if you didn't need it, then if it wasn't, then why did you? If you didn't need a coping mechanism to deal with your poor behavior and how you felt like you were at your last rung or hanging from the last thread, why would you reach out to something that you don't view as a coping mechanism or a life raft? Why would you need a security blanket if you didn't need security?
Well, you forget if God does exist, he's personal, so he can reveal himself.
That right there is the most. That right there, Hister. That right there is the most intellectually honest thing you've said so far. If God exists.
Yeah,
right
I'm speaking to you because you are an agnostic or an atheist. I don't know, but if he exists, he would be a personal being with which I can have a relationship. So there can be things that I cannot explain to you, right? Subjective things that I just cannot explain. But when I go to the objective side of evidence, I think there is plenty of evidence that points to God existing, right? From philosophy, from testimony, from how the history unfolded. Just going to the church, all the depth, the richness.
None of that is evidence for a God.
None of it is sufficient evidence. Because you could say the exact same thing about religions that don't agree with you about God. You could say the same thing about Hindus. You could say the same thing about Muslims. You could say the same thing about Taoists, about anybody who believes in a God that is not the Christian God, but holds to the same tenets. You don't believe in that God, but you still hold to the same tenets that lead you to the Christian God. So the same arguments work across the board, but you can't demonstrate that the God actually exists. You're just you're demonstrating behavior that you're demonstrating a belief structure that influences behavior and makes the behavior more positive in society and makes your life better. Just because it has a physiological or a psychological benefit or utility to you does not make what you believe in true.
Yeah, but I'm saying I can assess these things. If I read John saying, because we saw him risen from the dead,
that presumes that the Bible is true.
Yeah, but this is a far cry from Christianity.
No, that's begging the question. That's begging the question. You assume the truth of the Bible. You presume the truth of the Bible because
I can ask question. Is he lying? Did he hallucinate? Did he have a vision? All these questions I can ask and I can examine and I can.
And the best you can come up with is I don't know.
I'm a rational being.
Yeah, the problem with examining it is that you can't go back in time, so you have no way of examining it. All you can do is read a story, and based on that story and that story alone, make up your mind whether or not you believe it. There is nothing you can do to examine it.
The closest you can get is I don't know, which would get you to the closest you can get is I don't know, which would get you to an agnostic position that you don't know.
Would you say that history is science?
That's completely irrelevant. We're saying that your final conclusion, the best you can get if you're maintaining intellectual honesty, is I don't know, which would be the agnostic position. But then again, Hysteria, you are an atheist when it comes to Allah. You are an atheist when it comes to Brahma. You are an atheist when it comes to Vishnu, Odin, Thor, Zeus, Ra. It doesn't matter. You're an atheist to all these other gods. You're an atheist to all these other gods. but you're not an atheist to this one particular God. We're explaining that the methodology that is used for you to determine your atheism about all these other gods is also applicable to the God that you believe in, which is why we as atheists don't believe in it. You're just not applying it, which shows a break in your epistemology.
Which is why you couldn't answer my question. Which is why you couldn't answer my question when
I will send you the papers on refuting such arguments if you want to read it.
If you want to send those papers to me privately, I'll include them in the YouTube description later as well.
Yeah, and I'd be more than happy to see any paper that mentions my name dying as an atheist, because that is a specific thing that can and probably will happen. And if someone's going to write a paper about that, refuting it, I need to see that.
Okay. I can just say to you guys also naturalism of gaps, right? When you say God of the gap.
What does naturalism of the gaps mean?
There's no such thing as naturalism of gaps. Essentially, it's either we know or we don't know. And if there's no explanation or if we don't understand it right now, we just leave the question mark in its place and we keep studying until we do understand it. It's kind of like it's kind of like evolution. We know it unequivocally. The evolution occurs. It's like we understand evolution better than we understand gravity. Okay, evolution is unequivocally false. As though we know it like the sun. We know it like we know what time to the millisecond the sun is going to rise tomorrow. Okay, so
I know. And there are gaps. And there are gaps in evolution which we keep filling without assuming anything about those gaps. We will fill them the moment we have the evidence or the fossils or whatever to fill that specific gap. Not before.
Science uses belief as well, right?
No, science does not use belief.
Science explains.
Of course it does.
No, science explains.
You think that science doesn't have philosophical assumptions?
This right now, science doesn't make assumptions about things. That's a part of the hypothesis process. You ask a question about an observation. You can assume a possible conclusion, but that doesn't mean that your conclusion is correct. Okay? So what it does, what theories do, scientific theories explain phenomena based upon the evidence. It eliminates it eliminates what is not true. It eliminates confirmation bias. It eliminates the possibilities of what could be alternatives to come to the best possible explanation based upon what we understand about reality and how we understand the evidence. And it does this over thousands of years of testing and falsification and throwing everything at it, because what scientists do, any scientist in these fields, they are constantly trying to tear down the current prevailing theory. That's the objective of science, is to come up with a better theory that is more explanatory and makes better predictions that are more accurate. So scientists are constantly trying to improve upon itself by tearing down what is there and improving it and making it better.
But if someone tells me there is a diamond on the beach, I will not take the metal detector to go find the diamond, right?
Well, I'm sure you wouldn't, because metal detectors don't pick up diamonds.
Exactly. So when you just want to use this kind of empirical, scientific way to come to the conclusion of God, I don't know, what do you expect? The metal detector cannot find the diamond, right?
I can answer that question. Do you believe miracles exist?
Yes.
Okay, so that is God interacting with this world, correct?
Yes.
If that happens, we can observe it, we can measure it, we can test it.
We can create a predictive model off of it.
Yes.
But there is also philosophy, right? Philosophical arguments.
And now you're shifting the goalpost.
Hang on. So we can. I need to add something, but we can also rule out other possible explanations. Then
this is true. Yes, Randolph. We can eliminate possibilities.
Yeah, that's the important thing about it. So if there's a miracle that can be reproduced, we can observe it, we can figure out that all other possible explanations for it are wrong, the ones that we can figure out, and then it's more reasonable to say, oh yeah, okay, this is most likely the case. And we start dealing with probabilities and things like that too sometimes, depending on the scenario.
Yeah, but what about philosophical assumptions that serve as a metaphysical underpinnings to science, like that the laws of physics will hold in the future?
Can you demonstrate it? Can you demonstrate it?
Yeah, the regularity of nature, for example.
But,
These are
but
not
nature is not.
subject.
But nature is not uniform. Nature is not regular. Nature is constantly changing. Nature is locally uniform to human beings because of how we perceive time.
So you think laws of logic can change?
No. The laws of logic are affirmed by their negation. What I'm saying is that nature, in and of itself, just nature, like the universe that we exist in, is constantly changing. It just changes at such a slow cosmological rate that we are really not aware of it. But the way the universe was and the way the universe will be is in a constant state of shift. The problem is that these cosmological shifts are so vast, and we live such short lives by comparison, that we can ostensibly say the universe is locally uniform.
So E equals MC squared can change. It's not
eventually at one point. Yes, it will,
because nothing will exist, or well.
Eventually, as we approach thermal equilibrium, yeah.
But that's not changing.
And the laws of the universe, the laws of the universe break down. No, it will come to a point in time where E equals MC squared will not be true anymore.
There was a point in the past when it wasn't true.
Yeah, there was a point in the past when it was not true. But it's true now. It's true now, but there will be a point in the far flung. I'm talking like septillions of years in the future when it will not, because the universe will have broken down to the point at which it's not possible. So therefore, it no longer becomes true. But it's true now. So it's locally true. It's locally uniform.
That the objective reality of the external world, or that the laws of physics will hold. These are not subjects that are in immediate scope of empirical sense data or empirical science.
Or right.
Science the things we presume. Hold on. The things we presume in science are confirmed constantly, which makes them reliable.
Yeah, at that point, you're basically
it's the same thing with the laws of logic.
We're taking the evidence we have now, and we form a model. That model makes predictions about reality. Then we use that model to extrapolate and go further, knowing what we know now. And that may help us make predictions about further things in the future. Because we go further. This is how we know at one point the sun will expand into a red giant and will swallow the earth. This is one point where we know that there will be a point in Earth's future where total solar eclipses will no longer be possible because the moon will have traveled too far away and will no longer fully cover the sun in order to create what we know now as a total solar eclipse. These things are changes that will inevitably occur, but they will not occur for I think the moon getting further away, that's like 6 million years in the future. Okay? So these things do occur. All right. And we know them, and we know that they will occur because of the evidence we have now and the projections that we can make. So we can say, now we're not saying that 100% they absolutely will occur. We're saying that the predictions say that they will, then the prediction comes true and it verifies the model. All right. So what you're basically saying is we're not in the future now. We can't rely upon the model, and that's just intellectually dishonest.
I'm just saying, rather than argue from what we don't know, we use good arguments for theism, take what we do know, and show how it logically leads to the transcendent creator.
But it doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't, because the very first thing you have to do is you have to presuppose it. No, because the very first thing you have to do is you have to beg the question about whether everything was created or not. And you cannot demonstrate that an agential creator made anything.
I'm saying to you, there are arguments for that.
Hysteria, I have a question based on something you said earlier. You accept evolution, correct?
Yes.
And you think that the Bible is true, correct?
Yeah.
How can you
well, there with Genesis.
Adam and Eve, where do Adam and Eve come in? Where do Adam
throw Genesis out the window.
Let's hear what's going on here first.
So you think, well, the Catholic Church. What?
No. I'm not talking about the Catholic Church. I'm not talking to the Catholic Church. I'm talking to you. You believe that we evolved, that we have a common ancestor, and you believe that humans were created by a God fully formed as humans, how can you hold two contradicting beliefs?
I don't see a contradiction because
You don't see a contradiction.
No, please don't interrupt me, please.
So humans evolved from a common ancestor, or they were created ex nihilo, fully formed. Which of the two is it? Because they can't both be true.
Bible, firstly, Genesis isn't a scientific textbook. There's nothing problematic.
It's not what I asked.
No, Peter,
I gave you a specific. I gave you a specific. No, hold on. I gave you.
He's trying to answer. I think he's trying to tell us that Genesis is wrong. Go ahead.
No. When we talk about events, right, in terms of remembering events, there's a personal way of remembering events, and there is a communal way. So you need to understand that this was oral tradition, right? And when we move towards remembering events which have universal significance, the more this memory will appear symbolic and condensed. It has to be, because it can be attended to and remembered by larger groups over larger and larger spans of time. So what the Genesis is basically a polemic on the cosmological stories of the ancient Near East, and it's saying that God, that there is just one God, that because Moses is basically saying to us, there is one God, we sinned against him, we fall. It doesn't say that we didn't evolve and that God could have breathe in.
It does say we didn't evolve. Hold on, sorry, and I'm talking. I'm talking on. This is my opinion, and I'm not speaking for anyone else. But if a book says that Adam and Eve were created, and if we know that never happened, that wasn't the case, why would the book say it? And why would we need these oral traditions to go on for thousands of years, telling people lies on how the human race came to be, when it's completely wrong? And now we've got an audio problem again.
I think like what hysteria was just alluding to was interesting. He's saying that there seems to be a condensed communal memory of these old events. This to me speaks to the Bible being errant rather than inerrant, and so I agree with him when he says it's not a scientific document, and so for that reason I don't consider the Bible to be a credible document, because it is making scientific claims but not backing it up. Now, Hysterija, we're going to bring you back again, but we have spent quite a lot of time on this, and what we want to do is get on to some other guests pretty soon here, but maybe we'll give you the last few words here.
Yeah, I just want to say that the main point of the Genesis narrative to the nomadic desert people who wrote it was that the Lord was the creator of the universe, not these other gods, right? And that the Lord was the Lord of everything and every nation. The Lord is the God of gods, a universal God of love and justice. So there were all sorts of other creation narratives around, and this one changes them in those ways.
Yeah, we understand that we're talking about the Christian viewpoint on that, and then that is the Christian viewpoint, so that makes sense.
You also conflated the New Testament God with the Old Testament God, because the Old Testament God was not seen as one of love and justice and all this other stuff. He was actually a very fiery and wrathful God, and essentially Genesis was taken from the Sumerians. So,
well, it's not wrathful; it's just, right, to punish sin or evil. There was a lot of evil.
Is it just to punish a victim?
A victim? No.
Mm-hmm. So when it says in the Bible that if a woman is raped, she shall be stoned along with the rapist, is that just?
Well, that's a difficult discussion. We can have it.
It's not a difficult discussion. It's
because
wrong.
It's nuanced. It's nuanced
It's
because
wrong.
of.
I'm
It's
gonna
not
wrap.
nuanced. It's wrong.
Yeah.
I'm gonna wrap.
I can defend
on.
it if you want, but
No,
I'm
no,
gonna
no.
wrap-
you can't.
I'm gonna wrap
yeah,
this.
I can because
I'm gonna wrap this up because yes, I agree that it's wrong, and I would be okay with hysterija that we maybe explore this topic at another time because I think we're going way off topic here with this now. I'm at the point here where I'll say that by saying the Bible's not a scientific document, and yet it is the rationale, the explanation for your God, I'm not convinced because the Bible makes scientific claims, and it's not a scientific document. There's the problem.
yeah, it's phenomenological language. It's Genesis, right? We're talking about there are different books in the Bible, and we need to observe what kind of literary form are these writers using, right?
Well, that's
So
according to you. I'm looking at a book that tells me very specifically certain things, and to me, it's pretty clear. So, but we're happy to give you the last word, and then we'll move on to our next guest. I think. Does that
yeah,
sound?
I go. Yeah,
I
I go
also
with the
wanted to
church.
thank him because at times it may seem like you're being ganged up on, which is something that we do want to avoid. So I want to thank you for being patient and sticking around with us.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I just want to say that I go by the church, and church promotes scientific research and discovery, and she calls the Genesis in a certain way epic poetry, and I don't believe that doesn't make it untrue, right? There is typology there and prophetic truths written in certain forms by knowledge of people of that time. And we need to examine it rationally, right? And use ancient Near Eastern context. And I would just say New Testament is obviously a testimony of people who are with Jesus. So that's it.
Okay, thank you very much for all your time for coming on today, and I look forward to talking to you again. I see Matt Gruber. I can't find you in the audience here, so I'm going to move on to Ryan Ain't Lion, who is after you in the queue. And if you come back, we'll put you up next. Ryan Ain't Lion, it's a pleasure to speak with you. Thank you for coming on. As you probably know, the topic here is to try to convince one of us that a god or a goddess exists. Welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. So because I'm not a Christian, I'm not gonna try to demonstrate that a God exists, but I am well read on the historical Jesus and early New Testament
Are you
scholarship.
are you an atheist?
I am, yeah.
Oh, cool. Oh, well, hey, nice to meet you.
Thanks, you too. I've loved the stage so far. I think it's been really well run, and I've enjoyed it quite a bit. So, thank you. So the first thing that I just wanted to cover, and I think this whole thing will not take more than 2 minutes. So, and for those of you that like citations, you can get ready with your get ready with your notes.
Brian, feel free to send me a private message with any links you have, and I'll gladly post them into the YouTube description afterwards.
Oh, okay, wonderful. Thanks. So the first thing I wanted to cover is that one thing I've been hearing repeatedly by the religious folks here is that somehow the scholar or the alleged authors of the four gospels, I think one person even said Matthew was written by Matthew. That is not held by any New Testament scholars of any note, including religious ones, believers of any kind. The four authors do not claim, well, number one, they don't claim to be eyewitnesses. Two of them explicitly state they are not eyewitnesses. There are no major historians, religious or otherwise, that believe that they were written by the people whose names are in the titles. In fact, the titles are later additions by the editors. So they're not even claiming to be the authors themselves. An atheist brought up the and just to flesh it out further, Like they don't say I saw or we saw or I spoke to or anything like that. They, I think the idea that later believers would claim that they were eyewitnesses is not something that they would have agreed with. An atheist brought up that the apocryphal texts in Book of Judas, were somehow should have been included or something like that. The majority of secular historians, in fact, say nearly all of them, do not believe that the Gospel of Judas and the apocryphal texts are likely to contain any historical information whatsoever. Just quickly, I want to cover that there were no accounts of a Messiah suffering and dying in any Jewish sect that we know of. Nobody expected the Jewish Messiah to suffer and die. As Paul states, we had no converts among the Jews. I mean, this was the most ridiculous thing you could tell a Jew, which is that, hey, that guy that was crucified last week? Yeah, he was the Messiah, the guy that was supposed to deliver us, from the oppressive rulers. I mean, it would have been laughable. And it was laughable to nearly every first century Jew. One other thing is that the earliest Christians believed that Jesus was going to return and that the world was about to end. So one of the best attested things that we have about Jesus is that he was an apocalyptic prophet claimed to be a prophet, of course. And Paul, of course, told people not to get married and to sell their things. Christians were selling their land, selling their houses, because from the earliest Christians, they expected the world to immediately end. One kind of thing that I'd like Christians to begin to address, and there was a Christian who stated that, yes, of course, the historical Jesus did exist, and I think that we as atheists have to do a better job. And I love that you guys, didn't really, that you guys did state the majority scholarship, which is that he did exist, almost certainly, and it's not the guy that they believe in, of course. And one of the biggest things is that Jesus did not claim to be God. Nowhere in our first three synoptic gospels, which is, Matthew, Mark, and Luke, does Jesus claim to be God. There are many passages which pass the criterion of multiple attestation, in which Jesus explicitly denies and differentiates himself from being God. He says, why do you call me good? No one is good except God alone. Luke 18:1, Mark 10:18, Matthew 19:17. Why do you ask me what is good? There is only one who is good. If you want to enter life, keep the commandments. He doesn't say you have to believe in me. Another phrase he says, but what about that day or hour no one knows, not even the angels in heaven, nor the Son, but only the Father. So he's saying, I don't know when the kingdom will arrive. Matthew 24:36, Mark 13:32, Luke 22:42, saying, Father, if it is your will, take this cup away from me. Nevertheless, not my will, but yours be done. The best scholars in the field, most of whom are believers and have published the most respected and extensive works, do not believe that Jesus claimed to be God. Everyone from John Mayer, who is a Catholic priest and a believer, E.P. Sanders, who's a believer, Geza Vermes, believer, Dale Allison, Presbyterian minister, Paula Fredrickson, they do not believe that Jesus claimed to be God.
So, do you happen to know where this phrasing, Jesus is Lord, comes from? Because I hear that an awful lot.
Yeah, so there's a lot of this is translational issues and stuff like that, but we'll get to John and why that's unreliable, and all of these. I mean, the believers, they stipulate and accept that Jesus does not claim to be God in the synoptic gospels. Paul does not claim that Jesus said he's God. Of course, Paul never met Jesus as well, but Jesus only claims to be God in John, which is our latest and most theological gospel. Now, John changes many important data And that's in fact why we call them the synoptic gospels, because they're so different from John, right? John changes the day and time of Jesus' death. The rest of the gospels have him killed. John has him killed on the day of preparation to the Passover to make a theological point, right? Jesus is slaughtered as the lambs are slaughtered because he's the Lamb of God. These passages in John don't pass any historical reliability criteria. They don't pass the criterion of embarrassment. The church would have wanted to claim that Jesus was God. They're not contextually credible. We don't have any record of any Palestinian Jew ever claiming such a thing about himself. And most importantly, they don't pass the criterion of multiple attestation. No multiple independent sources claim that. It seems very odd that all earlier independent sources, Mark, Q, M, L, Luke, and Matthew, just happened not to mention that Jesus called himself God. I mean, how could that be? Did they just forget? I mean, it's just crazy. So going to what you brought up, people say, well, Jesus was raised from the dead. He healed the sick. There's a couple problems with that. The prophets Elijah and Elisha heal the sick and raise the dead through the power of God, just like Jesus does. He says, you are healed, right? God, Jesus never says, I have healed you. He says, you are healed. So do the apostles Peter and Paul. They heal the sick and raise the dead. That doesn't make them God. King David was referred to as a son of God in the Bible. It doesn't make him God. Jesus never says, like I said, I have healed you. Being a son of God doesn't equate to being God. Many figures in the Old Testament were sons of God. They're chosen by God to mediate his will on earth. And I just thought I'd share that with you guys. And that might be stuff that you already knew. But if there's any questions and I know the answers, I'd be happy to answer them. But I know it's a little bit adjacent to the topic that you have right now. I just thought I'd chime in there.
Well, what I can tell you for certain is that none of that has convinced me that a god or a goddess exists.
Nice try, atheist.
Yeah.
No, that was a really well-researched explanation of the early church and the formation of the Christology in John being like a radical departure from the earlier church, probably. I learned from that.
Definitely. Yeah, well, I've really enjoyed the stage. Thanks, X and Randolph and JL and Peter. I'm really enjoying the show or whatever it is. So thank you.
A quick shout out.
I assume Ryan,
Thank you, Ryan.
You've changed your position on me.
Oh, in terms of
the message that you sent me previously.
I'd have let me look that. Oh, were you the one saying the Book of Judas or whatever?
I brought up the Book of Judas as an example of texts that were deliberately left out of the Bible that are not considered non-canonical. So if anything would give us insight into Christ, then why would it be left out? That was the question I was posing. Using the Book of Judas as an example, because it gives us more insight not only into Christ and the Christ private discussions with Judas, but also into Judas's reasoning. But then again, it conflicts with the redemption narrative and Christ's mission. So they would obviously leave it out if they're trying to go for, trying to present a particular narrative to Christians. So
right on. Yeah.
That's the only reason I was bringing it up.
Yeah, I might have been caught too much into the specifics. I think
that's okay.
I forget if I repeated this already, but I think the Book of Judas is held to be a much later work and doesn't contain any, according at least to most secular scholars, probably doesn't contain any historical information or anything like that. But one interesting question before I let you guys go is what Christians don't often consider is what is it that Judas betrayed? I think one of you, I can't remember if you brought up, but what is it that Judas, and why did Judas give the authorities what they needed to convict Jesus, And I think just the two most prominent theories, one of them is that he either wanted to be, when Jesus was going to engage in the overturning of the tables, which is a symbolic destruction of the second temple, that he was concerned by this and knew that it would bring the authorities down on them, or that he wanted to actually initiate the revolutionary coming itself. And so I think that's an interesting debate that scholars are having right now.
So do you have any references to look into that stuff?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the scholars do an okay job. Those major scholars that I gave you guys. I don't know how it is that they're Catholic priests and Presbyterian ministers who don't believe that Jesus called himself God. I think that's really interesting in itself. But when they're doing history, they are, trying to do history, and that's apart from their faith. But yeah, I think the best scholars in the field are generally good. Like I said, John Mayer did a 5-volume work. I think Bart Ehrman's okay. A lot of problems with Bart Ehrman, but E.P. Sanders, Geza Vermes, they're all great. E.P. Sanders is probably a good place to start. It's pretty short books and easy to digest and stuff like that.
Well, thank you, Ryan. Really appreciate having you on.
Yeah, no problem.
Appreciate your feedback. Glad that you tuned in. And for anybody who's curious, we're also available on a YouTube live stream, which I will be posting in the Heathen Hangout chat shortly. You can find it on my channel at youtube.com/Randolph Richardson. That's RANDOLF Richardson. In the meantime, I'm going to bring on our next audience member here to speak.
A quick shout out before we move on. I wanted to shout out that
Go ahead.
if anybody's interested in these topics that we brought up numerous times about sort of biblical history and understanding the formation of the early church or Judaism and so on, there's a community that pretty much everyone who comes on here who's knowledgeable about these things, I can just right click on them and guess what server I have in common with them. And it's Academic Biblical Criticism. It's kind of a specialized server. It's not a huge hangout server like this, but it's a great place to get knowledge and information. And it's not just for atheists. Like there's a lot of different kinds of people who studied the Bible there, all having a discourse that's fairly academic and
please send me a link to that in a private message so I can include it in the YouTube description as well.
Yeah, will do. That's like one of my main sort of evangels of being on this panel is I try to always make sure people know about academic biblical criticism as a community, and it's in my opinion like the coolest place to dive into, especially if you're religious, because what could you have to fear from learning about the history of your religion? If it's all true, then it's just going to deepen your faith, right?
So I've brought in our next one here, who goes by. Oh, wait a sec. Why is Philosophish here? I don't know. Brought in. I don't know what I'm saying. I guess you have this wonderful cat avatar, and I'm sure you're aware that our topic is to convince any of us that a god or goddess exists. Welcome.
Yeah, thanks for bringing me on. I'll keep this short and sweet. So I grew up in a Baptist church, and recently I've been flipping if I'm religious or not. I'm still kind of struggling with it. There's one argument though that keeps bringing me back to religion, and that is the watchmaker's analogy, which simply is that everything that has a design has a designer, right? And I wanted to hear y'all's thoughts on this.
Have you heard the Dawkins jumbo jet response to this?
I have not.
I mean, it's fairly straightforward, right? The thing that is being posited as the explanation for the complex thing is massively more complex than the thing that it's being posited to explain. Like when you posit a being who can travel through time, know the future, like figure out what species are going to be like ahead of time, manipulate evolution to cause it to come out a certain way, or any of these crazy versions of how the creator is supposed to have done it. The creator is almost always like a massively more complex and difficult to explain thing than the thing it's posited to explain. And there's a million different ways of putting it, but it's circular, right? Whatever you're going to say requires an explanation, requires a bigger explanation.
Okay, true. I agree with that statement, but it's hard as a semi-religious person, it's hard for me to go back all the way through time to the beginning of the universe, the beginning of the known universe, right? And to think that something didn't initiate that. There wasn't like everything that we know had a cause, right? And going to the ultimate source, which is the creation of the universe. If everything has a cause that we know, why is the creation of everything excluded from that?
Oh no, go ahead, X. I apologize.
No, you go for it, Joe.
Well, typically when approaching this, I looked at it from I always kind of fall back to what David Hume talked about. If you've read Hume's criticisms to the Watchmaker fallacy or the watchmaker analogy?
I have not. No.
Because what David Hume had a few philosophical criticisms of the watch analogy, and essentially what it was that it was in three distinctions. The first objection was that human beings have no experience of world making. Okay, so what he basically said was that everything we claim to know the cause of, we have derived from inductions from previous experiences of similar objects being created, or seeing the object itself being created ourselves. So because that doesn't apply to the world or the universe, whatever you want to say, in and of itself, we have no experience of this. Okay, so that was the first one. The second criticism is that was the form of the argument is that as an analogy, it's disanalogous. And that's what Ix was bringing up. And then the third criticism is that even if the argument did give proof for a designer, it doesn't follow that designer is necessarily God.
Then what would it be?
Then we would simply say we don't know, but we can't conclude it's God because we can't eliminate the possibility of something else that is not God, but has powerful enough world-making capabilities, which would essentially get you to deism. So it's not necessarily, it's just that there's too many problems with it, is that it's not analogous, it doesn't get you to a God, and human beings have we have no concept or experience of world making. So we're making it requires too many assumptions to be made. What you can get to, this is what essentially I like to pose in the most analogous form that I could possibly make it. When you're looking at essentially the universe in and of itself, okay, everything is essentially, when you take it to its infinite conclusion, it's going to come to, why is there something rather than nothing? Okay, why does the universe exist? We can trace it all the way back to the Big Bang, essentially the Big Bang, which was an expansion event into the visible universe that we know now. The observability of our universe can be traced all the way back to the Big Bang. Okay, beyond that is nothing but mathematical extrapolation. We have no observation of it.
Not all the way back. Not all the way back. We can look.
It's measurability. We can measure. That's what I'm talking about.
Time.
Peter, that's what I'm talking about when I say observability. I'm talking about measurability. Yeah. We can measure back to the expansion event, which we call the Big Bang. It wasn't an explosion; it was just an expansion event. So we can measure back to a certain point, or we can observe back to a certain point. But beyond that is mathematical extrapolation back to the singularity, which is a mathematical concept. Okay, so that doesn't necessarily mean that the singularity is something that actually exists. It's just that that's where the math goes. All right. Now, in reality, what really exists beyond that expansion point is a big ass question mark. We don't know definitively what that is. There's a lot of evidence going in a lot of different ways. The null state is pretty much the one that I hear because it has the best evidence going for it, but that may change in the future. Ultimately, all we can come down to is that we don't know. And that's okay for us to not know that, because that opens up the field for inquiry. It means we can keep searching and keep looking for an answer. That doesn't guarantee we'll ever find one, and it doesn't guarantee that the answer is not God or some other deity that has sufficiently powerful enough to kick the football on the universe and then pissed off with no evidence of its existence. But we can't conclude any one particular thing, from the Christian God to Allah to the sufficiently powerful enough deity to a unicorn fart to holographic projection theory. We can't conclude any of that. So it's just going to be a big question mark until there's enough evidence to formulate the theory as to the beginning of the observability or the beginning of our universe. The question then becomes, can you be okay with not knowing? Or how do you justify sticking God in that slot when you have no evidence when you don't have sufficient evidence to support that that's what it actually is?
So that brings me into my next point. So once you reach the point where you go back to the beginning of the known universe and time and all that, what makes the position of saying nothing existed to cause that more valid than somebody asserting God did it?
Well, we don't assert that nothing exists. It's just like no physicist or cosmologist will state that something came from nothing. That's a logical contradiction. There was potentially something there in the empirical sense of it. We just don't know what that was. We don't know the state of anything beyond that point. So literally consider it everything beyond the initial point of observation, which is the Big Bang. Anything beyond that is pure speculation.
So is that the position of atheists? Is since we don't know what happened there, we can.
Then we don't know what happened. That's pretty much it. We just don't know. Maybe one day we will, but we don't know. And we're okay not knowing, because that means we can still ask questions and we can still inquire, we can do testing, we can keep trying to figure it out. And slowly but surely, physicists and theoretical physicists and cosmologists are working towards that answer, and bits and pieces as we eventually slowly begin to formulate a theory. There are a lot of hypotheses, but none of them are scientific theories yet. Maybe one day we'll get there, but maybe not. We may not even get there in our lifetimes. But what is that atheists are cool with saying, we don't know, but we're not going to make an assumption or base a worldview on an assumption that is wholly unjustified.
Well, I guess, many atheists, many atheists, it's actually more specifically, it's we don't believe, but very often most atheists I know are also agnostic and will say, we don't know.
Yeah, but if you adhere to JTB, that, knowledge is justified true belief. I don't know if you adhere to that, but essentially, so I don't adhere to it either, because get your cases and all. But what you can sensibly say is that you can't make yourself believe something. Because I'm a doxastic and voluntarist, essentially, that we're not in full control of the things that we believe. So not everything. Like, I can't just choose to make myself believe something. And especially if that thing is in direct opposition to the evidence. Like, I can't go to the top of a building and just make believe I believe I can fly and then just jump. I can't do that. I couldn't make myself believe in a God any more than I could make myself believe in that, because the evidence does not suss that out.
So then, wouldn't it be?
And there's another thing. There's another thing that I wanted to point out. If at the start of the Big Bang you were going to shoehorn in a God, then that would stop science, because that's where we stop investigating. If we've got an answer, then that's the answer. And since we can't investigate God, that's where we need to stop investigating. So
and that's why we don't accept
it would be a poor decision. It would be a poor decision to make if you're a scientist to just adopt a conclusion that you can't investigate, will never be able to investigate, at least not in the foreseeable future.
That's why you can get to deism. That's why you can kind of get to deism, like the sufficiently powerful enough entity. But when you stick like the Christian God in that slot, because you can stick an answer in there, and then you can examine if that answer is correct. So if you stick like the sufficiently powerful enough deity in there, sure, it's unfalsifiable. You can't disprove that. I can't say it's not the sufficiently powerful enough entity. Because, say it is a sufficiently powerful enough entity that then created everything and then just pissed off and left no evidence of its existence. Sure, that's a possibility. And it's internally consistent. So, but if you say the Christian God, well, the Christian God comes with some baggage, because there's a lot of attributes to it. There's more stuff to be known about it. There's all these little things. And once we say, okay, well, maybe let's say it is the Christian God. And then we start examining the logical entailments of it being the Christian God. And then we realize by the logical entailments of that, it doesn't add up. And then we start knocking down. So we say, no, the logical entailments about putting the God in that slot don't result in the system that we currently observe. So then we put it out there. Well, it doesn't result in the system we observe. So the only conclusion we can draw is, one, the God is not the answer for that slot, or the God that is the answer for that slot is not the Christian God, or it is the Christian God and it's completely lying to us. All of these are justifications for removing God from that slot and waiting for another answer to go in there.
So then, wouldn't it be more sensible with the information that we have today? Wouldn't it be more sensible for all atheists to be agnostic? Because you're saying we don't know what happened before then, but how can you lead the assertion that nothing was there based on the evidence that we have today?
Well, then you come into like what you can know and what you can believe. So, like I said again, I don't know, but that just means I'm agnostic to what before the Big Bang was. And you say, what do I believe was before there? What I believe is based upon the evidence. It's the strongest thing that can be supported, which is the null field theory.
Null hypothesis, right?
Null the field theory. Okay, so I've totally glossed over it. It's way more deep than that. But I adhere to where the evidence is going. And then if it changes and something new comes up, then we'll look at that and it'll be like, oh, that's the best explanation. So I go towards that. Yeah, but it doesn't mean that that's necessarily the case. It just means that that's where the evidence is going. And cool, I'm cool with that. I believe it's that until that belief is unwarranted anymore.
Yeah, and a good example of the science changing is where people used to believe that and thought it was the best estimation was that the planet Earth was at the center of our solar system, and then science was updated once more information was known, and we have a better idea of what's really going on with the sun being at the center.
Right, or assuming that human beings, because we're the only ones on the planet that can communicate with ourselves, we can't communicate with any other species the way we can, or we can't think about the world or the universe and that it seems so singularly special that we must be special. So I look at it and I simply say, well, I don't know what it is. I know where the evidence is leading, so I will conclude, I'll believe that that's probably where it's going to go, but ultimately I don't know. But I could say I'm confident in the evidence. But I don't know specifically what the direct answer is. But I'm confident the evidence is going to get us there. So I'll go with that as far as an explanation goes. But if it changes, then it changes. That's good to go.
Yeah,
then I'll know, and because I know, my belief will change. So that's the whole point there. That's why we're agnostic to. We're agnostic. Like I'm when it comes to deism, I'm agnostic because I can't knock that out of the park. But when it comes to the Christian God, I'm Gnostic. I know that thing does not exist. I know it doesn't exist, and I do not believe in it. So I'm a Gnostic atheist when it comes to the Christian God, but I am an agnostic atheist when it comes to just the sufficiently powerful entity.
Yeah, and it's important distinction that agnosticism and atheism are separate classifications, and people can be anywhere on these spectrums. So, like, I have a friend who is a Christian, and he says he's agnostic because he doesn't know that his deity really exists, but he is a theist because he definitely believes it. So, there's people can be all sorts of different things in there. So I classify myself as agnostic atheist. I fit in both of those classifications, in case that helps to give you some more clarity on this.
So I have a question for him.
Yeah. Oh, no. So what were you saying I don't?
So I want to clarify this. I want to make sure I'm getting this right. One of the points that I derive from what y'all are saying is there comes a point to where you can't use logic anymore to justify the existence of a greater power. Is that correct?
Yeah, depending upon how you define that greater power. You can, you logic or reason or rationality, whatever, however you want to suss it out. That at a certain point it breaks down, but the only reason it breaks down is because of the logical entailments of how you define that entity.
So then, like the whole conversation of this is convince us that a God exists, right? How would a theist approach this? How would a theist convince you that a God exists without using logic?
I can answer this.
Yeah, go for it, Randall. Or sorry,
Yeah,
Randall. Go for it, Randolph.
Sorry, I had to get back to my screen there. So this has been asked by Christians to me before, and also put by some Muslims, and my answer is because there's certain characteristics with those deities, I would need some kind of demonstration of those characteristics, and so the omniscience and omnipotence grant it to me for 2 weeks, and I'll do some experimentation and verify some things for myself, and that would do it for me. That's one example of a way that would convince me. That doesn't really require a logical argument. It's more of an experience in that case. I hope that answers your question.
And I think when it comes to logic, you'd have to show, because the laws of logic are confirmed by their negation. So it's all about the law, the law of non-contradiction, the law of excluded middle, and the law of identity. So these things are affirmed by their negation. In a world where these don't follow, where these are not true, there is no coherency in that world. There's no distinctions that can be made between things, and so that world is incoherent. The fact that we live in a coherent world and we only have one world to really go by, we can safely assume that the laws of logic hold true, and they're true in all possible worlds because they're affirmed by their negation. So if the God is there and the God conforms to logic, then logic supersedes God, and I can just adhere to the laws of logic. But if the God is there and the God does not adhere to the laws of logic, and the laws of logic exist outside of God, then God can violate the laws of logic himself. That means God can both exist and not exist simultaneously, which makes God incoherent. Logical contradictions cannot exist. God does not exist.
So, and my response to I don't know what I'm saying, I hope that answers your question.
It does, but could you elaborate on it with like use an example here? I'm still trying to understand what you're saying.
About which one? About which part?
He was saying that he would need to see what like an attribute like omnipotence.
Okay, so so because the Christian God, for example, is has a number of omni characteristics, two of which are omniscience, all-knowing, and omnipotence, all capable, all powerful, kind of they can do anything. What would convince me that a deity exists is if that God were to grant me those two characteristics. I don't need all of them, but just those two. And then I could do things like I could explore the universe, and I could see that I could check and confirm for myself that a number of these things are real, including God himself. And the reason I would need both of those is omniscience, so that I would know how to use the omnipotence properly without actually being destructive and damaging anything. And the omnipotence, of course, so I could actually do those things and conduct the experiments for myself. And so that would be convincing for me to have this kind of experience. I'd want 2 weeks because I also have a bit of an ulterior motive. There's certain parts of the whole universe and cosmos I want to explore and look around a bit. But that would be part of proving that testing out the capability as well, and see that this really is the way it is.
Okay, that answers my question.
Okay, and what do you think of that requirement? To me, I'm thinking for a God who is omniscient and omnipotent and has other characteristics, it would be no problem for them to make this happen. Do you think that this is a reasonable expectation of mine, or do you think it is problematic?
If you're using the Christian example, I think it's problematic because the whole point of God existing, right? It's a hierarchy. He's above us. So if he granted you those powers, you would be equal to God, right? Therefore, you would take away God's authority. I think it's problematic with the Christian example, but I think if you're trying to use that to prove the existence of God, I think that would work.
Okay, so, and I will just clarify, I did mention that I don't need the other omni characteristics, so I would not be equal to God still, because I would not have those other characteristics.
So what is another characteristic of God besides omnipotence and omniscientness?
Omniscience.
Sorry.
Having an omni-chronological characteristic, meaning can permeate all of time, being omnipresent, being everywhere all at once. Those are two other omni characteristics that I wouldn't need for this.
And omnibenevolence as well.
Yeah, that's another one. Yeah, I wouldn't need that.
But omnibenevolence has its own. Each one of these has their own problems. Omniscience has a problem. Omnipotence, there's paradoxes that exist in all of the omni properties.
But the point I was making is that to answer the question here, and I hope I've satisfied your question.
Yeah, you have.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'd have a question for you. So when you came on the stage, you said that the watchmaker argument is the one that keeps you from becoming an atheist. Did I get that right?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay, so that is the design argument. So what would you say would be a good example of a design that we should see?
I'll go even beyond humanity for this one. So like nature, right? We can see a tree, right? A tree produces an output for the environment. In this case, it would be oxygen. It takes in CO2, produces oxygen, so that the system can give it carbon dioxide again, right? It's a cycle, right? It's a self-sustaining cycle.
Mm-hmm. Which evolved because there was a time when there wasn't any oxygen, or at least not sufficient enough for life as we see it today. So that life only started existing when algae in the sea, who currently still produce most of the oxygen on the planet, it's not trees, unlike
you've got a point, but essentially the window of opportunity for life to be on this planet is actually, cosmologically speaking, very, very short. So there was a point in time when life was not possible on this planet. There's a point in time when life will not be possible on this planet anymore, just by virtue of orbital mechanics. So like the window is very, very small, cosmologically speaking.
Okay, but can you, Peter, can you name anything in this observable universe that doesn't serve a purpose somehow, some way?
Yes.
What?
The laryngeal nerve of the giraffe, for instance.
Evolutionary bottlenecking.
Yes.
Okay, can you elaborate on it? Can you explain to me what that is?
Yeah, so there's a nerve that goes from the larynx to the brain. That nerve existed in the time when we were still fish. While we evolved, that was still in place. It's still in place today in mammals, for instance. But it goes, it loops around an artery near the heart. So in the giraffe, the laryngeal nerve goes down the neck all the way to the heart, loops around the artery, then goes back up to the brain. If we were designed that would not be the case. Because you would, if the main characteristic of design is keeping it as simple as possible. So this is a clear example of a very, very poor design if it were a design. Now, if you look at evolution and how that works, then it's perfectly plausible because the nerve during evolution wouldn't have the possibility to cross the artery again because it would have to come apart and then reconnect again. So no designer would make it that way. It's open to a lot more damage the way it's constructed now.
The inefficiency of biological systems is one of the big things. Biological systems are ridiculously inefficient. So, given what human beings need to physically operate, the amount of energy we need to consume in order to operate, how much we're able to consume, how much we're able to digest, and what that takes is that there's inefficiency across the systems. That biological inefficiency, we don't make use of the vast majority of the energy that we take in. We don't make we're biologically incapable of doing that. So inefficient. So like you're saying, simplicity and efficiency are the hallmarks of design. So there's so much wasted energy that is just ridiculous. But that's just the way evolution. That's just the way the natural processes have sussed out as far as biological life forms. And then you have what I brought up, evolutionary bottlenecking. If the system of evolution were designed, then evolutionary bottlenecking is not something that would occur because evolutionary bottlenecking results in the destruction of species that can result in disbalance. And you have the separation. You have what are called evolutionary pressures, which typically millions of years ago, nothing had control over. So like the climate or things like that. So the best example I give of that is like the megalodon shark. Megalodon shark, apex predator of the sea, nothing could contest with it. It pretty much dominated everything until a climate change occurred. Till a basic climate change occurred around 260,000 years ago. And then all of a sudden it's because the climate of the earth changed and then the sea temperature changed. All of its primary prey went to areas that it could survive, but it could not survive. So this giant aquatic predator is left in oceans with no food, competing against smaller, faster great white sharks. The megalodon goes extinct because it bottlenecked itself into this perfect apex predator that could not adapt or could not evolve to a sudden evolutionary pressure, which was the changing environment. And so therefore it died off, which then allowed the great white shark to propagate and become the apex predator of the ocean. So on and so forth. This is seen throughout nature. And so, because nothing self-corrects. Evolution doesn't self-correct. It just keeps building upon itself. And that which, when it builds upon itself, ultimately, it will build upon the system in a way that the system itself will inherently fail. Those species or organisms where the populations where the system fails, those ones die out because they can't sustain themselves. Whereas the ones that are able to, those are the ones that are able to survive and propagate. And this goes on and on and on and on at random, resulting in all kinds of weird stuff that we see, weird mutations and weird vestigial organs and all kinds of stuff like the laryngeal nerve. Just like, human beings still have the remnants of our gills and our tails. But these are vestigial structures that are no longer serve a purpose. So on and so forth.
Yeah, so I think we've raised a lot of reasons to have reasonable doubts here. I don't know what I'm saying. Our guest, what kind of arguments do you have?
For a moment there, I thought you didn't know what you were saying.
and I can also bring it. I wanted to bring up because I love this one. When it says like name one part of the system that we could do without that serves absolutely zero purpose, and my absolute favorite example of that is Naegleria fowleri. And Naegleria fowleri is the brain-eating amoeba. It's literally an amoeba that kills whatever it enters because it essentially devours their brain. That's all this amoeba does. It serves no other purpose, holds no other place other than to kill whatever it enters.
Well, I would argue self-sustainability then for that amoeba.
Well, that amoeba does, but as far as like the grander system, it doesn't play a role in any other area because it only subsists in particular areas where it has no predators, and it only preys upon things, and whatever it preys upon, it immediately kills. But the access to the victims that it has is limited. So it literally is just an organism that sits there and just kills whatever is in its place. Now, you could say that that's part of that, but that's part of the natural system. But you could remove the brain-eating amoeba, and nothing would change.
Yeah, it is a micropredator. So my question is to our guest here is what arguments do you have to try to convince us that a god is or a goddess is real?
I don't have a logical argument for y'all. I have personal beliefs, and I think in our conversation we've reached a point where, like y'all said, there comes a point where nobody can logically argue for the existence of God. Hence why I was saying that like the whole point of trying to convince y'all that a God exists, I think you pointed on this, Randolph, that there really is no way. It ultimately comes down to belief systems. So I'll stick by that answer.
I think the best way. I think the best way to address that question is to just say what convinced you.
Well, I'll just answer first. Is that I wasn't saying that there is no way. I gave one example of what would work for me. There may be other arguments that would work. I don't know yet. I'd have to consider them. I am open to it, and as I know my fellow panel members here are as well, because we've talked about this backstage, and so that's I'll just clarify that. But it's if you think you don't have an argument, that's okay. That's fine too. This has been a good conversation, and I really like your avatar.
I appreciate it, man.
Ultimately,
I would recommend you check something out.
Ultimately, if the thing exists, then the thing knows what evidence would convince me. And the thing has not shown up to give me that. It refuses to. So,
well, I personally don't think it ever will.
So, Huber, you said that you were convinced by the watchmaker argument as the thing that has you on the fence. What I wanted to ask before, and I was waiting for a chance to do so, is have you read any of the books that actually address that question? Like, have you read The Blind Watchmaker by Richard Dawkins?
I'm aware of it, and you sent it to me, so I'm going to do
it's like
some
the
further
book
research on
to
it.
read if you think that is convincing as a starting point.
Yeah,
Because,
I'll look into it.
Yeah, because it's a lot of these so-called arguments are just basically intuition pumps that try to prey on our intuitions and our assumptions, and they work on people's cognitive biases because they seem plausible on their face value until you do the slightest investigation and find out why no one finds this sort of thing convincing who is familiar with the subject.
I think you're in a great spot. I really do. You're asking questions, which is awesome. I think you're like in the best spot possible.
I agree.
And this will be my final point. I've been taking up a lot of time. Another reason too, I would consider myself religious or asking questions about it is I've personally seen both people that are religious and people that aren't religious find complete fulfillment in life, like true fulfillment. So I don't think there really is an answer like which benefits you more, because I've seen both. I've seen people be content with both belief systems. So
I agree.
All right, thank you very much. I'll just one little quibble: atheism is not a belief system, at least not for me. But I think your point is quite a good one, though.
Yeah, well, I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, and feel free to come on again in the future.
I'm suddenly reminded of Marcus Aurelius. Live a good life. If there are gods and they are just, then they will not care about how devout you've been, but will welcome you based on the virtues you live by. If there are gods but unjust, then you should not want to worship them. If there are no gods, then you will be gone, but will have lived a noble life that will live on in the memories of your loved ones.
Yeah. I'm going to bring on our next guest, Respectable. So, Respectable, I know you've been waiting for a long time, like a lot of people. Thank you for your patience. As I'm sure you're aware, our topic is to try to convince any of us that a god or goddess exists. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I'm gonna make an argument from contingency, if you guys can address that. And I think you know how the
Sure. Can you turn your volume up a little bit? I'm sorry to interrupt.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
better
So
now.
I was saying I was gonna make an argument from contingency. I think you guys know the premises. So do you want me to go through them if you don't know them?
We should go through them, just to be clear, in case there's people in the audience who also don't know. I'm not very familiar in this.
Sure. Okay, so the argument is everything is contingent upon something, right? And that is contingent about something else. And then ultimately, there would be either be an infinite regress or something that leads to a creator who created this. So in a nutshell, this is the argument for contingency.
Are you making the Leibnizian cosmological argument version? Which version are you making?
No.
Are you familiar with that one?
I'm not.
There's
I'm
no
not
logical.
that familiar
There's
with
no
it.
logical
I'm not.
contradiction.
So
there's no
when
logical
people make
contradiction in an infinite regress. So
No, there is a
I'm
logical
not that
contradiction.
familiar
No,
with
there's not.
Because it
the
leads to many
argument.
absurdities, of
So
course.
if you say that everything is contingent on something else, then wouldn't that automatically negate your God?
How?
You also have to explain what necessity
How would that be?
versus contingency means if you're
There's
going
a
to use the
difference.
term.
It's because we believe God is independent, right? And that everything is contingent on Him.
that's special
We
pleading.
don't believe that God Himself
that's
is
special
contingent.
pleading.
That's
Can I
special
ask you a
pleading.
question? Do you know what modal logic is?
No.
Okay, contingency is a term we have from modal logic. There's a concept called contingency and necessity. And I hear Christians all the time who've never studied any modal logic, but they're using an argument that uses these words. And they think they know what the argument means, but they don't realize how problematic it is. One of the reasons
Well, what's so
is that the
problematic?
Leibnizian cosmological argument leads to modal collapse and necessitarianism, and there's only one possible universe in which God has no choice in anything. So it's a very weird argument if you're not familiar with modal logic and what necessity and contingency mean. But necessity and contingency are not just like the way you would use them in a colloquial sense to say one thing like just is because of another thing, like a cause. Contingency and necessity is different than cause and effect, or creator and created. It's a different distinction.
They tend
So
to
that's why I asked
conflate.
if you knew what these words meant, because you said you were making
He
a
left.
contingency argument.
That's okay. We can keep going for a little bit here.
But you're right, man. I've seen that conflation way too many times.
When you ask if which argument someone's making and they're not familiar with the distinctions, it's understandable because they're really confusing for all sides. I recommend if you're going to make these types of arguments, look up which version you're using and the name of the person whose version you're using, because it'll just save everyone time.
Yeah, there was also mention to the Kalam cosmological argument, and that one has another problem that is a very basic one. That couple of things. It assumes that everything must have a cause in order to function properly, but then it doesn't really address things that don't have a cause. The other part of the problem is it doesn't actually lead to God. Even though a lot of the people presenting it say it does. I'm going to bring us our next guest, Hippie, who's been also waiting a while. Not sure what happened to Respectable, but that's okay. Hippie, I guess you're familiar with our topic of attempting to convince any of us that a god or a goddess exists. Welcome.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Loud
The
and
smell
clear.
of patchouli is strong.
Dude, I think I got it.
And I just got a flashback of a song that was very popular in my country. I want to be a hippie and I want to get stoned.
I think I know who this
Never
is.
mind.
Yeah. I think I got it all figured out. All right, so nobody's ever solved the hard problem of ontology. So I don't have to prove where Mother Nature came from, but planets and things came from Mother Nature's supernovas and such. So Mother Nature is our goddess.
Excuse me, Hippie. Would you mind just maybe quickly giving us an overview of the problem of ontology?
Yeah, nobody's ever been able to explain what caused the first cause, if there was any cause. Like, there was how many peppers could Peter Piper pick? Nobody's ever
do
solved
have-
ontology. There's never been a solution to ontology, and
I actually have a possible answer to that.
awesome. You'll get the Nobel Prize. That's cool.
I can't prove it.
Is this a different claim, Hippie? So I recognize your voice. It's been a while since we've talked on like the ACD server or whatever. But is this a different version of what you were talking about back then?
I'm just saying that Mother Nature is the goddess. I mean, you got to be convinced because supernovas make things like planets, and so therefore we're created by Mother Nature.
Why would
Call
I
it a
assume
goddess.
How do you know it's not Father Nature?
Why would I assume that there's agency behind those things?
Because supernovas make things like planets and stars.
Yeah. We're talking stellar nucleosynthesis. I understand what you're saying, but why would I assume that there is agency behind that?
Because nature
I'd also contest
still
that
is.
supernovas
Hang on, Peter, let him answer.
Nature has
Peter,
been around ever since nature began. Nature's been around.
I'm sorry, I only caught half of that, Hippie. Say it again. So why am I assuming that there's agency behind that stuff?
Because Mother Nature exists and has always existed. Since nature existed, nature has always existed.
But nature hasn't always existed. Not in the observable state
I
that
said
it currently
since
is.
nature has existed, to the point that we could look back to where you say that there isn't a Mother Nature. I'd say, yeah, there is a Mother Nature.
So something brought in Mother Nature into existence.
I don't know. Do you know? I don't know. But we
No,
have
I
nature.
mean you're the one that believes in it. So
I'm saying there's no way to not believe in Mother Nature because we know
I don't
that
believe in it.
You have to. It's the fact that we came from. See, Christians don't believe this stuff.
You're sticking agency behind the natural process.
Wow, you gotta just I'm giving you I got it figured out. Supernovas make things like us. We're made out of stardust.
Nope.
Yeah, we are.
No,
Well,
they don't
the
make
basic
Christians
elements
don't believe it. But I don't know what
stellar
your religion
nucleosynthesis is well understood. Okay, the elements do that
Mother
elements do come from this, but you're assigning agency to a natural process.
No.
How are you justifying that?
It just is. That's how it is. You
So
can
it's
name it
tautological.
Mother Nature. It's a goddess, not a god.
He's not even giving it agency. He's literally just calling it a name.
Yeah,
He's just
the
saying physics
reason-
is Mother Nature is something.
There's it's deeper. Think harder. Okay.
So
what makes things and gives birth to things like supernovas, mothers, goddess.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you got to be convinced. You can't say no.
I think that when it comes to Mother Nature, that's normally a label that's like a metaphor to kind of describe the processes of nature.
Oh, that's blasphemous.
Yeah,
it's argument to analogy. No.
That's blasphemous to say that Mother Nature
and
is
in order
God.
for Mother Nature to give birth to anything, she'd need a father too. So where's that?
Peter, let me finish, please. Just give me a sec, okay? So Mother Nature is not intended to be a goddess or an agency or anything, as far as I know, although it can seem confusing to people because it seems to be natural processes from which life derives. And so we have abiogenesis and whatnot, and then evolution that complements that, and here we are today. So there's, I guess, you're going to have to draw those two together somehow, beyond just saying that's just how it appears, which sounds good.
Rather
Go ahead,
than
Peter,
saying it
after
came
this.
from nothing, we say everything came from Mother Nature, from nature, naturally.
Yeah, and so sorry if I seem to be interrupting. I've noticed that my OBS is putting a slight delay on my voice, so the moment I start talking, it takes about a second to go through in here. So something I can't help at the moment. But Hippie, in order for Mother Nature to give birth to anything, she'd need a father. Who's dad?
Nobody's ever figured that out, dudes. you would call it the Big Bang or
So
something, maybe. And then, like, I would say, hey, if there was a Big Bang, then maybe Father Nature banged Mother Nature or something like that. But we know that that's what happens. Nature gives birth to galaxies and things.
I think that would more likely be Father Time hooking up with Mother Nature.
There we
but-
go, dude. That could be it. I gotta have to enjoy some Mother Nature marijuana and figure out the rest of all the answers.
Okay, well, Hippie, you know what? This has been a fun conversation, but I think
I'm glad I convinced you of Mother Nature.
Not as an agent, no.
All right, it was been fun. Thanks.
Yeah,
thank you very much.
Peace, man. Okay,
Take care. Have a good one.
Well, it's better than butt worms. I'll give you that.
You guys are awesome.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. Do appreciate it.
Thanks. Peace.
So our next guest, there was one named Oof, OOF, all capital letters with an exclamation point. They're not here, so we're going to move on to the next one, which is 1Magian3, which I think is just an interesting hacker style of writing the word imagine. Please correct me if I'm wrong, our guest. And of course, you're familiar with our topic, I'm sure, of convincing any of us that a god or a goddess exists. Welcome.
Thanks for having me. I'm just gonna say my part. It's basically so I don't know if I call myself a Christian anymore, but it's like I've been raised a Christian, right? And then at some point, I started thinking, okay, but what do I actually know? You know, like it's just like people are telling me this, people are telling me that, I'm reading this and that, there's no real proof. So like right now I'm in a state where I think the best decision for anyone who doesn't believe or who doesn't know or is like unsure, even believes, is like at the very least like the common ground between everyone that believes and doesn't believe should be like consistency and honesty at the very least. Like if you can't say that if you don't know what made God or whatever, then just say that and just like meet yourself where you're at, you know?
I think that's entirely reasonable.
Ditto. Intellectual honesty is something that's deeply missing on that side of the fence, and yes,
and it's
yes.
tough. It's tough. So like what that really like led me to believe is like, so what do you do like in that state? Like what exactly is your purpose? And I don't mean like purpose as in like grand purpose, why am I here, blah blah blah. I mean like, so you are in a state where you can't actually prove God exists, but you can't prove he doesn't exist. And like I just want to know, does anyone here actually believe God doesn't exist and like is like 100% sure of it? Like really think about that.
So yeah, so you're kind of straddling two different areas here. One is seems like certainty, knowing. The other one would be certainly in belief. So first of all, a theist believes that at least one deity is real. An atheist does not believe that. Now, there are some atheists who take an anti-theistic standpoint that there are no deities at all, and that's another position that can be taken. As a consequence of that, they are included in the atheism demographic anyway, because if they hold the position there are no deities, then it logically follows that they don't believe in any deities, so therefore they are also atheists. So it's quite a large demographic in that respect. And the other portion of this is that atheism doesn't reciprocate to that, though, but so it doesn't mean that you're an atheist, you automatically hold that position, and then that's a bit of a confounding point for some people. Now, the other part of it is when you're certain that you know that you have actual evidence or proof or something of this deity, then that would make you Gnostic. Or if you're kind of holding a position that you know something about this deity existing or not existing, that would put you in kind of a Gnostic, GNOSTIC category classification. If you don't know, then agnostic fits that perfectly. They're not exactly perfect mirror images of each other, these classifications. They work a little differently because you don't really have anti-Gnostic, even though that word did come up a little bit at Huxley's time, but it wasn't really used at all, as far as I know. Maybe a few people made references to it, but it wasn't significant enough. So it doesn't really kind of get any kind of recognition there. I hope this helps clear things up a little bit for you.
Mm-hmm.
I myself am like, when you do, I think you can actually break it down to like the individual God claims. Like, did this particular God exist? Let's examine that particular one. We can determine if it does or does not exist, and so on and so forth. And
that would be making it contextually. Yes,
right,
absolutely.
So,
Yep.
And so, like deism, just like standard deism, garden variety deism, sufficiently powerful entity, kicked the football in the universe, left no evidence of its existence. Sure, that's unfalsifiable. Can't knock that out. I'm agnostic to it. I'm also atheist to it because I don't accept supernatural explanations for things, but I'm agnostic to that and an atheist.
Me too, on both those counts.
When it comes to the Christian God, like the Christian triune God, I'm Gnostic atheist to that. That thing cannot exist because it's defined in a logically contradictory way. So
What
it
are the
really depends upon the God itself.
So
Say
what
again?
are the contradictions of the Christian God?
So the attributes given to the Christian God. Okay, so you look at the attributes and where you get the attributes. The attributes of the Christian God, typically you want to do the what are understood to be the omni attributes. When I'm saying omni, I'm not just talking all-knowing, all-powerful, all-loving, so on and so forth. These are derived from the Bible. Supposedly, the Bible is the breathed word of God. It's the inspired word of God. It's ostensibly God speaking to human beings through the Bible, describing itself. Okay, so this is God describing itself.
Yep.
The problem with these attributes is that the attributes themselves are logically contradictory with themselves and with the reality that we observe. So you can go both sides of it. You can say that there are logical contradictions between, say, omniscience and omnipotence. Can an omniscient, omnipotent entity change its mind? Then you've got things like the Averroes' paradox of the stone. You've got the problem of evil, so on and so forth. So those are problems within the attributes themselves that create logical contradictions. Logical contradictions cannot exist, like a one-ended stick or a merry bachelor, because if you violate the laws of logic, you get into incoherency, and these things don't exist. So that God does not exist. That particular God of those attributes does not exist. Then you can go into the reality that we observe. Things like, the attribute of omniscience violates the uncertainty relations of quantum mechanics, which implies a direct violation of the second law of thermodynamics, which results in a universe that is far different than the one that we observe. We don't observe that. The second law of thermodynamics holds true. So do the uncertainty relations in quantum mechanics. Therefore, a being with omniscience does not exist. That attribute does not exist. And you can knock these down one at a time, so on and so forth. So, yes, the defined Christian triune God, that thing cannot exist because it is logically contradictory.
Okay, so one thing I have to say about that idea you brought up, the omniscient can't really change his mind, or like omnipotent, because like he knows everything, right? So it's not like yeah. So, but that's the thing. Like in the Bible, it's like it mentions that God like has a nature of his own. So I don't really know. It's like maybe our perception of like knowing everything, or power, or just like something so ultimate, like on the top, we can't really understand it, because like how do we know like what applies and when? How do we know if there are rules or not? Or like maybe like this is the way he wants it to be, and like you can't say always like there are logical contradictions, because like based on like how the physical world is, because like you'd have to be outside of the physical world in order to make a physical world.
I can point one out for you if you want.
All right.
According to the Bible, God is unchanging. So how come we have a new covenant when Christ died on the cross?
Well, I mean, that's not another God. That's the same God.
But but the Bible specifically
changing everything.
Yeah, the Bible specifically states that God is immutable. Okay, and then turns around, and then there's a new covenant. Why not the new covenant originally? If God knew infallibly that there was going to be a new covenant when it started this whole thing off, and it knew everything infallibly from the start that this is what it was going to do, why not just initiate the new covenant beforehand? Why does there have to be a new covenant?
I think it starts to make sense if we are able to put ourselves in his position. But that's the thing, like we actually can't. It's like impossible for us to understand like his like side of it. And not only that, we can apply the same logic to like we can treat him like another human being and still like that argument that you just said there doesn't make sense.
This is just appeal to mystery.
Maybe I have to. Maybe I have to clarify because when I said the new covenant,
this is just appeal to mystery. Conclusions that are derived from an appeal to mystery are invalid. You cannot say them to be true. It's just unfalsifiable hypotheses, and you can't derive anything from them. It's just stopgap.
I can clear it up. I can clear it up. So what I meant is, God is unchanging. So in the Old Testament, he puts down 600 plus laws, then changes his mind and only leaves us with 10. If God is unchanging, why did he change?
Well, he felt the need to tell us about that. I don't know, like what exactly his plan is. So it's like, and you can say, oh, it's God is unchanging, and why does he do this, and then does something else completely to counter that?
Yeah, but you can't be unchanging and then change things.
Wait, look, I'm not saying like he's unchanging as in like he is unchanging, but I don't know about like the steps he takes in order to enact his plan. I'm pretty sure it's like he's following like some sort of rule, right? Otherwise he would just snap his fingers and therefore like everything would just be the way he wants it to be, right? So there's a reason that he made this world like so chaotic. You know, all these things that we think, oh, this doesn't really make sense. This is unneeded in the universe. Maybe it really is, but you know, like let's say it's unneeded in the universe. You could say that, you know, God wouldn't do that. What do you know that what God would do? You know what I mean? Like he has his own like plan, his own goal. Like let's say, for example, two people are lifting a weight, right? One is using pure strength, so like they're doing a bench press and they're just using like no technique, all like it's all in the chest, right? And then the other one, he's just using technique, right? He's like using a bit of his like body to like push up the weight. It's like kind of a cheating, you know, sort of rep, right? So you could say that the one with the technique is the one that did the most reps, right? Compared to the one who did it properly, right? But they both had different goals, right? You could say, hey, why was the one it's obviously it was better to do it with technique rather than not, because the goal is to get more reps in compared to the other person, right? But so what if that's not your goal? What if you just want to build your muscle?
Are you essentially basing
that doesn't address my objection?
Are you essentially basing your belief off of an 18th century poem by William Cowper that God moves in a mysterious way?
I mean, I provided my own example, so it's not really.
It's still appealing to mystery. It is still appealing to mystery that we can't know, or we're not meant to know, or we won't ever know. Only God can know. God has his reasons. God moves in a mysterious way. This is literally a poem by William Cowper. I think it was written in the late 18th century. I think it was like 1770 something.
Okay.
It was a poem that was converted into a hymn. That's where that line comes from. It's not even biblical. Okay, it's just a poetic license regarding this supposedly mysterious nature of God. We don't know why things happen. God has his ways. God moves in mysterious ways. God has a plan. Blah 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 blah.
Exactly.
These are coping mechanisms with the observed difficulty of life.
So wait, what do you mean by coping mechanism?
So life in and of itself, is essentially a fight for survival. Okay, at its brass tacks, it's a fight for survival. It is not fair. There are essentially no rules. There's no judges. Okay, when it comes down to it, life is difficult. There is adversity. There is comfort. We experience all of these things. But all in all, it's basically a fight for survival. That is what life boils down to. So when you're looking for why things are difficult or why things are hard, or you're trying to explain why bad things happen to good people or why bad people never see justice, when you're trying to come away with these things, these things to human beings don't make sense. They do make sense if the world, if there is no agent behind it, that this is just the world, and it is up to us to make the system itself, to make the system moral, to make the system just, to try and derive a system that we can all live under in peace and harmony. But that doesn't happen because populations disagree on things. We have all these problems. Life in itself is a struggle. Okay, from top to bottom, from microorganisms all the way to us, life is a constant struggle. So when you're trying to explain why things are the way they are, and you're trying to like you go into the whole is-ought problem, stuff like this, the best way to do it when you're talking about there's got to be a reason for why this bad thing happened to me. There's got to be a reason why my child was born with bone cancer. What's the reason behind that? There is no reason. Sometimes children are born with cancer. It happens. No, there has to be a reason. Why would this innocent life be affected with this? It hasn't done anything to anybody. Why would it get something so cruel? There must be some reason. God has a plan. God moves in mysterious ways. Yada, 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 like this. These are coping mechanisms to deal with the difficulties of life.
Okay, so that's a good point. It is used as a coping mechanism, but then again, that depends on your goal, right? Like, what exactly are you using that idea for? I get how some people could use that as a coping mechanism because, they just, it's like easier to have less responsibility over things, or put everything on ourselves and on our actions. So it's like, oh, that's how the world is, or that God works in mysterious ways. That's not what I'm trying to say. That's not the reason I'm trying to say that. I'm just saying this. God has this is one of God's mysteries simply because of the fact that I think that, as human beings, assuming that God exists, right? As human beings, we should at the very least know our place. We've committed, we've done a lot of great things, right? We can see way far into space, developed all this technology from just dirt, we've done all that. But the thing is, we have to still come to the conclusion and remember, keep ourselves in check. There are things that we don't know to the point where we can never understand it, and we have to accept that. If anything, that's not a coping mechanism.
No.
If there are conditions.
No, imagine that is intellectually dishonest. We can assume we can assert that there are things that we don't know, but to assume that we will never know them and we are never capable of understanding them, that is intellectual laziness.
Well, I mean, we could try.
Exactly.
Okay,
that's the point,
that?
Is to keep trying, is to keep asking questions, is to keep searching for that answer, to keep going. But to assume that we'll never get there and we need to appeal to some mysterious force beyond that in order to make things make sense, or to apply an answer where we don't currently have an answer, that is intellectually dishonest.
Oh, by the way,
you cannot move in that direction, because it will lead you to conclusions that are unfounded, unreliable, and irrational.
Look, I feel like that's the case. That's true with your examples, right? These examples that involved things inside the world. But if you're trying to understand, to understand the mind of God, again, assuming he exists, right? Understanding the mind of God. If that means if you're assuming God exists, that means you're basically saying it's at some point I forgot where I read it. I remember just basic. I'm paraphrasing. We can never understand the mind of God, or why he does things. I mean, it makes sense. Come on, it's like an ocean and you're trying to put it in a bucket. There's it makes sense. You know what I mean? So I don't think it's overly unreasonable to at least say that much. But there are things we should take responsibility for. There are things we shouldn't shy away from. And we do have the power to understand because it's within our reach, right? So I wanted to go to my next point. So because we all have this sort of believe, whether you're a believer or non-believer, I think we all have this shared responsibility. Okay, so I think if God exists, he understands what position we're in. We have a lot of reason not to believe in that he exists, right? So why did he put us in this world where it's it's so like damn confusing, right?
That's
like there's people saying
that is a big question in philosophy. But I mean, particularly philosophy of religion. But you know, you're saying that we all have a shared responsibility. What is the warrant for that?
Wait, just I'm getting to my point.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm saying what shared responsibility we have is first, it's understanding that we don't know, right? That we don't know. Not that we can't know. Like there are some things we can't know, but it's fine. I guess it's like that's mostly information about God that's irrelevant to us anyway. It's just what we need to know, which is like, does he exist, right? So under that, let me, like, we have this responsibility of like trying to find out if God is real, right? Because he's actually the thing where, like, if he is real, then that's really important, right? And we have to do everything within our power. You know, that maybe there's like the intellectuals, you know, they're the ones, or like the atheists. I actually like listening to the atheists, right? Because I just, if anything, it just like it calls out the Christians that are like so like dishonest and like just given to that like fake belief where it didn't really matter if they were Christian, because if they were born into like another religion and they applied the same knowledge, applied the same way of believing, then essentially it has no real value, right? Assuming God exists, he wouldn't take that as real, like, you know, belief. I think belief is like, so we don't understand anything, and we should act accordingly.
So you're saying that you've listed some responsibilities, and while I do like some of them do appeal to me, such as the responsibility to myself to be intellectually curious and explore things and all these kinds of things. I'm paraphrasing. I'm not exactly phrasing what you're saying, but I think that's kind of what you meant. There's like the one for trying to find this God thing. I don't feel like that's a responsibility of mine. All of these responsibilities, nevertheless, these are arbitrary. These are subjective. These are things that we decide to do with our lives. If there is a responsibility that applies to everybody, that everybody should do, like, as you said, trying to find this God, then, you know, I still want to know, what is the warrant for that? What is the justification, the objective justification for that everybody must adhere to?
I feel like the word I should have used was burden, right? Like it's a burden we all share. So
okay,
it's like,
so change responsibility to burden. My question is still the same.
Sorry, repeat your question.
What is the warrant for this burden?
Well, it's not really that we have to do it, but it's like if we want. He says that if we find him, right, and we find and love God and, you know, follow him, then obviously we go to heaven. And if we don't, we go to hell, right? And a lot of people might say, hey, you know, I don't like that idea of like hell, because it's essentially an idea to keep people in check, to, you know, like make them believe, right? But
it's fear based, and it's contradictory
exactly.
it's fear based, and it's contradictory to omnibenevolence, because an omnibenevolent being and an all loving being, when there is an opposing deal, if it's all powerful, it would come up with another way to punish a finite crime with something other than an infinite torment. So infinite punishment for finite crimes makes no sense and does not comport with that being an omnibenevolent being.
And make no mistake, heaven is also an eternal prison. So it is also a punishment, because when I've asked Christians about this, saying, okay, if a family member of mine, a loved one, goes to heaven and I'm in hell, because I'd expect that that's where I'd go if it's real, is to hell, and hopefully be in good company and all that. But would they be able to come and visit me in hell as a mode of comfort for themselves? And what I'm always told is no, the people in heaven don't get to go to hell because it's such a horrible place. And so they have to be stuck there in heaven, is what it boils down to. And so if you can never leave, and suicide is not an option either, because that's not permitted in heaven. I've asked about it. This sounds like eternal torture either way, heaven or hell.
Yeah, to be honest, I actually don't even know like what God is thinking in terms of hell, but it's like, then again, I don't really understand all his other like.
So why should
all these other ideas? You know what I mean? So what I'm saying is,
in speaking of Bernstein, so in the case of being imprisoned eternally in either of those places, you're stuck there. That compared to eternity, let's say we just take a look at 100 octillion years, huge number, compared to a lifespan of a person on Earth, approximately 100 years. Say they lived a good life, a good, long, healthy life. Maybe 120, whatever, it doesn't matter. Compared to 100 octillion, you put that on a graph, we don't even see a dot showing up for our life. Why is it that our life, the way we behave, why is it so important for us to adhere to the whims of this deity, and then this deity, in exchange for us complying or not complying, is then burdened with maintaining this heaven or hell for the rest of eternity? How is that justified? How is that reasonable to this God? Like this whole arrangement seems very strange and very out of place to me, and things really are way out of whack, not balanced here. It doesn't add up for me. How is that?
You can go from that side, or you can go to the very beginning. If God existed and God created humans, then God made them to be manipulated by the serpent in the garden.
Sure, but
so I mean it's either sides of the spectrum. So
including the lifespan of the entire human species, let's say it's over 300,000 years, even though it's probably not, but it's in there somewhere. We've been more than 10,000 years on this earth. We know that. What if even that doesn't even show up as a blip or even a dot on the scale of 100 octillion years? Eternity is much, much longer than that, no doubt. But again, how is this justified? This is what I have trouble reconciling.
That's a really good question, and I don't have an answer for that.
Especially when you take cosmic inflation, and when you take the inflation theory, when you take inflation theory into account, where the observable universe is only a small fraction of what actually exists, of what the actual size of the universe is, where inflation theory posits that the actual universe is some 156 trillion times larger than the observable universe.
So and I just wanted to say to our guest, I have total respect for your response to me. Thank you.
All right.
So,
and
essentially, you're talking about something that conveys that literally lords power over all of this, and the length of the universe, and the mathematical extrapolation to the point of the heat death of the universe. Whereas all that's visible to the universe is essentially a light bulb on the planet of Pluto, and that's all we can see of the universe is that light bulb. But the universe is actually the size of is literally the size of Pluto, if you're talking about mathematical comparisons. So, and this being that lords over all of this and willed it all into creation, and it'll take so long to get to the heat death of the universe, and our species will be long extinct before the time we get there. And by the time, and even if our predecessors, or even if our descendants exist like that, they will look nothing like us, and will not be even. You wouldn't even be able. They wouldn't even look human, given evolutionary pressures and space travel and what we know about the universe. So. No, it doesn't make sense.
I like the biblically accurate angels that look like horrific space aliens, like the Thargoids in Elite Dangerous, where they're just like a bunch of wings and eyeballs.
Fucking Lovecraftian entities, man.
Yeah, I mean, if you listen to like the Raelians or other like UFO cults that believe that the angels in the Bible are all just like actually like space aliens,
the Falun Gong do that too.
Yeah, it fits the story way better. The like ancient aliens, like Gaia channel woo-woo stuff is a much better fit for the biblical narrative than the biblical narrative is.
I like Jesus was a time traveler.
Yeah.
And I just have something to say about just quickly. It's about like the idea. I didn't get to finish. It was about like hell being used as a way to keep people in check, to make them believe. I don't think that was the main. That's the main function, or at least at least I don't think that's the right way to be using it. I think it's for us who don't know or don't have proof of God to use that as a sort of like motivation to find out if there really is one or not. You get what I mean? So it's like there are stake. Now we have stake of like because like without hell we'd be like I guess it really doesn't matter like about making a relationship with some god which I don't even know exists. But once there's a hell involved, all of a sudden I feel like if people take that like that stance of okay, let's assume God exists, then people are going to be more careful and really like make sure that they're, by the time that they're that we die, that we are making the right choice. So like if we don't do anything about that, it's like, well, that's our choice to take. You know what I mean? Which is
sure.
like,
Again, I think that's kind of fear-based. What I really liked about you when you first talked and joined us here is you're asking a question: what do I really know? That is such an important question. And I think that what's important is to keep that in mind when you're asking questions and trying to seek whether or not there is some kind of afterlife. To kind of keep that in mind, like, is the question you're asking predicated on an assumption that you're making? If so, why not question that assumption instead? Start there.
Are you saying I'm making an assumption?
I don't know if you are. You said we're needing to find out whether hell is real or not. Now hell is a concept that's dependent on this God. So that seems to assume that there's that God there. It's missing a step in a way.
Yeah, maybe it's different. Maybe I'm just saying this because I was raised Christian, so it's like my reason for like if I'm wrong, then my mind my mind is like leaning towards if God exists. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So like
yeah.
So I think that doesn't matter what religion you're from, right? So like let's say I'm from like I'm a Muslim, right? And I believe in Allah. So let's just say I think the best thing that anyone can do who doesn't know is to make sure they know the most about the religion first before they make any conclusions.
Sure, it's good to be informed, but I mean, like, if you're trying to seek whether some place like hell or heaven exists, it's a little bit putting the cart before the horse because you're skipping over the idea of God existing. Because if you can resolve that God exists or not, and let's say you figure out that there isn't a God, well, then obviously there's no point in even questioning whether there's a heaven or hell, because it's all dependent on that God. Now, if you can confirm that this God is real, then the next step is, go ahead and proceed to determine if things about that God are correct, like the heaven or hell existing. Do you know what
that's the thing? Yeah, that makes sense, but it's like, come on, let's be honest, like, before I find proof about real proof, but like, I'm just saying, before we find real proof that God exists, I think I'm probably gonna like maybe I'm not even gonna make it that far, like that's a possibility.
Okay.
So it's like all I'm saying is there are two choices: assuming God exists and not assuming that He doesn't exist. I think we should choose whatever it is for you. Like maybe for me it's God. For me, I feel like if there is one being, I'll make it more general. Instead of just like Christian God or whatever, let's just say there is this being, and let's say one of us is right, one of the religions are right? So let's say I think that being will bring you into his heaven or whatever it is, whatever the beliefs are, according to, if you're like being completely honest, if you're like not like dismissing arguments or like not believing things because you don't want to, like just stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like as long as you don't get stuff that you can control, that you are responsible for, like in the way of things, then I think how you like conduct yourself in the world, as long as it's under the purpose of like reaching like the good or like whatever that is, like you can believe whatever that is based on your own experience, as long as you're not making any sort of like, I guess as
So-
long as you're not hurting anyone.
I know that there's a guy waiting in the chat who's Wanker, who he says he's going to destroy our worldview.
Yes,
I
going
want to
pro.
talk to him.
Yeah,
But I want to ask a question of him just real quick. It's a pretty simple one.
Yep.
I'm an atheist. I come to my conclusions honestly and with intellectual honesty. I always engage with the evidence that's presented. I critically examine it as best I can. If at the end of my life I die an atheist, and I know, and God knows, that I came to my conclusions with intellectual honesty, I did the work, I broke it all down to the best of my ability, and everything I encountered, and I went searching, and everything I found, I broke it all down, and I came to the conclusion, honestly, that there was no God. Then I die, and I'm in front of God. Do I deserve to go to hell?
I don't, like I said, I don't know. I'm not like trying to avoid anything. I just don't know. But I do have a response to that though. So, you say you do everything that you can, right?
Yes,
I think
everything in my physical capability. I go places, I search places, I talk to people, I examine evidence, I educate myself, I do all the work, and I reasonably conclude to the best of my ability with all of my education and all of my evaluation and all of my critical thinking, and I intellectually honestly come to the conclusion that God does not exist.
Okay.
And I did it honestly, and I didn't beg the question. It wasn't fallacious. It wasn't anything like that. I came to that conclusion. And then I die, and I'm before God. Do I deserve to go to hell?
All right. So I just have something to say about that part. Two things. One is, if you try to the best of your ability, then what that means is you constantly don't believe that you've tried your best. You're constantly searching. You're just constantly like, okay, I know this, but like, I feel like to anything. And the second thing, I feel like to any scientific discovery, I think then there's always a next step. And a lot of people might disagree, but I think it's philosophy. Philosophy, I think that's the next step after science, because in the end, we're still human beings, right? We like to say we're logical, because we made science and all of that, right? But we still have to take into account how we believe things. So in the end, when we find out the science, right? After that, we have to focus on the philosophy, on the different perspectives, on the different ways that we believe it.
You're getting lost in the weeds. It doesn't address my question. I'm saying I've already covered all those bases, everything in the realm of my human capability. I can't obviously do everything. I'm human. So I do everything that I possibly humanly can in my very tiny breadth of human existence. I travel to where I can travel. I learn from who I can learn from. I cover every single base, and I come to the intellectually honest, critical evaluation that this thing does not exist. I do it honestly. I come to it with no fallacious reasoning, and I used all of the best parts of our reasoning to come to this conclusion. With no begging the question, no logical fallacies, nothing. And this is what I've come to. And then I die, and I'm before God. Do I deserve to go to hell?
Okay.
The question is, do I deserve to go to hell if God knows I used everything he gave me to come to the conclusion I did, and I did it honestly?
I honestly don't know.
The answer should be no. No, the answer should be no if God is a loving God. If I come to this conclusion honestly and God sends me to hell, fuck that God.
No, just
JL, I've got the opposite question of what you just asked.
So,
let me ask you this. Imagine.
Hang on.
Just one question.
This can go on, and we do have other people waiting in the queue, and we are starting to run out of time.
Just one question. It's just one question.
Quickly, like a conclusion before I leave.
Because you mentioned hell. Let's say I'm the opposite of JL. I only heard someone say, if you don't believe in a God, you go to hell. So I start believing in a God. I'm not going to do my due diligence. I'm not going to find or seek God whatsoever. I'm just going to accept that he exists, believe him, accept Jesus as my savior, whatever it takes according to the religious people that keeps me out of hell. If I die, do I deserve to go to heaven, having been dishonest?
Maybe so. I don't know. Like, I honestly, it's just, if you were to ask someone who was actually informed, they might have a different answer. So like, if you're like looking to me for like some sort of like change in like perspective on that sort of thing, I don't know. Like, maybe it's like we can't know, or maybe there's someone who actually is like done enough work and is just like, I'm just being an idiot. It's like, I don't know. You know what I mean?
Oh, you're not being an idiot.
The reason for the question isn't to find out whether or not you can give the answer. The reason is
Peter,
to make you think.
He just gave the answer, so your answer is good. I don't know is a reasonable answer.
I accept that. I only explained why I asked the question, not to have him come up with a definitive answer, but to make him think about the question that JL asked and the one that I asked.
Yeah, that's fine. That was quite good. So, Imagine. Thank you very much. If you had one last thing you wanted to say before we move on to our next guest, please feel free, and then we'll move on. And I think what's really good is that you're thinking about these things and questioning things. So please keep doing that.
Yeah, of course. And the last thing I wanted to say was to JL Warren, when you said that you did everything that you possibly could. Now, I don't say this with disrespect, right? It's just like, I'm just saying this with the assumption, again, I'm using my own belief, with the assumption that God exists. So at the very least, like, I'm not trying to disrespect you, but like, maybe there was something that you missed. I don't know. I'm just saying maybe. Like, I guess that's all I can say. So it's like,
okay.
Yeah. No disrespect.
Thank you very much. And yeah, that's always a possibility with everything, I think. Hope you have a wonderful day, and thank you for your time. I'll just tell you, I'm not convinced, but that's not surprising because you're mostly coming here with questions rather than anything else.
That was my goal. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
We're going to bring on our next in the queue is Crisis, the Chronicle.
Wanted wanker.
Wanker
thinks you could destroy it completely.
Please understand that we have a queue and we have to kind of keep things in line. So, Crisis Chronicle, here we are, looking forward to people convincing us that a god or a goddess exists. Welcome.
Good evening. Welcome. Thank you. My name is Crisis. I'm actually coming from the debate community. One of the owners was like, yo, they're holding a theism debate in politics. And I was like, that's interesting. All right. So, before we begin, I'd like to ask you guys a few questions. Is that all right?
Yeah, let's try to keep it quick. Yes,
it relates. Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
All right. So the goal of the stage is to prove the existence of a god, correct?
To
persuade somebody.
To convince any of us that
any of you that a god is good. Okay.
Yeah.
So, what do you define? Like, how would you define a god?
That's up to you because you're here to demonstrate.
That's up to you. You're the one proposing a god.
Okay. So
I will offer one thing that when I looked up in Google, I see it as a superhuman being or spirit worshipped as having power over nature or human fortune, a deity.
Okay. Would you describe a god as being infinite?
I don't know.
Would you
have no
agree
concept
that a
of
god
which is why I'm asking you to define your god,
Yeah,
so we can
asking atheists
examine
how-
that particular god.
Asking an atheist how they define
probably
God
better if you
because-
skip the questions and just make some kind of claim.
Yeah, what I'm going to remind you here is that the topic is to convince us that a god or goddess exists. So this will be something that you'll be providing to us. Now, there's going to be an expectation that there's some agency to this deity, because if you just go ahead and say this chair is a god or a goddess, that's not going to get us anywhere.
Right, I understand that. What I'm more of getting at here is the idea that to prove or to convince you that a god exists, you would have to have parameters for that god, right? So most people would define God as an immoral being without time, like an atemporal being, and an acausal being, like one that's illogical. A lot of people would assume that God would fall under those parameters.
Is that what you're presenting to us today?
I would believe so. I am arguing for a God that is acausal, atemporal, and infinite.
Okay, so I will tell you right now that we're done, because if it is atemporal, then it is not a part of time, and so it is not something we can observe or poke a stick at or communicate with or anything, because it's outside of time. That's it. We're done.
So you're stating that because of the fact that you can't touch God, that God exists, or that God doesn't
I'm
exist.
stating because the characteristic that you gave it being atemporal, meaning not part of time, meaning if it's not all the time, then it doesn't exist. That's what you're bringing to us.
Essentially, crisis. Essentially, the attributes of the God that you're proposing are problematic in that you're stating that it exists. There are logical entailments to those attributes, and those logical entailments are contradictory. So, for example, you're saying that it exists, and existence implies a temporal state, as in a thing exists for a certain amount of time, or it exists for all time, or it exists for, whatever. But when you say that it's atemporal, you're saying outside of time. So you can't use a temporal indicator to imply a non-temporal state. Is the problem. So when you say how can a thing exist for no time?
Once again, I'll get to that, right? I'm gonna get there. So let's start with something simple, and we'll work our way to it. So, for example, do you guys agree with the law of conservation of energy?
Yes.
Okay, good.
So the law of hell can't exist.
Yeah, right. One of the that's good. What I'm not here to prove heaven or hell. So
I'm just
that's
saying,
good, right?
The energy problem is a thing. So
yeah. So for
actually, before we proceed, I think we need to get some to reconcile the atemporal characteristic.
Right, and to do that, I'm getting there through the energy and all that. You'll see. I promise that I'm not just going to get to the end of my argument and then you're going to be like, well, what does this have to do with it being atemporal?
Oh, I'm not worried about that. You sound like you're not going there. Yeah.
Right.
Let me bring up one thing before you spend a lot of.
Let him go and finish this deal real quick.
Before he spends a lot of time. If
right.
a God is atemporal, he can't act, because an action is something that is done over time.
It is an extension of it, yeah.
And you would be correct. The issue is that I'm not arguing for a God that acts.
Okay, so go for the go to the direction you were going, Crisis. Break it down for us.
Right. So due to the law of energy, are we also aware of the fact that breaking down any matter yields energy? Like when you break down the smallest point of matter, let's say carbon, for example, when you break a carbon atom, it releases energy, thus kind of showing that energy or that matter is a consecrated, condensed form of energy.
Yeah,
are we aware of that?
I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Okay, so then due to that, we would state that all matter is comprised of energy, and because of that, we would state that all matter in the universe is comprised of energy. Are we also in agreement that the universe is continuously expanding?
Yes, as far as we can tell, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. And do we agree with the definition of infinite being, or infinitely being, something that is continuous without stopping?
Really depends on how you're using infinite in this spec. I feel like you're trying to kind of bridge the gap between infinite and eternal.
Not necessarily. I wouldn't argue with.
If we're talking infinite in in the mathematical sense, then it really depends upon what kind of infinite you're talking about, and if this is what series this is. Like if it's a divergent series or a convergent series, really depends. But if you're talking about just essentially numbers, and there's a divergent series of infinite, then sure, I guess you can always plus one. I would agree with that.
Right. So that's essentially what I'm saying. I'm saying infinite as it relates to the fact that it is continuously increasing in size as it relates to the universe. So you agree with that, Warren?
I agree that we are heading towards essentially everything is heading towards thermal equilibrium. Essentially everything is heading towards zero. Yes.
Okay. So as it would relate, then we have a quote unquote infinitely expanding universe, whereas all mass and matter in the universe is comprised of energy, thus stating that since the universe is infinitely expanding, we would thus have a quote unquote infinitely expanding space. An infinitely expanding space that has it's unknown, but it could be presupposed or like we could guess or like hypothesize that there would also be matter to eventually fill that, or energy. I'll just come together and say it as matter due to the fact that a lot of people they're the same thing.
Eventually, as the universe expands, it will eventually get to a point. The mathematical projection is that eventually the universe will get to a point where matter will no longer be able to be formed. And so then there will be no transfer of energy in between particles because it'll be so far apart, and eventually everything will basically break down and be swallowed up by the final black hole, to then eventually evaporate into Hawking radiation, and then there will be nothing. And then you can essentially say that that essentially there will be no matter within the void that we call space. And is it essentially still expanding? We don't know, because there's no more energy transference. So it's thermal equilibrium. Everything reaches zero. So that's where it's heading.
Right. So due to that infinitely expanding space, and as it relates to the universe, you would also state that because of the fact that the energy transfer is also continuous, you could also state that until we get to a point where everything kind of falls into zero, right? Because of how that, okay, let me say this a little bit better because I kind of started off kind of wonky.
You're talking about heat death?
We're presupposing heat death essentially. Warren would be presupposing heat death.
Are you familiar with cyclic cosmologies?
I am not.
Okay, so yeah, one of the possible answers to a heat death scenario would be conformal cyclic cosmology, which Penrose proposed, and it's the idea that basically at the point where everything gets really spread out, it actually triggers a Big Bang. And it's very strange. I'm not a cosmologist, but suffice to say, saying entropy and heat death is not the defeater for atheism or proof that God did it.
Right. So if we're presupposing heat death, that's one thing. If we're presupposing that it would trigger another Big Bang, essentially what would happen would be that it would essentially then be infinite if it continuously creates itself. We wouldn't have to presuppose it. At that point, it would be truly infinite. And if we're going to argue for an infinite amount of energy due to that, we would also have to state that due to the fact that energy cannot be created, since we've agreed to the law of conservation of energy and the fact that energy cannot be destroyed, we would have to assume that due to the kind of infinite nature of the energy itself, that it would have to have been transferred. Now, where does it transfer from? We would then have to we would have to ask that question, and the answer to that question would have been an infinite amount of energy would need to be transferred, and the only thing that could have an infinite amount of energy to transfer would have been an entity composed of infinite energy. Now, there are two different ways that this argument goes. Now, you could state that the infinite amount of energy is itself God, due to the fact that it was it's atemporal to the fact that it never was created and never did get destroyed. You could also state that there's a God outside of the temporal and causal space that transferred the energy into whatever we would consider to be the original universe.
Well, there's no logical contradiction in infinite regress, and it seems like the God is being inserted or is being assumed in order to avoid the infinite regress, which you don't need to avoid, because there's no contradiction in infinite regress. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 are numbers within an infinite regress, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 are still numbers, and you still arrive to them. We could just be at the 7, and the previous one was the 6, and the previous one so on and so forth. So,
For that argument, you would have to state that, like, for example, you started at 1, but we would know if you're truly going to count something, you would have to start from 0. You cannot start with 1 being there.
No,
already.
that's not the way numbers work. You can
So
go
you would start
infinite.
at
You can
1.
go infinite in either direction.
Okay, but even if you're going infinite in a positive direction, you would not start with 1 being already there. You don't, for example, say there's a homeless man, right? He doesn't start with a quarter. Like if they're truly possessing no money, they would start with 0.
No. All I'm stating is, I'm not stating that this is the case. I'm stating that there's no logical contradiction in infinite regress. It's not a logically contradictory state. It very well could be turtles all the way down. There's no logical contradiction in that statement, and it doesn't get you to a god. And even if it's not even if it's not an infinite regress, that still doesn't get you to a god. Is the whole point that you're still dropping God in as the first cause, a la Aquinas. You're still dropping God in as the first thing or the first mover, and there's no justification for that. It's saying things move, so there must be a mover. So what is the mover? Well, you can just say the previous thing moved it, and then causality, and there's what began the chain of movement. That's not necessarily how physics works. So
once again, that's where I'm going. That's where I was going with it when I said that there are 2 possible answers to that people will most likely arrive at. The first one being that you would state that due to the parameters we've set, the energy being infinite, as well as atemporal being that it was already there because it cannot be created or destroyed, and it would be acausal since nothing introduced the energy. It's essentially something without cause. You would state that due to those parameters, the first agreeance to between the two would therefore make energy itself God.
No, not necessarily, because you could essentially have a state in which energy accumulates up to a point where it's sufficient for something to trigger. Where something like, but we're speculating about things beyond what we can observe, beyond what we can measure.
Right. So are you saying
before the Big Bang, and then of course say there was some event that we've never observed and we can only speculate on that occurred, but it's a totally natural process and which began our observable universe.
Okay, so
Warren, our observable universe is just a consequence of natural process with no agency behind it. There's no infinite regress. There's no infinite regress. Our universe began from a non-universal state, which would essentially be just a natural process outside of what we currently know. It doesn't take any agency. It happens naturally, and it could be happening in other ways that we don't understand.
Okay, so Warren, once again, you're thinking about this in a way that doesn't contradict what I'm saying. You're saying that due to the fact that the energy could have accumulated up to a point. Well, see, here's the thing. At that point, we've already agreed on the fact that the energy would have been infinite. So are you saying that energy would accumulate up to the infinite?
We're not 100% in agreement of that. There's the jury's still out on whether we're in an infinite universe with infinite energy, a finite universe with finite energy, or vice versa. The jury's still kind of out on that.
Well, see, Warren, the issue with that would have been the fact that when I stated earlier, after you had made the argument for the recurring universes, I there stated that there wouldn't be any debate at that point. There wouldn't be any presupposition that the energy is infinite. You could have refuted my argument there. Why didn't you?
No, okay, because now you're talking about the different types of infinite, which is what I brought up previously. So when you're talking about infinite, you can have a 1 to 100 set that never decreases and never increases. And that could remain forever, and that is infinite. But it's infinite in existence, not infinite in its amount. Okay?
Even though it would still be
infinite. There's different types of infinites. You could have the same 1 to 100 over and over and over again. It never goes beyond 100, so therefore the chain is not infinite, but the existence of the chain in and of itself is infinite.
Right, but that once again, that still doesn't contradict what I've said. Once again, at the beginning of this,
get you to a god.
At the very beginning of this, I stated that like most people would define a god as an infinite being without that is atemporal and acausal. What you're saying doesn't contradict those parameters. I'm not arguing for a god that creates. I'm not arguing for a god that governs religion. I'm simply arguing for a god within a set amount of parameters, none of which you've come to contradict.
No, but it's still an unfalsifiable hypothesis.
So you agree to the fact that you haven't contradicted the God within my parameters.
I can't. It's an unfalsifiable hypothesis.
Well, then there you go. You have just agreed to the fact that you cannot refute that
if it's
God.
unfalsifiable, I reject it. I
Well, if you
rejected whole cloth because it's unfalsifiable.
So you reject anything that's unfalsifiable.
Yes, it's an unfalsifiable hypothesis. I cannot derive a conclusion from it because it's unfalsifiable. Therefore, I can reject it until you can come to one.
So you can't
that which can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
But I've given you the evidence.
You haven't. You've given me a hypothetical situation that you cannot demonstrate or create a predictive model of.
What particular hypothetical situation?
That there is some sort of agency outside of this universe.
I have not given you an agency that's outside of this.
You've hypothesized that there is.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure.
You said that it exists outside the universe. It is atemporal and acausal. You're assuming something is there, though.
You've been recording this conversation.
Hypothesis.
You've been recording this conversation.
I'm not.
Is that correct? I'm sure somebody said they had an OBS recording. Is that correct?
This is going live right now on my YouTube channel.
So then, if you were to go to the timestamp at the beginning, you would know that I never once stated that the entity would be outside the universe. And even within my argument, I stated that the entity within the universe.
It's implied. If it's atemporal, it's outside the universe.
Yeah.
That's not true.
Exactly.
Can you prove that? could you prove that something outside, like that is atemporal, wouldn't necessarily be outside of the universe?
Dude, the universe is space-time. Space and time are interconnected. You can't have one without the other. If it is outside of the universe, it is outside of space-time. It is outside time. If you're saying that something is atemporal, it is not a part of the universe. This is basic physics, man.
I don't agree with that.
Then you disagree with physics. So I'm sorry.
No,
I don't know what to tell you.
I disagree with the idea of being
pretty clear.
Makes you outside of the universe. Like if we were to define atemporal, it would simply be without relation to time.
You can't
for example, I would be
outside of time. You can't be outside of time in time.
See, here's the issue with that. The direct definition for Oxford's atemporal would be existing or considered without relation to time. For example, if I were to take a single,
which is impossible if you're in time. Which is impossible if you're in time, as in the universe.
Yeah, the whole concept of being outside the universe, is space-time. That's literally what the universe is. There is no outside the universe. That's the point. You're assuming that there is an outside the universe for anything to exist.
Well,
and that's the unfalsifiable hypothesis, because anything that exists, I can just include it in the universe, because the definition of universe is everything. That's the whole point. Is that if you say that there's a thing, that thing is within the universe, because the universe is composed of all things. But if you're saying that something is outside the universe, then that's unfalsifiable. No matter what attributes you give to it, it doesn't matter. It's outside the universe. It's unfalsifiable. I rejected whole cloth.
Once again, when I'm saying atemporal, when we take the textbook definition of atemporal, you also have to, like, for example, you can't state that due to the fact that I'm unrelated to a family's home, right? That doesn't mean I cannot be inside of a family's home. So you cannot say that just because something is without relation to time, that it cannot be within time. That's just incorrect.
I got to clear this up. I'm going to clear this up. The atemporal is basically the opposite of omnichronological. So this is how we're understanding it. So when you come to us and say that there's meaning absence, or without temporality, without time, then that means that it is not accessible to us, because we're all dependent on space-time. That's just how it is, and that's why I objected to your. That's why I responded the way I did when we first started off, and you listed those characteristics.
Right, but once again, that still doesn't, like, you're still not contradicting my definition of atemporal here. Once again, you can be without relation to something and still be within it.
I don't have to contradict.
But that's just.
I only have to give reason for not accepting it as a reason to be convinced that this entity exists.
So you're saying that due to the fact that you perceive a word as different, you can't agree to the definition of its word as it like stands.
Well, no, we're working with the word is what it means. Atemporal means without time, and you even said that.
Well, that's not what atemporal means. Atemporal means existing or considered without relation to time. That is the Oxford definition.
Yes,
and
which is outside of time. Atemporal, a meaning no, temporal meaning time, no time.
Well, even with the definition of temporal,
and is a non sequitur, the existing part.
see, even the issue with that would be that temporal means of relation to time.
No, it means the absence of a relation to time.
No, I'm not saying atemporal anymore. I'm saying temporal. Like he said that the word temporal means time. That's not true. The definition of temporal is of relation to time. So it still wouldn't contradict what I'm saying here. You're changing the definition of a word in order to
This is semantics, and it's not getting us anywhere.
Like I'm giving you the way I worded it does not, like, there's no issue with how I'm wording it. I have a set parameter that I chose at the beginning. I gave you an entity or not an entity, but I gave you a proposition of an entity that falls under that parameter. And as most people would define God, that entity, which falls under those parameters, has no issue with being a God.
Dude, presented and rejected. It's an unfalsifiable hypothesis. We can reject it on the grounds it's unfalsifiable. That which can be asserted without evidence can be rejected without evidence. Done.
Well, what did I give you without evidence?
Now, is your deity omnichronological? If it is, then it's not atemporal.
I didn't say it was omnichronological. I never once stated that.
So if it's not related to time, then how do we relate to it?
You don't have to relate to it. And once again, I'm not like earlier it was stated that, for a God to act, it would have to be within time. Once again, I'm not giving you a God outside of the parameters of what I've set. I've only given you a God within the parameters that a majority of people would agree with those parameters being a God.
Okay, and we've explained why we reject that, because in order for this God to interact with reality as we know it here in the universe, on planet Earth, this is space-time. So as J.L. Warren pointed out, space-time. He's got a relation to time because he's causing he's affecting it by making changes. So is that something that your deity can do, can interact with us?
I've not argued for a God that can interact with you, no.
Oh, okay. Well, then what's the point of
believing
such a deity exists?
I'm sorry, you guys talked over each other.
That's why I rejected it whole cloth, because he's described it as atemporal and acausal, meaning it is outside the universe and doesn't do anything. So it's unfalsifiable. That's all it is. It's done.
Yep.
Well, then
what's
that's
the point
why.
What's the point of believing in this?
Well, see, here's the thing. A lot of people.
Characteristics are the same. Those characteristics are the same as a God that doesn't exist.
Not necessarily, because once again, you would have to define God. Which is why we
a God that doesn't exist over time and doesn't do anything is equal to a God that doesn't exist.
Yeah, at best, it gets you to some weird form of deism. And I reject deism because I don't accept supernatural explanations for things. So that's at best. It gets you to some weird form of deism.
So once again, you've given me that due to the fact that it doesn't do anything, it would it doesn't need to exist essentially. Like you're being ignorant to the idea of the fact that I've given you a parameter that people would accept as a God. And you're saying that due to the fact that, well, it doesn't do this and it doesn't do that, but you're not understanding the fact that it doesn't matter if it does anything. Something that people would universally accept as being a God, if I've given you something that answers that parameter, which is why I asked you in the beginning, how would you define a God? If you had said something different, if you had said that, well, a God interacts with its creations, if a God does this, I would then have given you an entity that does those things. But once again, you told me, And I quote, well, we're asking you to give us that. We're asking you to propose this. In which I've done, it is what I've done, and I've given you evidence.
I think you misunderstood here, because we did ask you those questions. We did tell you that, but if you then are going to propose something that has the same characteristics as something that doesn't exist, then why are we even talking about it? And
Once again,
if you had the hold on, if you had a god in mind that can do things, then why not propose that one?
Because you've asked me.
Why did you pick one?
Go ahead. Good. I'll let you finish.
Yeah. Why did you propose this one? Why not propose the one you believe in? If you think that there is a God and that God can do things, then talk about that God. Don't talk about a God you don't believe in.
With all due respect, Peter, I have about 12 different arguments to prove that God exists. This is just one of them. You've asked me to provide one of them. If you would have given me your own definition of a God, I could have used one of the other arguments, but you didn't give me that.
Do you think this is
Peter,
the best?
Peter, hang on a
this
sec.
is your
Peter,
best argument?
Peter, this is intellectually dishonest. You tell us what you believe and explain why you were convinced to believe it. It's not our job to set the parameters for your argument. You need to have the argument set and bring it to us. You bring us your best evidence and your best convincing, and you have not. You basically proposed an unfalsifiable hypothesis. That's it. That's all you did. Okay? If that's the God you actually believe in, then present for it. If it is not, then you've wasted our time. So either present the God that you believe in, that you legitimately believe in, or make room for the next person on the list.
And I'll do that. Give me just a moment. The issue, when I first asked...
And pick something that you think would convince us.
Now here's the issue with what you guys just said. When I first got here, I asked you exactly what you wanted. I asked you this question, and I don't know if you remember, but the recording has it. I asked, so the topic of this stage is to prove that a God exists. And then you said, no, the topic of this stage is to convince us that a God exists. Notice how you didn't say, convince us of the God you believe in. Now, you never told me that I had to be intellectually honest or dishonest. I've simply given you a set of parameters that you asked me to
get rid of it.
Oh. Well, you couldn't refute what I said.
I will say no. I'm saying get rid of you because you're going meta, and it's pointless. So he's just wasting time. Move on to the next person.
I will just say that we
Something
did
substantive, please.
We did take a definition from Google that does have certain characteristics, and those did kind of get glossed over. So our next person that we're going to be talking to is Vorticity, I think. Is it Vorticity? They're using a different name in the chat than they're using online on the screen here. It is Vortigon. Okay, it's welcome to our stream. This may be our last guest because we are starting to run out of time.
Oh, it's too bad because I am not here to provide an argument for God. I am just here to make a correction about something that.
In that case, we'll take one more after you. So go ahead, tell us what you're.
Okay, I won't take a long time. So it's really better that you take somebody after me. So. One is a correction about something that Jarl Warren said, and another thing, only if you agree to, I will present an argument for God that I invented that I haven't seen anywhere else, which I don't accept. So that is why it might not be a good idea for me to present it. But you tell me what it is.
It's worth a try. Why not? Maybe one of us will.
Yeah. So we can do that. So anyway, Jarl Warren, you said it's really something pedantic. You said that the laws of logic are confirmed by their negation. Have you heard of natural deduction? Warren?
J.L. Warren, you are muted, in case you didn't know.
Sorry, I was muted. Sorry, I'm eating. I haven't eaten all day, and I'm snacking, so I didn't want my chips crunching on the microphone.
I haven't eaten either.
Yeah. So, are you just talking about like deductive logic?
I'm talking about
deductive reasoning.
Deductive reasoning is something broader. the natural deduction is a very specific proof writing format with very specific inference rules that allows you to prove every single thing you can prove with classical logic. It's a sound and complete proof writing format for classical logic, which is widely. So there is more than one, but that's just the one I'm most familiar with. Can you give me a proof in natural deduction that assumes the negation of one of its logical axioms?
Yes, the negation of the law of identity means the negation of the law of identity means that no distinctions can be made between objects. All objects are essentially of equal value and the same. There is no distinction to be made. This is incoherent, and that cannot exist.
Can you put that in an argument form with like inference rules and things like that?
It literally is in itself. A is equal to A. A is not equal to not A. So if A is equal to A and there is no not A, if everything is the same, if there's no law of identity, then there are no distinctions to be made. Nothing can be discerned. That means there is no coherency. And the same goes for the law of excluded middle and the law of
how do you do that with the law of
There's
excluded
no contradictions
middle?
between things. There's no identity between things. There's no distinctions to be made. It is essentially incoherent.
So
if you can't make determinations, if you can't make determinations or distinctions, then it doesn't exist.
When I said proof, I meant premise 1, premise 2, premise 3 conclusion. With
It doesn't require a syllogism. It doesn't require a syllogism. The opposite of the two, affirmed by the negation. If I negate the law of identity, then nothing has identity. There is no distinction between anything. There's no existence. There's no distinction. Predominantly, the biggest thing, there's no distinction between existence and non-existence. Because existence and non-existence both have their identities. If you violate the law of identity and there is no distinction to be made between existence and non-existence, then they're both equal. And that is incoherent. That's a logical contradiction. That cannot exist.
I think you're misinterpreting the law of identity as well as the law of excluded middle and non-tension.
They're all three. They go hand in hand.
Warren, so let me ask you something that is important here. Do you think that these three laws are the axioms of classical logic?
They're true. They're true and affirmed by their negation in all possible worlds.
Do you think of these laws as axiomatic?
No, they're affirmed by their negation. It's not an axiom you hold. They're affirmed by their negation. So in all possible worlds, the laws of logic are true. In all possible worlds, the laws of logic are true.
Warren, that's the thing. If you can't present an argument with premises, inference rules, and conclusion for your proof, then you don't have a case. It's as simple as that. A syllogism is always required. This is why I asked you if you know of natural deduction.
No. I can formulate a syllogism for it, but I don't need to. Because they are affirmed by the opposite.
Warren, no, you can't.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
I have came here prepared with a syllogism that I wrote myself, which is an actual correct proof of the law of excluded middle. I suggest you look at it.
But not the law of identity and not the law of non-contradiction. The three go hand in hand.
The law of non-contradiction you can derive from excluded middle by
Are you a dialetheist?
No.
Okay, just checking. Just want to make sure. Because this is typically where dialetheists tend to try to go. To try to make sense of logical paradoxes.
What I'm trying to say is that I have never seen any syllogism that
again, if I heard you,
these laws that assumes their negation. I have never seen their negation to derive their conclusion. And the fact is that because these things are tautologies, you don't need to assume anything to prove them other than the inference rules. So when you say that they follow from their negation, it's just a step that shouldn't be there, right? You can have a zero premise proof, like a proof with no assumptions other than the inference rules of the system to derive the law of excluded middle. It has nothing
Vortigern. I'm going to ask you something. Vortigern. This is going nowhere. I'm going to ask you flat out. In a world where the laws of logic are violated, can you make distinctions between objects?
It has nothing to.
Yes, it does. It has everything to do with it, Vortigern.
Warren, this is where your misunderstanding of logic comes in.
No, I'm not. This is far simpler than you're trying to make it out to be. Instead of trying to fit through this keyhole that you've created.
No, it's more complicated than you
The
think.
reality is very simple. If you violate the classical laws of logic, the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of excluded middle, if you violate these in any way, when you violate one, you violate all three. And when you violate them, you violate them, you cannot make distinctions between anything. You cannot say that existence and non-existence are separate things because they have no identity. There is no contradiction between the two of them, and there is no excluded middle. They are essentially the same thing. Existence and non-existence are both equal at that point. A is equal to not A. And you can't do that. That is incoherent. Logical contradictions cannot exist. A married bachelor or a one-ended stick cannot exist. Flat out done.
A bunch of wrong things, and I don't even remember all of them because you said them so quickly. So about denying one makes you deny the others. That is not true. Like you can have non-classical logical systems in which you can deny the law of excluded middle, but you don't deny the law of non-contradiction. You can deny non-contradiction instead of and like have excluded middle. A good example would be intuitionistic logic. There is also
this is why I asked if you were a dialetheist, because this is the argument dialetheists make.
Okay,
dialetheism is literally lazy philosophy.
The thing about my position is that I accept these logical systems that they're talking about as things that you can use. But the reason I say I'm not a dialetheist because I think that their systems are quite useless. Because their deductive power is like so much weaker than classical logic. Oh, and I just remember, you said that these are the three rules of classical logic. This is in fact not true. Again, it has to do with natural deduction. The rules of classical logic, there are more than three, at least in most axiomatizations. It's like the rules of classical logic have nothing.
Vortigaunt, do you have a point you're trying to get to?
Modus ponens, for example. Okay?
Vortigaunt, do you have a point you're trying to get to, or do you just want to come up here and say that you're wrong?
I want to show you that you have.
You're not going to show me anything, my friend.
Why are you interrupting me?
Because you're not getting to a point. You're not going to.
I will tell you the point.
Vortigaunt,
I will tell you the final point that I'm trying to say.
I'm heading you off at the pass. You're not going to convince me that I'm wrong on this. I know I'm not wrong on this. You're not going to convince me of it. Do you want to just end this now?
It's unbelievable. So,
do you want to end this now? It's that simple. You're not going to convince me I'm wrong on this because
if you
I'm
say
not wrong
that
on
you're
this.
not going to listen to me, let's end this now.
Go then on to the next person.
He said, let's end this now, and that's good enough for me. We're going to bring on our last guest, Mac Gruber, who was waiting for quite a while. Disappeared and was out of the queue and is back in. We're really glad to have you in, Matt Gruber. As you know, our topic is to try to convince one of us on the panel that a god or a goddess exists. Welcome.
Oh, thanks very much. So I think the guy had a good point and was just kind of shut up, and that's too bad. I want to know if you accept God as the precondition for all facts or all things possible and impossible.
No.
Okay, well that's all well and good.
Hey, I have a question. I have a request for you. Could you?
I have a second. Oh.
Just one quick request, because I recognize this line of argumentation. When you get a chance, please say hello to Darth Dawkins from me, from Cordial.
Darth Dawkins doesn't talk to me anymore because I told him that he converted me to weak theism, and he didn't like that.
Say something negative about Van Til. That'll really get his goat.
Anyway,
we're liking you even more right now, Mike Gruber. We're liking you even more, sir.
Yeah.
So,
or just say that you talk to jail warden. That usually.
I also think Darth Dawkins is probably one of the best Christian debaters on the platform, but he's such a jerk that people mistake his personality for him being wrong.
He's actually not.
We're going to disagree to disagree on that.
No, MacGruber, it took him 2 weeks to figure out that he was affirming the consequent in his argument. He doubled and tripled and quadrupled down that he wasn't affirming the consequent, and he was.
Yeah.
The guy doesn't understand the basic rules. He doesn't.
Let's let Matt Gruber say one last thing about Darth Dawkins, and then move on to part two.
No. So again, like if you don't reference God with regard to all facts, then what, if not God, does sustain and affirm and guarantee all things possible and impossible.
The laws of physics.
But the laws of physics stand in causal relations to God.
No, they don't. That's an assertion you're making that you can't back up.
Well, neither can you back up that.
No, but the
that,
laws of
you
physics
know,
do
but
exist.
Well, so does God, who is
if
revelatory.
something
Oh, wait, no,
doesn't
here we go,
exist,
here we go. You said
and-
so is God. So let's go from there. Because the laws of physics are there. So you
Excuse
tell me
me,
how...
Jail. If you're just gonna bicker, then you could be server muted.
Are you
and we
LARPing,
can move
you're
on to the
LARPing
next
as Darth?
person.
You're LARPing as Darth, aren't you?
Well, not exactly. That's just part. That's just part of the argument that I
That's
understand.
part of the script, right? So, but you, but,
well, no,
but
not
it's beautiful
script.
because you actually
Like,
did. No, it's beautiful because you did something that Darth will never do. Darth will never straight out say God exists. Have you ever noticed that? He'll never make the positive claim. He'll always flip the he'll always flip the burden of proof to the atheist to prove
Well,
their
you
disbelief.
bear the burden of proof to say that there is not something that sustains facts. Like that's something that you bear the burden.
No,
of
I
proof.
do know the laws of physics. There they are.
Okay,
So-
what is guaranteeing that the laws of physics remain the laws of physics and don't just like that dogs don't become pianos and bicycles?
The
Like
local
that.
uniformity of nature.
Okay, and you presuppose that this exists.
No,
so,
I don't
so you're
presuppose that.
you're
I
as
don't.
guilty
No,
of this
no,
as I am.
no, MacGruber. No, I don't presuppose this,
Yes?
that this exists. No, I don't presuppose that this exists because of the cogito, and I work from the cogito going forward. I start with the cogito that I think, therefore I am. I start with Descartes, and then I move forward.
See, this is what they do. You know, they use bastardized Latin to make a non-argument that is just self-refuting. You exist by virtue of the God of the that's been revealed through natural and special revelation, and suppress him in your unrighteousness.
You start with Descartes, and you work. If you want to talk philosophically, you start with Descartes, and you work your way back. Because you can start with, I think, therefore I am. You start with the doubt, Descartes' demon, and then you just move forward so I can affirm that I exist and that I have experience. And then you move forward based upon evidence. And then you use the evidence intellectually honestly in order to make determinations about the reality that you're
and you need to make reference to the necessity of referencing God.
Now, the first question that came up, all facts dependent on God, that is a false dichotomy. You realize that, right?
Well, either God does instantiate all facts, or he does not.
And that is a false dichotomy.
It's a false
What do
dichotomy.
you mean?
Yeah,
it's a real dichotomy. It's
does
a
God
true
stand in
dichotomy.
causal? No.
Either
Does God stand in? No. Does God stand in causal relation to the fact that God exists?
Exactly.
See, you're just bickering and using
JL knew where I was going.
verbal trickery, and you're using a verbal kabuki dance. This is not the cafeteria table at lunch hour.
But yeah, does God stand in? But that's a question that we would ask Darth. Is like, and the one that he absolutely will not address is flat out: does God? If God stand in causal relation to all facts, then does God stand in causal relation to the fact that he exists?
Well, he does.
No, but does he stand in causal relation to the fact that he exists?
Yes.
I love this.
Explain that to me. As if you were
I want to hear. I really want to hear Matt Gruber say something about Tom Rabbit liking to record things.
Or stealing your
Tom
content.
Rabbit is a stalker. He steals my content.
There we go.
It's unacceptable.
Hey,
He's
Tom
just
Rabbit.
a loudmouth atheist who goes on there and steals my content and I've got nothing.
That is not what I had in mind. It was more along the lines of, "Hey, Tom Rabbit. Tom Rabbit likes to
record these. Hey, Tom Rabbit.
Hey, Tom Rabbit."
Yeah, well, I think the argument's convincing. He's an asshole. Like, we can agree on that. But, okay, God stands in causal relations to God. Like, he is the ultimate first cause, the ultimate precondition. So, the fact that you're making up this red herring of a question that,
No, you presented a false you presented a false dichotomy, and
True
there's
dichotomy.
another option there. So
That you don't like the parameters of the dichotomy is not my problem, nor God's.
It's not a dichotomy.
That and
Well, either God stands in causal relations, or he does not.
Are you here to troll?
Wow.
So, and then
I'm
there's
not.
then there's the Van Tilian kind of argument that presuppositionalism is basically begging the question, which is what it is. And that's why Van Tilianism is pretty much rejected, and that's why they get so angry about it.
It's rejected by atheists like yourself.
It's rejected by the vast majority of Christians.
Well, that's because most Christians are false Christians who don't acknowledge the truth of Calvinist Christianity.
See, oh man, how many values? No true Scotsman. I like that. So,
well, Christianity does actually propose like who's a true believer and who's not.
We'll set it for once and all. Okay, I'm going to expose this guy for
There you go. There you go. There's my buddy. How you doing?
Matt Gruber, I have to say, this was a wonderful call, a wonderful conversation. I think you're having a lot of fun here, and I'm glad that you chimed in. We would like to move on to just one more, if JL, IX, and Peter, y'all have time to speak with Barthologist Plus for a few minutes.
yeah, we could jump on. Dude, Matt Gruber, hats off to you, dude. That was hilarious. Thank you.
Thank you for the entertainment.
I like that as well. That was cool.
Any last word, Matt Gruber?
Kick him off the stage. Get him out of here.
Okay.
Server mute him.
I'm gonna give you I'm gonna give you one more chance for the 5th time.
That was brilliant. Okay. So bringing on to our stage now is just one more we can squeeze in here. Barthologist Plus. TM. That's trademark pending, not a registered trademark. I guess you're aware of our subject here.
Guys?
Sorry, Barthologist, you're aware of our subject is to convince one of us that a god or goddess exists. Welcome.
Okay. Oh, what kind of evidence would you like?
Convincing evidence?
Convincing evidence?
Well, what deity do you want to present to us? A goddess, a god, a combination of them?
Sufficient.
Well, we can go over this. We can go over the Big Bang because it's a theory that mostly people believe, which has scientific consensus. There is no other theory that can stand next to it. So I'd love to go over what you guys believe in the Big Bang that makes it true.
It's the prevailing cosmology.
Believing in something doesn't make it true.
It's the prevailing cosmological model that has the best evidence for it.
I have an important question here. Which Big Bang are you talking about? Because apparently there were multiple.
When I look up Big Bang in the Wikipedia, there's only one theory.
Okay, Wikipedia is out of date. Penrose and Hawking updated the theory of the Big Bang to support multiple Big Bangs in order to coincide with quantum physics.
So
well,
then
that's
we're talking about the beginning of the observability of our universe, which is essentially what the Big Bang was. It's where our universe began to be measurable. So that's all we're talking about. If you're talking about something before that event, then we haven't. It's a big question mark for me. But as far as from the beginning of the observability of our universe, the Big Bang cosmological model is where the evidence ports out, and so that's why it's the prevailing model.
Yes, it's a prevailing model because all the facts that we know in science they made a story. They fall in line with this story that they created, which is the Big Bang, right? And
they
they
didn't make a story. They looked at the evidence and they formed a model. That model can be testable. It can it's a model that can make predictions. Those predictions come true. They're highly accurate. And is included in everything that we observe. So it's not a story, it's a model. It's a predictive model, just like orbital mechanics, so on and so forth.
Yeah, but there's a lot of contradictory things within this model.
No, there isn't.
Well, let's read it.
There's not contradictory things in it. There were contradictory things in it. We wouldn't use it as a model.
Well, the observation that farther away.
Let him list one of the contradictions.
Yeah, I'll explain it to you. The faster it's moving away from Earth, the expansion, the the cosmic expansion backwards in time using the known laws of physics, meaning known laws. The theory describes an increasingly concentrated cosmos proceeding by a singularity in which space-time lose meaning. So now, the question usually comes up with atheists is, how does God sit outside of space-time, but yet this theory itself says it stands outside of space-time? So why is it that you believe it in this theory, but then the theory of God you have an issue with? It's a contradiction when it's God.
No,
but
because,
it's not a contradiction.
because the Big Bang cosmological
Because
Barth, the Big Bang cosmological model makes no assertions as to what was before what we call the Big Bang. The singularity is a mathematical extrapolation of what potentially happened before, what potentially was before it, drawing the mathematics back. But the problem with the singularity at that point, when you get to that level, things begin to break down. And you get to a point where space and time are not like space and time we know now. So these things become essentially just mishmash all into this one point. But that's a mathematical extrapolation. We can't say for certain if the singularity is something that actually existed. There are hypotheses to these, but we discussed this when we were discussing this with the previous person that was up here. There are hypotheses as to what could possibly be, and there's a lot of evidence to support particular hypotheses as to what was the cause of the expansion event. But the jury is still out. So the Big Bang cosmological model starts from the Big Bang going forward and doesn't make any assertions about what potentially could be before it, about what is that, just what we've extrapolated them to possibly be.
Yeah, no, which is perfectly fine, but you do realize you're making excuses for this theory and saying
I'm not.
that
I'm just not adding. No, I'm not. I'm just not adding anything to it that's not supported by evidence.
Well, how is this observable evidence?
What do you mean?
We can't.
So we have the microwave background radiation, which is evidence for the Big Bang. Do you have anything close to that? Something we can observe and measure.
The CMB.
Hold on, I wasn't finished. Do you have anything close to that? Something that we can observe and measure for your God?
Well, you just sound like theists from the 1600s now. You're starting to say, oh, is there a better definition of how everything is? Because we don't know anything else to be. I mean,
that's
you
not
guys are just
remotely
turning
what
into
I asked.
That's
not
a
remotely
scientific
what I
model.
asked. I said we have evidence for the Big Bang in that we see the microwave. We can measure the microwave background radiation. My question to you is, do you have anything remotely similar to that for your God?
Oh, okay. You're basically telling me that I have to scientifically prove God now? Is that where you're going?
It would certainly
help. Not what I said.
Well, because that's exactly what you said. You said you can scientifically prove this CMB, and now you want me to have that same like.
Does your God perform miracles?
Of course he
does.
does.
Your God perform miracles?
Yeah.
Okay. So
just like the miracle of the Big Bang.
We're getting in the weeds.
That means he interacts with this.
Peter, stop. We're getting in the weeds. Peter, we're getting in the weeds. We're getting in the weeds. Going down the miracle train that's getting in the weeds. Flat out, this is God of the gaps. This is straight up God of the gaps. We don't know what came before. He's asserting that's God. It's an unfalsifiable hypothesis.
Yeah.
It can be rejected because there's no evidence to support it. It can be rejected out of hand. Done and done.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying about the Big Bang belief. Also, that
but
it's just
not.
a model.
It's not. There's evidence for that.
Not a belief.
It's not a belief. It's the cosmological model. It's the current prevailing cosmological model. Models can change when we get more evidence to improve them, and they make better predictions. Novel testable predictions is one of the key things. T-Jump brought it up earlier. So the problem is that when you insert God into the gap before the Big Bang, like what occurred before, or whatever, when you insert God into that, it doesn't explain anything. It doesn't give us any ability to predict anything further, so it doesn't advance the model any, and it's actually a stopgap because it stops further inquiry with just God did it. So it doesn't work. At best, you can get to deism, but even that you can just reject because it's unfalsifiable, and we don't accept unfalsifiable hypotheses. So it's still God of the gaps.
Yeah. So it's not that you guys don't have the facts. It's that you're just not convinced of anything that you've been presented with, correct?
Convincing evidence, yes.
Yeah,
There
yeah.
is-
So
there isn't any.
you've been given the evidence of
And
a
the
God,
evidence is insufficient.
and you want to prove that scientifically, and you know that God is metaphysical. So you're switching back and forth.
How do you know that God is metaphysical? They never said God is metaphysical in the Bible. Or is that an argument that's made up to come up with? That was an argument that came later because people started asking questions, so they had to move God into the metaphysical category to account for the fact that it cannot be accounted for in our universe.
It sounds like you're saying the same thing about this Big Bang model.
I'm not, because there's evidence for that. It's predicated on evidence.
No, because you have a bunch of facts around this model that are true. It doesn't mean because you bunch them all together and put them in a bag that it makes it true.
That's not the way that works.
Understand?
Barth, that's not the way that works. That's not the way novel testable predictions work. That's not the way that works.
It says it right in here.
Barth, you are proposing the God of the gaps. That's what you're proposing. There is no evidence to support that. There's no evidence to support putting God into that slot. The model
I don't
itself.
I don't even believe in the Big Bang, to be honest with you. Like this is all just like I feel like I have to go to college and become an astrophysicist to have these types of conversations because it's
cosmology. Cosmology is an extremely complex field. So is astrophysics, which is why not everybody on the planet is an astrophysicist. Yes, you're asking very base questions about very complex fields.
Yeah, so they're basically telling you that you're not smart enough to have this conversation.
That's not true.
And you don't know how
I'm
many
not an
words.
astrophysicist, and I understand this stuff.
Yeah, but most of the world doesn't. Most of the world doesn't.
That's their problem, not mine.
It doesn't change the facts.
It doesn't change the facts.
I went
and I did the work and I learned it. So did most of the people up here. That's for everybody to choose to do.
I'm trying my best to pick up on these things, but at the same time,
Can I ask you a question?
Quantum physics,
Arth?
even in the quantum world,
can I ask? Mark,
in the quantum world,
can I ask you a simple question?
Peter, can you let him finish first and then ask?
Even in the quantum world, you're saying things could be in a superposition here and there, right? And that's allowable. We know that in the moment of us measuring something, that's when all the particles are in those places, and we say, all right, at this very moment when we measure it, it is there. But once we get the measurement out, the particles or this quantum level could just be floating around in any sort of formation that they want, right? There's no way for us to really prove that, right? But you see, that's what the quantum does. It almost puts you back in this theological realm.
No,
and that's all I'm trying to explain to you guys, that you guys still have these mystical theories, this mystical understanding of the world.
Barth, they're not mystical. Barth, you're misusing the term theory. Barth, you are misusing the term theory. There is nothing mystical about a scientific theory. Just because you don't understand it is not our problem. If you want to understand it, go to school and learn it.
Okay, so in this scientific theory, we look at it, and it says, in circumstances not amenable to experiment testing, theories are evaluated through principles of abductive reasoning. Establishing scientific theories have withstood rigorous, strenuous, and embodied scientific knowledge. Okay, so you have this scientific knowledge, but you know that you have to have this abductive way of putting it because you can't observe it. So that's mystical, bro.
No.
That's like,
You're using Barth.
You're gonna have to tell a story, and you have to tell us.
You're using observe wrong. Observe in a scientific sense is to measure, not to see with one's eyes.
Yeah, and the measurement that I just explained to you within the quantum realm is just that second, that moment in time. It doesn't actually explain what goes on before we measure it or after. It's just that one.
Can I ask you a quick
because we're not there
question,
yet.
Mark?
It's a question mark. But that has nothing to
Ross,
do.
can I ask you?
That has nothing to do with the Big Bang cosmological model.
Hey, Barthologist plus.
Can I ask you one quick question?
Peter has a question for you.
Can I ask one quick question? So, if you don't understand a particular model and you just put something in there that you feel comfortable with, does that make it real?
And I think that's what you guys are doing. That's I'm happy you brought that up, because there are things about this Big Bang theory that most people don't understand, and when you bring them,
But
this,
we're
and you
not
explain it to them-
we're not putting in a god to explain it, whereas you do.
No, you can't. I'm not saying that where does God fit in this Big Bang theory. I'm just saying the Big Bang is it's just a model.
That's what I
like you guys
said.
say.
That is what I said.
Yeah,
If
it's
you
just a
don't
model.
understand a
Just throw it
particular
out.
model, if you don't understand a particular model and you just replace it with something you feel comfortable with, does that make it real?
You know, what do you mean it doesn't make it I don't understand the question. That's why I really want to answer it, though. Does it make it real that I don't understand?
You don't understand the Big Bang model. So you
No,
just
I
put it
understand it.
aside
I've read it.
and
I'm
no,
reading it out
let
to you
me
guys.
finish. Let me
Yeah.
finish. I waited a long time to ask one single question, so let me finish. You don't understand the Big Bang model. You just said so. So that's where you reject it all and say God did it.
Argument from incredulity.
Does that make it real?
Well, then I guess I could just snap that back to you guys. You guys don't believe in God. You believe in these
So you
scientific
don't want to answer
theories
the
that-
question?
No,
So
I'm
you
just
don't
saying
want to
we're
answer
in
the
the
question.
same. I'm just saying that the both of us are in the same situation.
If you don't
That's all
answer
I'm
the
saying.
question, I will have my answer to that question. Can't be honest
you
enough
get it.
to answer the question.
No, I'm saying that I feel like I'm in the same position as you guys. With the
I asked you a
scientific
question
theory of
and
the
you
Big Bang.
refuse to
I'm
answer it.
answering.
So
I'm answering the question. I just
we're
answered
not in the same position. We're not in the same position because if you ask us a question, we will answer it. We won't deflect. We won't ramble on about something completely different or accuse you of doing something that we don't do.
I don't know. Maybe you guys are used to talking to somebody else. I don't know why are you projecting me with somebody else here? I'm just
I
going off.
asked a simple question. Does it
I
make it
answered it.
real
I answered
if
it.
you
I
don't
answered
understand a particular model and you just put something in there that you feel comfortable with?
Yeah, everybody does that. Who doesn't do that? You don't do that?
No, not everybody does that.
Oh, okay. Well,
That's
when
what we're
you
trying
go
to
over
point
your
out.
finances for the month and you're telling yourself that you want to pay everything on time, this and the other, things happen in life, Yeah, you have an answer, you have a story on how everything's going to go down, but then life happens, right? So what are you saying? You don't fill in the gaps when situations happen. You don't shift your plans.
I don't spend more than I have, and everything that I need to pay for at the end of the month, I pay in advance at the start of the month.
We're
so
talking
I
about a
won't run out
busted
of money.
tire or something happened to your vehicle, or God forbid something happened to a family member. Like
Yeah,
these
then
things
I'll
come
have to
up.
wait. Then I'll have to wait till next month, and if I don't have the money to fix it,
What the heck
It's
does
that
this have to
easy.
do? What the heck does this have to do with anything?
Yeah, I'm
it
just
has
answering
nothing
his
to do
question.
with what
That's
we're
all I'm
talking
doing.
about.
And I answered his question. I don't know why he's going on with it. It's just fine.
Barth, if you don't understand the model, go to school and learn it. That's all I
No,
can
no,
tell
no.
you.
I understand the model. I understand the model.
You just said you didn't
You
understand the
said you
cosmological
didn't.
model.
It puts us in the same. No, I can't understand it to be true. Is what I'm saying.
Then you don't understand it.
Well, you're saying this
Yeah.
model is true. You're saying this model is true.
Yes, this model comports with reality.
It's the best working model
Novel
we have.
testable predictions, dude.
But you're okay with another model coming out tomorrow and squishing this model.
No,
and then
with
you'd have
another
to change everything.
no, with another model that improves what we know.
But what if it's nothing like the Big Bang? Because the one before the Big Bang had nothing to do with this. It was called the steady state model, and they scratched that out. Now it's the Big Bang.
As long as the evidence that we have currently still fits into the new model, it wouldn't be a problem. We can't
So
discard
how do
the
you
evidence
educate
that we
yourself?
have.
How do you educate
The
yourself?
only thing, the only thing we can do, the only thing we can do is when new evidence comes in, revise the model that we have, as JL just said. And we could end up with a completely different model, but then it would still be a model based on the evidence that we have.
Okay. Which is still unknown.
So
not necessarily.
There is no other model, right? So there is no other model, and you guys are okay with this model because there is no other model. And you'll double down on this model and say it's true.
No,
until
because
you're given new
What other model would you
Barth,
propose?
no, stop.
What other
Barth,
model
if
would you
new evidence
propose?
comes out that improves the reliability and predictability of the current model, then that is the model. Just because it changes it doesn't matter. It makes better and more accurate predictions and is more reliable than the previous model. That's it.
Exactly.
Well, then how come we can't measure? Then how come we can't measure from Earth to other galaxies? How come we don't know how far that is? How come it's so difficult?
We do know
for
how
us to
far. We
understand
do know
that?
how far. We do know how far they are.
We're always expanding.
We've figured it out how far they are.
They just launched a new satellite with a new oh damn, I forgot the English
Talking
word.
about the new telescope?
Yeah. So basically,
The new
this
telescope.
This Big
The
Bang
new
could change.
telescope. The new telescope that is going to allow us to look further back into time. It will allow us to look further into the known universe. So new evidence will come in. I don't see the fact that you don't know that we can determine the distance of galaxies and determine how far they're away from us, and by that even how far we're looking back into time. The fact that you don't understand that doesn't mean that we can't do that.
Yeah, but you wouldn't even be able to explain it to me. Let alone you're telling me that you understand it. So explain it.
Explain what?
We need to wrap this up pretty soon here, and there's one question.
Explain to me how we can measure.
What? Explain what? Give you a crash course in astrophysics?
Explain to you how you can measure, right? From Earth
Triangulation.
to another galaxy.
Triangulation.
Triangulation. Understanding light. Understanding how light propagates. There's a lot of math inside. Like I said, what do you want? Do you want a crash course in astrophysics? Is that what you're looking for? I'm just going to say go to school.
Yeah, why didn't you pay attention in school? A lot of this would have been taught in just a rudimentary education. I don't see the problem.
I just don't, for me to give you a fact about the existence of God, but yet you to know new facts that you don't even know yet about the model that you believe in at this moment would lead me to believe that you're not going to be pleased with any evidence.
No one said anything. No one said anything like that.
Well, you're saying with your
None
model
of us
right
did.
now the model that you have right now could still be critiqued and tweaked with new information.
Yes.
So how would you know that new information?
Because if new evidence
how do you
comes
know that
in,
new evidence
if
is
we
true,
find
is what I'm
new
saying.
ways, if we find new ways to collect more evidence, that means new evidence will come in. That will give us
How
a
would you be able
better
to fact
and more
check?
precise model. That will give us a better and more precise model.
How do you fact check the evidence?
So
the new
far,
evidence
what
that's
we've been
given to you?
asking for you to do is to come up with some kind of evidence for your God. The fact that all you have done is trying to criticize current science, that doesn't help your God. I can go as far as even if tomorrow the Big Bang model is completely disproven, it still doesn't make your God real.
Yeah, Barth, you're making this weird argument like intellectual honesty is some sort of weakness when it's not.
Yeah.
Well, folks, I think we need to wrap things up here pretty quickly. Is there anything we need to finish off here?
Yeah, I got one person who wants to make one statement.
Yeah, there's
This
is that
the
Haro
guy,
is
this
that
guy, a
Haroscoes?
Canadian atheist. I mean, have you ever heard, and you're going to have to excuse me, folks, have you ever heard such a dumb fuck in your whole life?
Okay, so I think I've heard enough Darth Dawkins for.
I've been waiting to use that just once.
So Barthologist Plus, I think what's happened is there's an idea about theories versus scientific theories, and what we're talking about when it comes to Big Bang or any kind of scientific stuff, the word theory is always meaning in the scientific sense, not in the colloquial sense. So the scientific sense, a theory is, my understanding is it is an explanation of how a number of facts work together, and it is one of the highest levels of understanding with the most certainty, the best understanding of how reality works, and it is very different from the colloquial sense of theory, where it's more like a guess. So with the scientific theory, the idea is that if new facts come along, that theory can be adapted to be in line with the facts. So the key word there is what seems to be the case. So that's kind of what we're working on from a scientific perspective. I hope that's helpful to you, and I appreciate you coming on and having a conversation.
Yeah, no, thank you, guys.
Now, Haroscoes really wants to come on and ask one quick question. I told him 1 minute's the max. Are you guys okay with this?
Sure, why not?
Yeah, fine.
Heracles, welcome back. What's your question? As we get prepared to wrap up here.
Haroscoes, you're on.
And it looks like that's the end of that. I'm going to... Yeah, he's popped out on his own. So anyway, it was a silent question, I guess. Thank you, everybody.
He has his hand. He has his hand back up, so it might be that he just had a technical
There he is.
problem.
Got him. We'll bring him in. Okay. Hello. If you're talking, we can't hear you. What we'll do is we'll bring you on the next time. So as we're closing down here, I guess you guys want to have some final thoughts, each of you, before I say thank you to everybody for being here.
Sure.
Okay, I'll kick off. I think. Oh, yeah. I think we had an amazing lineup of guests. So I really enjoyed today, and I think we've had some good conversations. And what I love about this is that most of it was pretty cordial and respectful, and that's how I like to do things. So let's keep going and to do these things.
Thank you, Peter. JL Warren.
Yes. So hi, I'm JL Warren. For everybody in the audience, I run a YouTube channel called Bridge the Divide. The link is in my little avatar thing there if you want to come and check me out, where I do this stuff pretty much all the time with varying theist claims and examining the stuff that they have. So check me out there. Otherwise, you'll catch me here on these stages every other week. So I look forward to the next one. Thank you so much, Randolph, Peter, X. This has been a lot of fun.
Great. IX, did you have any final thoughts you wanted to share? IX might be away from the keyboard and microphone. So again, thank you to everybody who's tuned in for this fortnightly program that we are running. And one fortnight, for those who aren't aware, means 2 weeks. And we hope to see most of you, if not all of you, 2 weeks from now. The links to everybody's channels are also available on the YouTube channel at youtube.com/Randolph Richardson. You'll find this program in there. Randolph is spelled with an F, by the way, RANDOLF. We live stream these, and you'll find a whole history of these shows in there. Thank you, everybody who participated today, came in from the audience to chat with us and challenge us. I know the conversations can be a little hard sometimes, but we really do appreciate the challenge. And to everybody who's in the chat on Discord and also in the live chat on YouTube, thank you for being here and participating and being a part of this and tuning into our program. We're really, really happy with the turnout. We hope everybody has a wonderful day. Take care.
And thank you, Randolph, for doing all the work and making sure that it goes out on YouTube as well.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Night, everyone.